New Left Review 51 May-June 2008. Tsering Shakya. Tibetan Questions. Your landmark history of modern Tibet, The Dragon in the Land of Snows, suggests a broad four-part periodization for developments since 1951. During the RST period, 1951–59, the Chinese Communist Party sought to work in alliance with Tibet's traditional ruling class under the 17-point agreement, a one-country, two-systems arrangement, with autonomous rule by the Dalai Lama's government. After the Eid of the Dalai Lama and the crushing of the 1959 rebellion, the second stage, 1960–78, saw the extension of communist reforms on the plateau and the redistribution of monastic and aristocratic lands, accelerating with the collectivizations and mass mobilizations of the Cultural Revolution. Following 1980, there was an era of much greater liberalization and Tibetanization under Hu Yaobang, accompanied by open-door trade and migration policies followed by a clampdown after 1989. Looking back, how would you characterize the situation in Tibet in the 1980s, under Hu Yaobang? He 1980s reforms were welcomed by Tibetans, who saw them as a major transition, and still regard Hu as one of China's best leaders. At the time, many said that things had never been so good. It marked the start of a period which people thought would bring a certain cultural and economic autonomy for themselves as individuals, and for the Tibetan region as a whole. It was seen as an opportunity to revitalize traditional cultures, the RST noticeable sign of this being when people reverted to wearing traditional Tibetan clothes, instead of the blue overalls. Economically, the region also now emerged from a period of real deterioration, running from 1960 to 1980, which was even worse than the years leading up to 1959. The slump was partly due to a total mismanagement of the region's production, which had been drastically altered by the imposition of communes and cooperatives. These were disastrous for the indigenous economy. They were disbanded under Hu's reforms, and traditional systems were revived. Living standards returned to what they had been before 1960, a change that was naturally welcomed by the Tibetan Plateau's overwhelmingly rural population. At this time, 95% were engaged either in herding or in agricultural production. So what accounts for the protests in the late 80s? The immediate trigger was the growing tension between the monasteries and the Communist Party. The government had expected the reforms to bring increased consumer spending, but in many cases people simply put the extra money they had towards rebuilding the monasteries. There was a big expansion in the number of monks, and in some rural areas there were more people going to monasteries than to local schools. The government was concerned at this growth, and also about the monasteries' funding. They received large quantities of donations which they did not have to account for. By the mid-80s, leftists in the CP were pointing to these developments as an example of Hu's liberal policies going wrong, and the government moved to restrict the number of monks and gain control of monastic nances. This created opposition, and it was the monasteries and conservative elements that were the main groups leading the protests in the late 1980s. At the time, people were turning strongly to religion, something they were denied during the Cultural Revolution, but that they now had access to. There was a powerful impulse to GHT for greater tolerance of religious practices. But the protests were also responding to changes taking place in Tibetan society under the reforms. There was a major debate at the time about the directions Tibet could take in the future, traditionalists believing that we must revert to time-honored ways in order to preserve Tibet, younger, college-educated people feeling that it will only survive if we abandon such traditions, and seek a modernized Tibetan culture, creating new identities, new literature, and art. In this view, it was Tibetan Buddhism and its traditions that had hampered the creation of a Tibetan identity that might have better resisted conquest and subjugation, and it was a new, stronger identity that was needed to overcome Tibet's current condition. This indigenous critique of the Tibetan past, a self-examination mainly proposed by the younger 8 NLR 51. Educated elite and writers, was seen by the conservatives as somehow a disguised attack by the Chinese on Buddhism. The two groups were not just divided by age, though. There were many young people who shared the conservative view. In general, those educated in the monastic community or through the traditional system were much more conservative than those who went to universities and colleges. These students did not join in the protests at all. Even now, many college-educated people tend to think the 80s protests were unnecessary, that the reforms were taking Tibet in the right direction, and the demonstrations did great damage in altering that course. To what extent were the protests of the late 1980s stimulated from outside by the Dalai Lama's addresses to the US Congress and European Parliament? The 1980s were a sort of opening for Tibetans. Those inside Tibet were allowed to travel to India and go on pilgrimages to see the Dalai Lama. They established new links with the Tibetan diaspora and political leadership, and became much more aware of the organized politics of the Tibetan question. At the same time, the Dalai Lama's speeches to the European Parliament and the US Congress gave them a sense that there was more support for the Tibetan issue in the international community than really existed. Western countries would make statements about some social issues, but their desire to engage China as it emerged from isolation in the 1980s meant that Tibet was never going to be a major obstacle for Beijing. How would you characterize Chinese policy following the imposition of martial law in 1989-90? There had been concerns within the Chinese leadership about the direction of the reforms. Some felt Hu Yaobang's policies were too extreme and were undermining China's position in Tibet. When the monks' demonstrations began in the late 80s, the hardliners saw it as proof that more liberal policies had led to heightened Tibetan nationalism, encouraging demands for independence. The period from the imposition of martial law to the present has seen a dramatic change in how Beijing deals with Tibet. There were to be no more compromises. Tibet was to be brought under tighter administrative control, and its infrastructure integrated more closely with the rest of China. The plateau had been isolated from China by poor roads and communications, and the PRC leadership believed that. Shakya, Tibetan Questions 9. The separate provisions made for Tibet in the 1980s accentuated its difference from the rest of the country. So the RST policies adopted under Hu Jintao, party secretary of the Tibet Autonomous Region from 1988 to 92, were aimed at economic integration, establishing infrastructural links by building roads, opening the Qinghai-Tibet Railway, improving telecommunications, and so on. Billions of dollars have been spent on the development of the region since 1990. This means that the Chinese government is to some extent just-eyed when it says that the Tibet Autonomous Region can only survive through government subsidies. The regional government cannot even raise enough money to pay salaries to its own employees. Its ability to levy taxes is very weak at present. All the major infrastructural initiatives, railways, roads, power systems, have been dependent on injections of funds from the central government. This chronic dependence on the center is one of Tibet's biggest problems. The region has no economic clout to negotiate with Beijing and has to follow its directives, because it is essentially the central government's money that is paying for the region's development. Have there been any moves towards self-sustaining development in industry, for example, or increased agricultural production? This is one of the contradictions the Chinese government faces in Tibet. When you look at the statistics for government spending there, the vast bulk of the budget goes on infrastructure, and less than 5% are on agricultural development. Yet even today, 85% of the population is dependent on farming. This has to do with Beijing's decision to prioritize industrialization over agriculture, but it is also because the authorities see that Tibet has economic potential, which cannot be realized until the infrastructure is built. For example, Tibet has huge quantities of mineral deposits, but they are useless unless you have the means to exploit them. You can mine for copper, gold, silver, and so on, but without further developing the railways it will be too expensive to transport them, making them unaffordable on the international market. So the Chinese government's long-term plan is to develop the mining industry, and in the last 2 years they have invited international mining companies to operate in Tibet. The idea is that, with the infrastructure and power systems in place, resource extraction will make the region 10 NLR 51 profitable. The real day-to-day needs of farmers and herders are not reached in this planning process. How much of the infrastructural development involves Tibetan labor? The majority of the workforce in railway construction, for example, consists of Chinese migrants from poorer regions, such as Gansu and Shaanxi, where many farmers now do not have jobs. The Chinese government encourages them to go to Tibet as a way of letting off steam in these hard-pressed provinces, since if they remain it will create problems for the authorities there. For many people, going to work in Tibet is an opportunity to make a living for themselves. The regions they come from are in fact much poorer than Tibet. Generally, Tibetan farmers are far better off than most rural communities in China. The population is smaller, just under 6 million, and land holdings are much bigger. No one in Tibet will go hungry. People can produce enough for their own survival, although they may not have enough of a surplus to sell it on the market. But Tibetan farmers face another problem: what they produce, mainly barley and mutton, does not have much market value. For example, Tibet produces a great deal of barley, but it is actually cheaper for Chinese beer companies to buy it on the international market, from Canada or the US, than from Tibetan farmers. How many incomers are there in the Tibet Autonomous Region at present? This is a very complex issue, because the Chinese government has not produced any statistics on the number of migrants working in Tibet. The simple reason is that Chinese census data are compiled according to actual place of residence, rather than where you are at the time the census is taken. Most of the migrants do not have permits to live there, and will instead be counted as living elsewhere in China. They are a voting population. The government also points out that many migrant workers in Tibet are seasonal. They go there to work in summer, and so could not be counted as permanent residents. But in any case, the census is only taken every 10 years, the last years are from 2000, and a lot has changed in Lhasa in the 8 years since then. Change is so rapid and dramatic in China as a whole, the mobility of the population so great, that the figures we have are very unreliable. But it is certainly true that even to the casual visitor, Lhasa now feels much more like a Han city than a Tibetan one. In Shakya, Tibetan Questions 11. Terms of its population. Chinese migrants tend to be more numerous in urban areas, and used to be concentrated mainly in Lhasa, but now they have begun to penetrate into rural areas, opening restaurants or doing small trade as peddlers across the Tibetan plateau. How does the development of the autonomous region compare with the other Tibetan areas in Qinghai and Sichuan, for example? The Tibetan population in Qinghai and Sichuan is economically better off, because they are much more closely integrated with the rest of China, and they have more ways to supplement their income. The autonomous region also has the problem that there is very little border trade, from Tibet southwards to India and Southeast Asia. Historically, this was where Tibet's trade was focused, since its goods found much more of a market in South Asia than China. The nearest port is Calcutta, which is 2 days away, but if you go across the rest of China it is 8 to 13 days. So, for example, wool produced on the Tibetan plateau cannot be exported profitably today since it cannot travel southwards. The borders are closed. The India-China trade relationship is at present essentially based on maritime rather than land routes. The reason for this is that, despite some improvement in relations, the border dispute between the two countries has not been settled. It is partly a security question, but also, neither India nor China are quite sure what will happen if that region is open to border trade, whether the Indian market will penetrate more forcefully into Tibet or vice versa. How would you describe the political and cultural atmosphere in Tibet over the last decade? The government's policy seemed to be that, as long as you did not talk about independence or human rights, everything was permissible. Many more magazines and newspapers started up, and the government allowed a lot of local, indigenous NGOs to emerge, which have been very effective in campaigning against poverty. Tibetan diaspora communities in North America and Europe were allowed to set up NGOs in their hometowns, funding the construction of houses. The number of Tibetans going abroad to study to the West, to Europe, to America increased during the 1990s. There were more openings to the outside world. In that sense, it was quite a hopeful time. 12 NLR 51. Culturally, there have been two separate kinds of development. On the one hand, there has been a revival of traditional Tibetan culture and arts and crafts. On the other, a new practice is emerging of modern, curative painting by Tibetan artists. There is a group of them in Lhasa who have established an artists' guild. They sell paintings and contribute to international exhibitions. There is nothing immediately Tibetan about their work. Conservative elements in fact see it as somehow a rejection of Tibet, an imitation of the West. They do not see it as Tibetan art. But this is something new and vital in Tibet, produced by a younger generation whose outlook is very different from that of conservative elements in our society. Similarly in literature, the younger generation writing in Tibetan do not use traditional verse forms, but produce poetry in a free style, novels on new and different subject matter. Again, conservatives would not see this as authentically Tibetan unless it imitates an existing tradition. But for me, the emergence of modern Tibetan literature, novels, short stories, and poetry, from 1980 onwards is a very exciting development, expressing much more of what is happening in Tibet, the desires of ordinary people and the region's possible future direction, than various forms of political protest or movement. There are also a number of Tibetan novelists who write in Chinese, and since 1985 these have gained a real literary presence in China. The most famous is Alai, whose Red Poppies appeared in English in 2002. There is also Tashi Dawa, referred to as the Garcia Marquez of China for his introduction of something like a magical realist style. Those who write in the Tibetan language, of course, do not have such a high profile. It is a similar situation to that facing Indian writers. If you write in English you have access to a world market, but if your work is in Hindi far fewer people tend to know about you. For the traditionalists, what is important is the cultivation of the past. They see the continuation of traditional forms of art as vital for maintaining Tibetan identity. All over Tibet, such forms have re-emerged in painting and crafts, and are still very popular. They are popular in China as well, despite the recent patriotic fervor and hostility towards Tibetans. Since around 1980, interest in Tibetan culture and traditions has been growing there. Tibet is seen as being quite other, and having unique characteristics that China has lost. Its attachment to traditional forms of dress, painting, and ways of life is seen as admirable. Many Chinese writers and artists have traveled to Tibet and drawn inspiration from it, as an example of how to live in harmony with nature. In fact, Shakya, Tibetan Questions 13. A much more romantic view of Tibet has emerged among the Chinese population than in the West. There has also been a flourishing of modern Tibetan historiography, including oral history projects on rural life, as well as recording proverbs and popular folk songs. There has been a lot of biographical writing, and some very interesting memoirs written by Tibetan women, who of course are always left out of the traditionalist conservative accounts. In Tibetan schools in the Dharamsala, the history textbooks stop at the 10th century. In fact, I was attacked for dedicating the dragon in the land of snows to my wife, instead of to the Dalai Lama. I am currently working on a historical project on banditry. There is almost a Wild West element to Tibetan history. Travelers across the vast plateau would be attacked and robbed by bandits. There are many oral sources and other accounts, and I am looking into who these people were, seeing them not as negative characters, but more along Eric Hobsbawm's lines, viewing banditry as a form of social protest. People often became bandits after running away from traditional Tibetan society, from feudal law. According to the master narrative they were bad people, but almost all of them were actually resisting local rulers or governments. When you identify who they were and what happened to them, you often end these were marginal groups in Tibetan society. Is Tibetan still the official language in the autonomous region? According to the constitution, the regional language of education and administration in the TAR should be Tibetan, but this has not been implemented in practice. The reason is that the leadership of the CP in Tibet, the party secretaries and undersecretaries, are all Chinese and do not speak Tibetan. In terms of education, in rural areas this is carried out in the native language, but in urban areas, and especially in Lhasa, there is an increasing use of Chinese in schools, At university level, courses in Tibetan literature and history are taught in Tibetan, but otherwise everything is taught in Chinese. This is not necessarily a matter of government policy. Many parents prefer to give their children a Chinese medium education, simply because in the long run they will have better job opportunities, and because the majority of Tibetans in further education at present, there are nearly 3,000 new graduates per year, tend to go to universities elsewhere in China. There are also now the so-called inland schools, boarding schools for Tibetan children, who 14 NLR 51 are recruited in Tibet and then sent to schools scattered across China, some of them as far away as Liaoning and Fujian. The ostensible reason they are not in Tibet is that the government cannot recruit enough teachers there, nor persuade quality teachers from elsewhere to go to the autonomous region. It is also a way for the more developed coastal provinces to meet their obligations to aid the poorer ones, by paying for these schools to be built in their own area. This is part of an attempt to foster a sense of national unity and loyalty to China. Of course, some Tibetans and outsiders see it as a sinister ploy, comparable to the way the British, Canadians, and Australians tried to Christianize the natives by sending them to boarding school. Teaching in the inland schools is almost all in Chinese, and the education is very good. But Tibetan students tend to come out of them much more nationalistic. On blogs and websites they are often the ones leading complaints against the Chinese government, for depriving them of their cultural identity and their language. How has the language itself changed since the 1950s? A new standardized literary Tibetan has emerged, much closer to colloquial language, along with a simplified writing system, the idea being that it should be easier to communicate with all those who are literate. But in everyday speech, there has also been an increasing use of loanwords from Chinese. A PhD student at Oxford was researching code switching in Tibet, where people would vary in their use of Tibetan and Chinese depending on the context, and he found that on average, 30 to 40% of Lhasa Tibetans' vocabulary is borrowed from Chinese. In general, now that fewer Tibetans are studying the language at a high level, the standard has declined. But it would be a serious mistake to think that it is disappearing. In fact, since 1985 Tibetan language publishing has been flourishing. There are 2 newspapers in Tibetan, the Lhasa Evening News and Tibet Daily, and numerous journals and magazines have appeared, both in the autonomous region and in other Tibetan areas. In part this is because each province is required to have a literary journal, and under the PRC's constitutional provisions on the right of association, in Tibetan areas there must also be Tibetan language publications. Not only the TAR but also Qinghai and Yunnan have Tibetan literary journals, for example. Up until about 1995 these had large readerships. Tibet literature used to print 10,000 copies, and because it was well subsidized it was distributed freely to schools and universities, and to anyone who wanted a copy. But state subsidies, Shakya, Tibetan Questions 15, have gradually been reduced or withdrawn, and these journals are now required to make money. Tibet literature today prints something like 3,000 copies, and people have to pay for it. The same applies to books. The withdrawal of subsidies has meant the price of books has gone up tremendously, making it difficult for Tibetan language publications to break even. In the 1990s there was a real renaissance of Tibetan publishing, driven in part by the reprinting of more or less every title ever published in Tibetan, since the 7th century. That initial wave seems to have ended, and the lack of funding means writers have to seek patronage or pay for publication themselves. For example, a novelist writing in Tibetan might have to pay the publisher 10,000 yuan, $1,400, to get his book printed. He would then be given half of the 3,000 print run and told to sell it himself. I have seen other cases where a village boy becomes a poet, and the village will club together to pay for the costs of printing his poems. Other times it will be a local businessman who sponsors the edition. What about television and radio? There is vibrant television programming in Tibetan, but people tend to prefer watching Chinese shows, simply because Tibetan language production is very small scale, and seems to be much more heavily controlled and censored than the wealth of new Chinese channels that are available. This is also true of print media. None of the Tibetan language journals or magazines are independent, they are all produced under the auspices of different government offices. Now that more and more people in Tibet are competent in Chinese, they have much more choice of what to read, and will turn to the huge variety of Chinese magazines. To a certain extent, this choice of language that people now have is responsible for a decline in readership of Tibetan publications. What has been the evolution of the monasteries since the late 1980s? New restrictions were imposed on the number of monks allowed in monasteries, and anyone wanting to become one had to seek permission from the county-level authorities. Under the law, you have to be 18 or over to become a monk or join a monastery. But no one pays the slightest attention to these restrictions. Anyone who goes to Tibet now will see hundreds of youngsters in the monasteries. The government, 16 NLR 51, found itself caught in a dilemma. If it forcibly implemented its own policies and removed these children, it would have a wave of protests on its hands. So as long as the monasteries did not actively engage in politics, the government was willing to turn a blind eye to the situation. But relations between the monasteries and the Chinese authorities deteriorated after 1995, when the Chinese leadership insisted on selecting their own 10th Panchen Lama, disregarding all the wishes and conventions of Tibetan Buddhists. This has had a lasting effect. As for the number of monks and nuns, it is quite complicated because the government only issues statistics covering those who have permission to be in the monasteries. Officially, the gur is 120,000 in all Tibetan areas, including 46,000 in the Tar. But the real number including those without permission is far larger. I would estimate the total at 180,000. The fact that the numbers are so large in some ways also wreaks the economic changes that have taken place. Monasteries do not receive money from the government, they are totally dependent on alms given by the local community and pilgrims. With the economic reforms of the 1980s, people became wealthier and gave them more money. Economic success helped to generate the revival of the monasteries. Is there any social distinction between the children who go to monasteries for their schooling, as opposed to public schools? It is mainly children from rural areas who go to monasteries, whereas very few urban families will send their children to them. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, rural families tend to be much bigger, so parents will often send a child, or even two, to a monastery, and still have several at home, whereas urban families only tend to have one or two children at most. The second element is that people in rural areas are, broadly speaking, more conservative in their outlook and view of traditional Tibetan culture. The fact that monastery schooling was free also became an important factor in the 1980s, when state provision of education was largely abandoned as part of the turn to the market. Across China, people were now supposed to fend for themselves in every area. School budgets were devolved to provincial governments and to the county level. These did not have enough money to run primary and secondary schools, so although education was supposed to be free, all kinds of fees were levied for. Shakya, Tibetan Question 17. Textbooks, uniforms, and so on as a way of raising funds. In Tibet, many farmers could no longer afford to send their children to school. And because agricultural production had been privatized, in farming areas many parents kept their children at home. They needed them to work in the fields and increase their output, which was more urgent than getting them educated. School attendance had been compulsory during the Cultural Revolution and the earlier leftist period, and literacy increased as a result. After 1980, there was a visible drop in the literacy rate. In these circumstances, the monasteries acted as an alternative source of education. This was not just because they did not charge fees, as the public system had begun to do. Parents also felt that the monastic tradition had collapsed during the upheavals of the Cultural Revolution, and that they could contribute to its revival by sending their sons or daughters to a monastery or nunnery. It was seen not only as a way of getting an education, but of helping to regenerate Tibetan culture. What about the healthcare system? Do the monasteries provide an alternative here too? As in the rest of China, since the turn to the market, medical care in Tibet is no longer free. In many cases it has become extremely expensive. Relatives of mine in Lhasa recently said it would cost them as much as $15,000 to $20,000 to get treatment, 10 years' salary for a normal family. The Lhasa area has quite good, well-equipped government hospitals, but the cost has prevented most people from using them. The monasteries tend to have a doctor trained in traditional medicine, who may have a look at patients in exchange for payment in kind, a basketful of eggs or a leg of mutton. These practices have been very popular, again because there is no fee. Judging by Western reports, there seem until recently to have been fewer social protests in the Tibet Autonomous Region than in many other parts of rural China over the past decade. This is true to some extent. But one has to remember that Tibet is not like the rest of China, much as Northern Ireland is not like the rest of Britain. Because of the demonstrations that took place in the late 1980s, the level of police surveillance and control is far higher than in other areas of China. 18 NLR 51. How would you compare the protests that began on March 10 this year, the 49th anniversary of the 1959 rebellion, to those of the 1980s? The RST distinctive feature of the 2008 protests is their geographical spread. They seem to take place simultaneously in almost all the areas where Tibetans live. I think the reason for this is the use of mobile phones and text messaging to spread news and mobilize for demonstrations. In China, it is a far more popular means of communication than the internet or email. It is noticeable that very few protests took place in western Tibet, where there is no mobile phone network in operation, whereas many took place to the east and in regions on the borders of Sichuan and Qinghai, where the system is well developed. These demonstrations erupted within a matter of days, after the initial March 10 monastery protests were put down by the police. Second, there is a major social difference. The 1980s demonstrations were essentially led by the monks, but this time the protests involved groups from across Tibetan society. There were school children, students, intellectuals, city workers, farmers, nomads, as well as Tibetan university students in Beijing and other cities. This level of involvement from different sectors of Tibetan society was unprecedented. How many people were mobilized in these protests? It is very hard to say how many people took part. The Chinese government say they detained over 6,000 people, which shows that the demonstrations were very intense, and involved large numbers of people. But they have also been sustained at a very high level for several months. They are still going on now, in mid-May, despite the repression. From the start, tear gas and baton charges were used against the protesters. The monasteries were surrounded by riot police. Armed forces were sent into Lhasa on March 15. Prisoners were paraded through the streets in military vehicles the following day. But protests continued despite the mass arrests. There were student sit-ins in many schools and universities, and demonstrations outside government offices in Gansu, Qinghai, and Sichuan. A most wanted list was issued daily from March 19. Chinese websites published pictures of wanted Tibetans, and China Mobile sent a text message to all its users in Tibet asking the public to send any information on those participating in the protests. In a March 23 Xinhua report from the Ganan Tap in Gansu province, there were said to be Shakya, Tibetan questions 19. Serious protests at the administrative buildings of some 105 county or city-level work units, 113 town-level work units and 22 village committees. The protests included Mak, Xiahe, Zhuani, Hezuo and other counties and cities. The best reports on all this were on Wozer's blog. They are translated into English on the China Digital Times website. Was the issue of Tibetan nationalism the overriding one, or were some of the protests focused on economic or social issues? People talked about many things, but if you look at the slogans and banners the protesters were carrying, there was no explicit demand for independence. I think the main issue was getting China to allow the Dalai Lama to come back to Tibet, as well as human rights. It's true that the protests in Lhasa were against the Chinese government and the party, but also against ordinary Chinese people who have settled in Tibet. Chinese shops were burnt, ethnic Chinese were beaten. but it was really only in Lhasa that this took place. In other regions the demonstrators rushed to government offices or Communist Party headquarters, taking down the Chinese flag and hoisting the Tibetan one, ransacking official buildings. There were very few attacks on ethnic Chinese. The reason they were the target of public anger in Lhasa and not elsewhere is that the disparity between the migrants' success and the status of the indigenous is so glaringly obvious there. The Chinese own hotels, shops, restaurants, and are therefore much more visible. In rural areas, by contrast, the economic disparity between Tibetans and Chinese is minimal, so there was little resentment based on economic grievances. There are, of course, tensions between Tibetans and outsiders. In eastern Tibet, for example, farmers supplement their income in summer by collecting mushrooms, medicinal plants and yartsagunbu, the caterpillar fungus, much prized in traditional Chinese medicine. Now many Han migrants are also going into the hills to harvest these things, and though the government has tried to restrict this by charging them a fee, the plots are still large enough for them to continue. Locals object to what they see as the indiscriminate way the outsiders collect the mushrooms and fungus, claiming they are doing long-term damage to the pastures. This competition over resources has become more intense in recent years. But personally I do not think the demonstrations were principally to do with economic disparities or disadvantages suffered by Tibetans. Rather, I think these were defensive protests, concerning questions of national 20 NLR 51. Identity. Beijing interpreted the 1980s protests as not just stemming from religious differences, but as the expression of a separate Tibetan identity. Under Hu Jintao, as TAR party secretary, policies were targeted against any manifestation of national identity politics. Even demands for Tibetan language rights were tarred with the mark of nationalism and separatism. Every Tibetan's loyalty to China was questioned. Everyone became a suspect. The campaign against separatism also became an excuse for clamping down on dissenting voices within the Communist Party. Anyone who opposed a government directive was often accused of being a separatist. But the policy backfired. The Chinese government became unable to distinguish between those who did actively oppose its policies and the rest, and so succeeded in creating a gulf between the government and the whole Tibetan population. The effect was to unify Tibetans, much more than would have been the case if the monastic community alone had been targeted. Indeed, the recent protests have expressed a much more unit nationalistic sentiment than those of the late 80s. The scale of Han immigration has also been a significant factor. Throughout their history, Tibetans on the plateau have always lived in homogeneous communities, but this is no longer the case. They feel much more acutely than ever before that this land is no longer exclusively Tibetan terrain. March 24 also saw the start of the Beijing Olympics torch relay in Athens, where there was a token protest, followed by high-volume pro-Tibetan and pro-Chinese demonstrations along the torch's route in London on April 6, Paris on April 7, and San Francisco on April 9, and demonstrations against Carrefour supermarkets and CNN TV in the PRC. Since Berlin in 1936, the Games have been a byword for profiteering and political spectacle. What part has Olympomania played in the Chinese and Tibetan mobilizations this year? The Beijing Olympics were definitely an important element in the 2008 protests. The fact that there would be the spotlight on China internationally is crucial to understanding why similar protests did not happen previously. Both Tibetans within the PRC and exiled political groups understood the importance of the Olympics to the Chinese government, and sensed an opportunity to make a statement, to make their voices heard. In certain symbolic ways, China also politicized the Games, seeing them in part as a way to advertise to the world its ownership of the Tibetan plateau, hence the plan to take the torch up Mount Everest and the adoption of the Tibetan antelope as one of the mascots for the Games. In Shakya, Tibetan Questions 21. That sense, both the Tibetan protesters and the Chinese government saw this as an important moment to highlight Tibet, for different reasons. Nevertheless, when China RST lobbied to host the Games, I think they naively assumed that they were not going to be the focus of protest. But since their inception, the Games have always been a source of international tensions. In every one there has been some degree of confrontation: the Israelis and Palestinians in Munich in 1972, the boycotts of the Montreal, Moscow, and La Olympics in 1976, 80 and 84. All of them have involved a huge political gamble for the host country. How would you characterize the political spectrum of the pro-Tibet movement outside China, and its relation to Western governments' policies? The participants in protests in the West are quite a diverse set of people, not necessarily Buddhists or Tibetophiles. Pro-Tibetans tend to come from traditional middle class, left-of-center or liberal groups. In the 1970s and 80s they might have been involved in solidarity with the ANC, CND, Greenpeace, and so on. The human rights organizations have also shifted their focus. In the 1970s and 80s, Amnesty and Human Rights Watch were more concerned with what was happening in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and China did not go much in their reports. Now they have directed their attention more to China, and Tibet as an underplayed concern. But I would separate Western government policy from popular sentiment. Most Western governments are essentially very pro-China. This is mainly connected to economic questions. Beijing and the West are in broad agreement on matters such as developing market economies, privatization, and the globalization of trade. Since these governments' primary objective is to integrate China into the global economic order, the issues of human rights and Tibet are very much secondary for them. By the same token, Internet claims in the US and China that the Tibetan protests were engineered by Western NGOs, funded by the US National Endowment for Democracy, are wide of the mark. There are Western-funded NGOs in China, for example, the Trace Foundation, which supports health and education projects in Tibet, but the CCP obviously carries out rigorous security assessments of them. Trace is well known for distancing itself from any anti-government groups or activities, which is one of the reasons why it has been able to operate in the PRC 22 NLR 51 for decades. In fact, it is often accused by pro-Tibetan lobbyists of being too supportive of China. Tibetan exile groups in India do get net funding, but that does not translate into an ability to mobilize in the PRC. There is a huge social and cultural gap between Tibetans in India and those in the TAR, illustrated even by their taste in music. Tibetans inside Tibet are comfortable with Chinese pop, while Tibetans in India prefer Bollywood. When Dadan, Tibet's biggest pop star at the time, defected from Lhasa to India in 1995, she was shattered to ND that there was no audience for her music. She was virtually unknown, and the exiles accused her of singing Chinese-style songs. Even when the two communities meet in the West, there is often little interaction between them. The exiles in India sometimes see themselves as the true representatives of Tibetanness, and the Tibetans inside as merely passive, oppressed victims, a patronizing attitude that does not go down well in Tibet. The largest exile organization in India is the Tibetan Youth Congress, most of whom were born in India. They have thoroughly absorbed India's long and valiant tradition of protest, and lead highly vocal demonstrations on the streets of Delhi, Paris, and New York. But they have no means of projecting their words into actions inside Tibet itself. One external influence that has had a significant effect on Tibetans was created by the Chinese authorities themselves. Their insistence on imposing their own selection as 10th Panchen Lama succeeded in antagonizing all the monasteries, even those which had previously supported the government. The party then declared a patriotic education campaign, demanding that the monks and lamas denounce the Dalai Lama. The result was to drive into exile some of the most senior lamas, including the Karmapa and Argyaranpaka from Kumbum, Ta'ur, monastery, who had often acted as moderate voices and party mediators in the past. The pro-independence demonstrations in the 1980s did not spread much beyond Lhasa because most lamas were ambivalent and used their influence to restrain their followers. In 2008, almost all areas where protests occurred were in places where the senior lamas had left Tibet. There is a constant flow of devotees from Qinghai and Sichuan to the new monasteries these lamas have established in India, but most of their funds come from Chinese supporters of Tibetan Buddhism in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Singapore. If the Chinese authorities, Shakya, Tibetan Questions 23. Want to point to a plot? It would have to be a Kuomintang conspiracy, not a Western one. But the main outside influence on Tibetans is the Tibetan language broadcasting on Voice of America since 1991, and Radio Free Asia since 1996. Again, it is not a question of clandestine organization. These services simply provide a source of news and ideas in a society where people are starved of alternatives. Because there is no independent news media, and people are automatically very suspicious of what they hear or read in government sources, they tend to turn to Voice of America and Radio Free Asia for their information. The two stations report on all the Dalai Lama's trips abroad, and on the activities of the exiles in India, giving Tibetans quite international and politicized coverage. The stations are very popular in Tibet, which helps to create a certain climate of opinion there. The Chinese government tries to jam the signal, but people somehow manage to listen to them. What is the current state of repression in the Tibet Autonomous Region? At the moment the situation is very bad. Because of the number of people involved in the demonstrations, and because they cut across all classes, the government cannot target one particular group, such as the monasteries. It seems that they have to target everybody. The authorities are trying to exert control at every level of the community, in a way that reminds many people of the Cultural Revolution. It is not only those who have been detained that are subject to punishment. The government is holding meetings in primary and secondary schools, in colleges, government offices, where everyone has to write self-criticisms, so do Tibetan students at university in China. The Tibetan population as a whole is bearing the brunt of this campaign. How would you characterize the recent wave of Chinese nationalist sentiment? In response to the Tibetan protests, would you say it marks a watershed in the mentality of the PRC? This is very interesting. The Chinese nationalism currently exhibited on the internet and abroad is essentially a middle-class phenomenon. It is strongly expressed by those who are the main beneficiaries of China's economic success, and who are most conscious of the country's global standing. They are also more exposed to what is happening outside. They 24 NLR 51 feel that, for them, the reforms are going in the right direction. They are afraid of anything that will hamper China's economic advance. But there is a great divide between coastal and inland areas in China. You do not end denationalism of this kind in the poorer provinces in Gansu, Qinghai, or other areas where people have not benefited from the current policies. Then again, the terrible earthquake in Wenchuan on May 12 shattered the confidence in the Chinese state that many people had been expressing only weeks before. Simple questions are being raised about why school buildings collapsed but luxury hotels and private RMS did not. There is much more discussion. New questions are being asked about China. There is a debate among China scholars as to whether the upsurge of patriotic fervor that accompanied the Tibetan protests was engendered by the government, or whether it arose spontaneously from society. There are strong arguments on the side of those who claim it was engineered and manipulated by the government, since the state has evidently been involved. For example, any differing views posted in internet forums were almost immediately deleted, and people expressing them in chat rooms were shut out. Others argue that this nationalism arose not from within the PRC, but from outside, among Chinese overseas students, and traveled into China from there. Certainly, many of those studying in Europe or North America are much more mindful of recent changes in the PRC, and have clearly benefited from the reforms. They feel that the criticisms made are not accurate, and that Tibet has in some sense been used as a stick with which to beat China. They ask why protests in Tibet have got so much attention in the international media when similar protests happen every day in China, without being highlighted. There is some truth in this, but still, the geographical scale of the Tibetan protests is unprecedented. I should also say that there is intense diversity within China. It is not as homogeneous as it might appear. Over 300 intellectuals signed a petition circulated by Wang Lixian criticizing the government's response to the unrest in Tibet and appealing for dialogue. There were similar articles appearing in a range of publications. A group of Chinese lawyers announced that they would go to defend the Tibetan detainees. these people are risking their livelihood. The government. An English version was published as 12 suggestions for dealing with the Tibetan situation, by some Chinese intellectuals in the New York Review of Books, May 15, 2008. Shakya, Tibetan Questions 25. Is threatening not to renew their licenses. This is not what the media highlights, of course. Many of these dissenting voices were not heard amid the patriotic fervor. Have there been any attacks on Tibetans in Beijing or elsewhere? The Chinese authorities have actually taken great precautions to make sure this does not happen, because they are worried that there will be major repercussions. There are about 5,000 Tibetans in Beijing, and according to my own relatives there have been no attacks at all. How do you see Tibet-China relations developing, over the next months and in the longer term? In the immediate future, the Chinese leadership faces two problems. One is related to the Olympic Games, and to international as well as Chinese opinion. Beijing cannot be seen within its own country to be weakening under the pressure of international criticisms, to be forced into compromise because of protesting Tibetans. So the government needs to present an image of unity and strength, both internally and to the world at large. The second problem concerns President Hu Jintao and his followers. Hu came to national prominence as party secretary in Tibet, and is credited with ending the 80s unrest as well as successfully integrating Tibet and the whole western region with the rest of China. Tibet is intimately connected with Hu's leadership and therefore the leadership of the CCP. A number of people in high positions made their names through their work in Tibet. Almost all the toppers in the party today were Hu's underlings during his tenure there. Guo Jinlong, the present mayor of Beijing, was his undersecretary, and Hu Junhua, the last head of the Communist Youth League, an important office, held at some stage by almost all Chinese presidents and now acting governor of Hebei province, was also a former secretary of Hu's in Tibet. Now these people's successes are being criticized, and Hu Jintao's credibility as a capable leader is being put into question. Within the party, discussions are taking place as to whether Hu will save himself by dismissing some of those he promoted, or whether his entire entourage will come under attack. Meanwhile, Wen Jiabao, the premier, has made a number of speeches seemingly making a concerted approach to the Dalai Lama. But everything now hinges on the Olympics. Until then the government is paralyzed if they take any action before the Games. 26 NLR 51. It will bring doubts and uncertainty, and I think they will wait until they are over before making any major changes. In the longer term, one has to understand that one of the Communist Party's strongest claims to legitimacy today is that it united China territorially and made it strong. This has great power among the Chinese population. The party therefore cannot afford to make any concessions on sovereignty with regard to Tibet, since any compromise would weaken the party's legitimizing appeal. For this reason, I do not foresee the party making any major policy changes after the Olympics. If Tibetans could articulate them freely, what would their essential demands be? One of the biggest grievances is that the Chinese authorities equate any expression of Tibetan identity with separatism. The government seems to think that if it allows any kind of cultural autonomy, it will escalate into demands for secession. This is something the government has to relax. In Tibet, everything from newspapers and magazines to music distribution is kept RMLY under control, whereas all over China there are increasing numbers of independent publishing houses. The joke in Tibet is that the Dalai Lama wants one country, two systems, but what people there want is one country, one system. They want the more liberal policies that prevail in China also to apply in Tibet. Tsering Shakya was born in Lhasa in 1959. His father, the headmaster of a small Tibetan language private school, died while he was still a child. The family was divided by the onset of the Cultural Revolution. An older brother and sister were strongly committed leftists, while another brother was imprisoned for opposition to it. In 1967, his mother left for Nepal with Shakya, her youngest child, and her other daughter. Shakya attended a Tibetan school in the northern Indian town of Mussoorie for several years. In 1973, he won a scholarship to a boarding school in Hampshire, and then continued his studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies in London. Between 1983 and 1990 he worked on anti-racist campaigns with Labour-run municipal councils in London. During the 1990s Shakya produced his outstanding History of Tibet since 1947, The Dragon in the Land of Snows, published in 1999. He also translated the autobiography of Buddhist monk Palden Gyatso, Fire Under the Snow, 1997, and co-edited the RST Anthology of Modern Tibetan Short Stories and Poems, Song of the Snow Lion, 2000. He now teaches at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver and is currently working on a study of modern Tibetan literature. In 2002 NLR published an exchange between Shakya and the Chinese dissident writer Wang Lixiang, a discussion that broke taboos on both sides. In Reactions on Tibet, NLR 14, Wang emphasized Tibetan participation in the Cultural Revolution, and sought to explore the paradoxes of PRC rule in the region. Shakya's response, Blood on the Snows, NLR 15, by contrast, foregrounded recurrent Tibetan resistance to Beijing, and the colonial nature of the latter's dominion over the plateau. Afterward on Tseung Shakya, completed in Paris 6 months before his death, Walter Benjamin's Null report to Max Horkheimer on the literary situation in France is published here for the RST time in English. It was the third literature letter that Benjamin had drafted for the Institute for Social Research in New York, the earlier two, November 3, 1937, January 24, 1939, can be found in the Gesammelt Brief. Almost twice as long as these, the survey of March 23, 1940 Hitler's troops would take Holland 6 weeks later was composed during the same months as On the Concept of History. Benjamin's personal situation was precarious, his health had not recovered from his internment as an enemy alien in autumn 1939, back in his tiny Paris apartment, he worked in bed because of the cold. Benjamin's apologies to Horkheimer for the difference between this text and his last may refer to the political and intellectual vistas of war-torn Europe it provides, which open out far beyond the pages under review. It contains perhaps his most direct reactions via Spengler on the Hitlerite mentality. If the tone recalls the almost Chinese courtesy that Adorno remarked in Benjamin's correspondence, his sensitivity to the Institute's reactions was well grounded. The work of art in the age of its technological reproducibility and his great essay on Fuchs had been published in its journal shorn of their Marxian passages. Benjamin had only learnt while in the internment camp that his Baudelaire would nally appear, after the virtual rejection of its RST version by Adorno the year before. To comply with Horkheimer's request for a further report, he set aside a planned comparison of Rousseau's Confessions with Gide's Journals, a historical account of sincerity, and his Baudelaire, closest to my heart. It would be most damaged if I had to stop after starting it again. It is not clear why the Institute never sought to publish the 1940 survey. It was not included in Skolem and Adorno's 1966 collection of Benjamin's correspondence, nor in the VE volume Selected Writings published in English by Harvard University Press. It RST appeared in its original French only in 2000, in Volume 6 of the Gesammelt Brief. Yet the text stands as a striking valedictory statement on the themes central to Benjamin's mature work: Paris, now fragile under the threat of war, its closure signaling the vaster tribe of Europe's dispossessed, the twilight of surrealism, and the vocation of cultural theory as material social critique. Introduction to Benjamin 1940 Survey of French Literature. New Left Review 51 May-June 2008 31. Walter Benjamin. 1940 Survey of French Literature. Paris, March 23, 1940. Dear Monsieur Horkheimer, It is over a year since I sent you my last resume of French literature. Unfortunately, it is not in literary novelties that the past season has proved most fertile. The noxious seed that has sprouted here obscures the blossoming plant of belles lettres with a sinister foliage. But I shall attempt in any case to make you a oraligium of it. And since the presentation that I offered you before did not displease, I would like to apologize in advance for the ways in which the form of the following remarks may differ. I shall start with Paris by Charles Ferdinand Ramus, the last portrait of the city to appear before the war. 1. This is far from being a success. But the reader will indeed hear certain interesting features, in that they reveal the distance that the portraitist takes from his subject, the city. A distance on 3 counts. Firstly, Ramus has hitherto concentrated on tales of peasant life, of which Derberens is the most memorable. In addition, he is not French but Vaudois, so not just rural but foreign. Finally, his book was written when the threat of war had begun to loom over the city, seeming to lend it a sort of fragility that would prompt a retreat on the part of the portraitist. The book came to prominence through its serialization in the Nouvelle Revue Française. The author still holds the stage, as he seems to be becoming the NRF's accredited chronicler of the war. The March issue opens with his Pages from a Neutral, presented as the start of a long series of reactions. 32 NLR 51. Ramus's language bears traces of the hold that Pigalle must have exercised over him. It offers the same cascade of repetitions, the same series of minimal variations on a given phrase. But what in Pigalle recalls the movement of a man driving in a nail by successive hammer strokes, rather suggests, with Ramus, the gait of an individual interminably repeating his steps, like those neurotics who, when they leave the house, are obsessed by the idea of having left a tap running or forgotten to turn off the gas. A recent critic has rightly emphasized the tenacious anxiety of Ramus. In other words, one will not be expecting certainty, trenchancy, or established conviction from this author. The drawbacks of such an approach are obvious, but it is not without certain advantages. Ramus is a relatively unbiased spirit. He proved this years ago with his book What is Man?, an interesting attempt to get to the heart of the famous Russian experience, which displays the same hesitations that are so striking in Pages from a Neutral and in Paris, Notes by a Vaudois. As to the latter, the RST chapters, which tell how the little Vaudois established himself in Paris around the beginning of the century, may be simply signaled in passing. Ramus describes with great acuity the developing consciousness of the young provincial whose Parisian isolation makes him aware of his essential solitude and difference. Moving on to the theoretical notes in the second part of the book, a few samplings will suffice to bring out the characteristics noted above. Ramus writes, "To me it seems false to condemn the civilization of the great cities in the name of nature, or the other way round, since both of them exist, both are givens, both are a necessity. Far from preaching a return to the land, as so many do, I think it is the city, whether one deplores it or not, that will end up invading the countryside for good, by which I mean the ways of the city, the machine, and the ways of the machine, for the city was the RST to industrialize, but industry only represents man's grip upon the forces of nature, and there is no reason why this control should not gradually be extended to the entire universe." Pages 126-7. This is in sharp distinction to the denunciations of the great city as a center of disorder and disruption, sheltering that nomadic, owing and overowing mass. Corrupting by its idleness in the public arena, blown by the winds of factions, by the voice of whoever shouts loudest. This was Lamartine, but the same alarm bells ring all through the century in Haussmann, and later Spengler. It is no less surprising to encounter Ramus's account of the alleged eclipse of the prestige of Paris, the great city par excellence. Paris, they assure us, is in the process of being surpassed. And I do not know whether these pessimists are right, but even if this is the case, and especially if it is, I for my part would only rejoice. For international Paris is perhaps only accessory, and perhaps it is precisely due to its international situation that Paris has forgotten that it was RST of all the capital of a nation, p. 185. Paris has rather too much neglected to bear in mind that it was above all the RST parish of France, p. 181. You will understand, from this little internal debate, how greatly Ramus seems designed by vocation for the role of neutral. At all events, his gifts as observer and writer bring us some remarkable pages. Paris no longer appears to us as simply a product of civilization, but also as the producer of an anti-civilization, in which man is debased below himself, for Paris has its tramps, it has its primitives, its Stone Age men who for years have had no identity papers, who no longer even have names, who can neither read or write. The police pick them up on a raid, but get nothing from them and let them go. The police arrest them a second time, but what can be done with those who have definitively exited society? How else can they live unless as vagabonds? So the police let them go, and we see them roaming even on the boulevards, but completely alien to the surrounding crowd, pages 131-2. The reader can expand on such reactions in painful reverie. This wandering act that Ramus evokes has been enlarged by the war that has raged in Guernica, in Vyborg, in Warsaw. Michel Leiry's book, Manhood, is also based on the biography of the author. But what a different biography this is. Before going further, I would like to draw out what it has in common with other recent surrealist publications. Particularly notable is a decline in the power of bluff, a power that was one of the glories of surrealist actions from the beginning. This drop is accompanied by a weakening of internal structure and an unwanted textual transparency. This is due, in part, to the grip that Freudianism exerts over these authors. Leiry's is in his mid-30s. He was a member of the Collège de Sociologie, which I wrote to you about at the time of its foundation. In civilian life, he is an ethnologist with the Musée de l'Homme, at the Trocadero. As for the personal impression he makes, you met him yourself in 1934 or 35, at a soirée at Landsberg's. It would be no exaggeration to claim that his book would have been the greatest success of the literary season if the war had not intervened. I think certain pages of his autobiography might interest you and will take the liberty of sending you the volume. You will not suspect me of an excessive tenderness, either for the milieu from which this production emerges, or for the literary genre, True Confessions, to which it belongs. In fact, the book rather reminded me of Chaplin's well-known gag where, playing the part of a pawnshop employee dealing with a customer who wants to pawn an alarm clock, he examines the object with distrust, then, to make sure, carefully takes the mechanism to pieces, nally putting all the parts in the customer's hat and explaining that he cannot see his way to granting a loan on such an object. I have been told that, when Polgar saw this LM, he exclaimed, "That's psychoanalysis, the spitting image." For Leiry's book, which the author explains was written after psychoanalytic treatment, may well trigger the same remark. It seems unlikely that a man who has been brought to list his mental assets so scrupulously can hope to produce future works. Leiry's explains this clearly enough. It is as though the fallacious constructions on which my life was based had been undermined at their foundations, without my being given anything that could replace them. The result is that I certainly act more sagaciously, but the emptiness in which I dwell is all the more acute, p. 167. It is not surprising, after this, that the author should show little gratitude towards psychoanalysis, though the modern explorers of the unconscious speak of Oedipus, castration, guilt, narcissism. I do not believe this is any great advance in terms of the essentials of the matter, which remains, as I see it, related to the problem of death, the apprehension of nothingness, and is thus a question for metaphysics, p. 125. This passage delimits the intellectual horizon of Leiry's and his milieu. His judgment of the revolutionary impulses that he experienced at one point is thus only to be expected. I could not completely admit at that time that what triggered my anger was not the condition that the laws of society have placed us in, but simply death, p. 553. These positions, though they situate the book, would not in themselves have led me to bring it to your attention. The reason is rather that, for all our reservations, it must be admitted that the complexes recorded here are described with a remarkable vigor. If you will excuse a personal reference, I would say that the two dominant complexes, Lucretia and Judith, forcefully remind me of those color plates that are to be found in certain books of the mid-19th century. These were novels for petites gens, shop assistants, or servants, and the illustrations were the work of anonymous artists. Plates with garish colors were covered with a coat of varnish that gave them an ambiguous glow. These illustrations, to which I consecrated my collector's passion for many years, belong to what can be called the folklore of the great cities. In Leary's work this same folklore owes from places such as public swimming pools, brothels, and racecourses. It is inspired by an eroticism that rejects socially acceptable forms and turns resolutely towards exoticism and crime. The author's depictions of the fortune-telling prostitute, p. 33, of Judith, p. 116, of the museum as a site of debauchery, p. 40, are gripping. I was not surprised to end, in two interlinked sentences, the same interweaving of purity and corruption that gives this popular imagery I mentioned above its terrifying charm. Leary's actually writes, "I have always loved purity, folklore, all that is childish, primitive, innocent. And, immediately after, I aspire to evil because a certain evil is necessary to entertain me, p. 110. Finally, I would like to signal to you two passages of philosophical interest, a theory of orgasm, pages 65-6, and an erotic theory of suicide, p. 114. Leary's book shows how little the surrealists are beholden to workaday Freudian orthodoxy. It goes without saying that it is the positivist rudiments of the doctrine that trigger their protests, but since any serious critical effort is foreign to them, they end up reintroducing metaphysical concepts into Freudian doctrine. This brings them closer to Jung. It is Jung to whom Bachelard appeals in his most recent book, devoted to the forefather of surrealism, Lautréamont. 5. This book is instructive for many reasons. Before outlining the three main aspects, I will conjure up the gore of the psychoanalytic sniper, as embodied in Adrien Turel. I do not know if you are familiar with the famous explanation of the Divine Comedy, or more specifically of the Inferno, whose 9 circles, according to Turel, represent the 9 months that the embryo spends in the mother's womb. 6. That will give you a basic idea of the atmosphere of Bachelard's studies. For all that, the argument from which the book begins is solidly established. Bachelard points to the preponderant role played by animals in Lautréamont's imagination. He draws up an inventory of the animal forms that proliferate in Maldoror. It is not, however, the bodily shape of these beasts that obsesses the poet, but rather their aggressive desire. Here again, Bachelard's exposition seems unassailable. He explains how disturbed Lautréamont is by various forms of animal aggressivity. He shows how these different manifestations are constantly transforming into each other. They present the elements of an interminable metamorphosis. This must be emphasized, in Bachelard's view, while taking into account the primacy of claw and muzzle as symbols of aggression. Among the living creatures of the earth, the ones that Lautréamont particularly identifies with, according to Bachelard, are those that swim and those that walk. In fact, the attempt is made to establish a kind of mystic identity between the two. It goes without saying that no elucidation of Lautréamont's poetry can succeed outside of a historical analysis. Bachelard's accommodation of a metaphysical concept of spirit stands in total opposition to this. It is this concept through which he reunites with Jung that deprives him of any critical penetration, and which is nally responsible for a terminology both slovenly and pedantic. References to an essentially dynamic phenomenology, p. 42, a psychism that is not only kinetic, but truly potential, p. 174, sustained by a grandiloquent jargon. The animal is a monovalent psychism, p. 173, etc. Stud the text. Theorists such as Cale Lewis, or the eager young philosopher Armand Petitjean, pages 180 and 187, are appealed to as authorities. Nor is Klossowski's study on time and aggression forgotten. The book's methodological procedure, in other words, is far from promising. But before tackling the heart of his study, I would like to mention what is truly amusing about it, comic, even. and I am far from claiming that this comic aspect was not felt and intended by the author himself. For Bachelard, Lautrémont's death at the age of 24 as well as certain passages in his Ouvre Justice placing great importance on the experience of the poet as a schoolboy. The pages where he brings out the deep-seated nature of the poet's cruelty identified both with the severity of the teachers, and with the tortures enacted by the older boys on those new to the class are very welcome. Nor is Bachelard afraid to write that Lautrémont's drama is one born in the rhetoric class, p. 99. In a conclusion, he connects Lautrémont's famous hymn to mathematics, model for Aragon's hymn to philately, to the very essence of this cruelty. Severity is a psychosis, in particular, it is the professional psychosis of the teacher. It is more serious in the case of the mathematics teacher than any other, for in mathematics severity is coherent, its necessity can be demonstrated, it is the psychological face of a theorem, p. 126. I confess that I find highly seductive the idea that this book, full of outrageous assertions, emerged from a classroom, like Athena from the head of Zeus. It is also backed up by quotations that show what a raging need for revenge his school years aroused in the poet. The classroom is hell, and hell is a classroom, p. 101. The third aspect that Bachelard's book offers is far and away the most interesting, it is also one that has completely escaped the author himself. To stay within the circle of psychoanalytic experience, his book might be compared with drawings that certain analysants provide to help explain their dreams. Psychoanalysts treat the drawings as puzzles, vexillere builder, and manage to end in them images that correspond to the subject's latent preoccupations. Bachelard's book likewise has a latent content, of which he allows himself to be the dreamer, I would say. Lautrémont's fundamental impulse, as Bachelard describes it, his Platonic violence, p. 168, suggests all too familiar features to the contemporary reader. But Bachelard is so unaware of the image these features compose that he is quite prepared to salute this new Platonism as a philosophy of the future. His description of Maldoror's aggression can be summarized in 4 tropes. It is in the dream of action that the truly human joys of action reside. To act without acting, to leave the heavy continuous time of practice for the shimmering momentary time of projects, p. 197, here is the RST distinctive feature of his conception. From this it follows that violence demands a suspended time, to which Lautrémont knew how to give the temporal essence of menace. 38 NLR 51. Of deferred aggression. Whilst animal aggression is expressed without delay, and is candid in its crime, Lautrémont integrates the lie into his violence. The lie is the human sign par excellence, p. 90. Here we encounter the third element of this unprecedented Platonism. At the level of this violence, we always discover a gratuitous beginning, a pure beginning, an instant of aggression, a ducastion instant. Aggression is unforeseeable, for the attacker as well as the attacked. This is one of the clearest lessons to be drawn from the study of Lautrémont, p. 184. Finally, in the same order of ideas, this violence is essentially vindictive. What is striking in Lautrémont's revenges is that these are almost never struggles against an equal. They attack the weakest or the strongest. They smother or they scratch. They smother the weak. They scratch the strong, p. 80. Bringing together these indications scattered throughout Bachelard's analysis, the physiognomy of Hitlerite domination emerges with all the sharpness one could wish, like the gur hidden in the puzzle. Thus it should not be too much of an effort for Bachelard to grasp the insanity of his assertion that it is necessary to graft intellectual values onto Lautrémontism, p. 199. Reading these reactions, you will surely not accuse me of forcing the interpretation or seeing problems where there are none. And yet, to better explain the course that my thoughts have followed in such readings, I would like to interject a few words on a subject that has nothing directly to do with the present survey. I refer to Spengler's Decline of the West. Without dwelling on the circumstances that led me to consult this book, I simply want to let you know the devastating impression it makes on anyone who opens it for the first time in these months. I have had the opportunity to do so, as well as that of ending not the German text but only the French translation, which, by sacrificing its nuances, shows all the more sharply the book's key ideas. You are familiar with the work, I shall not repeat them here. The most I will say is that I found in Spengler a development of the idea of peace that is a perfect complement to Bachelard's analysis of violence. Universal peace is always a unilateral decision. The Pax Romana had one and only one meaning for the later military emperors and the German kings, to make a formless population of hundreds of millions into the object of the will to power of a few small bands of warriors. p. 266. I do not utter myself with making any new discovery when I say that a number of elements of the Hitlerite doctrine are ready to hand in this book. For example, it is from an entirely metaphysical disharmony of feeling that a racial hatred is born which is no less strong between French and Germans than between Germans and Jews. p. 235. All this is too well known. The only thing that could perhaps detain us is that, when this second volume appeared in 1922, any decisive reaction on the part of the German left seems to have been absent. The intellectuals, as always, were the RST to acclaim the builder of their own scaffold. Apart from all this, there is one element of the book whose meaning seems only to have surfaced at the present time. This concerns the very procedure of Spengler's thought, which seems to prefigure that of Hitlerite strategy. Spengler, without any deep knowledge of the subjects on which he prognosticates, refers to the most distant epochs with the sole purpose of integrating them into a performance show which constitutes, quite precisely, a speculative model for the Reich. This show is, in fact, expressly deemed as a decree of blood. p. 69. Any historical epoch can form part of its metaphysical living space, just as any territory can form part of the Reich's Lebensraum. The démarche in the physical world was thus preceded by a similar metaphysical procedure. Few books give a better sense of what is hideous and hateful in the claim of German profundity. The poverty of the German intellectual milieu mentioned above is not without its counterpart in France. At the moment when the Hitler-Stalin Entente has knocked away the whole scaffolding of the Popular Front, a book has appeared that provides evidence of the latter's intrinsic weaknesses. To be sure, one does not approach Eugene Dabbitt's intimate diary in any spirit of severity. 7. The author tells his story without pretensions of any kind, neither literary, I speak here only of certain of my states of mind. And not always very clearly or deeply, p. 342, nor moral, no search for a position of advantage, or even an interesting attitude. There is, besides, the question of his fate. The author was cut down, not yet 40, by an illness contracted during his journey to Russia. All this makes for a rather favorable disposition towards the book he left behind, but this inevitably evaporates in the course of reading. It is oppressive, and for reasons that, for the most part, necessarily escaped its author. One cannot discount the fact that Dabbitt was a champion of the Popular Front, and one in whom the literary hopes of the movement were vested. Yet the RST striking fact is the lackluster coloring of his political memoirs. Interviews with men like Gide or Malraux, descriptions of meetings, such as the French writer's protest in support of those persecuted in Germany, allusions to the various cultural congresses all lack precision, and above all any vibrant communicative power. As for the European upheavals that took place during the 8 years that his diary covers, 1928 to 36, their repercussion here is almost non-existent. The advent of Hitler, the Abyssinian War, the beginnings of the Civil War in Spain, serve simply as backdrop to the stage occupied by the author's states of mind. There is something typical in all this. The latest book by Guijeno, Diary of a Revolution, is further proof, a commentary on the Popular Front government, and far more resolutely oriented to political actuality. It is no less vague and adopts no decisive stance. André Thève, the best informed of French critics, judiciously wrote, Le Temps, June 22, 1939. M. Guiheno sustains his cadence by his very defeats. In David's case, it is less a matter of cadence than of apprehension, derived from a tenacious fear of missing out on life. It is true that he confesses this fear without any affectation. But could a more sophisticated presentation lend worth to such reactions as these? It is life that I want to grasp, yet despite my attempts, all I retain is fragments. The fault is not entirely mine. Life erects too many barriers, in front of us and between us. Men and women are separated by them, by customs, conventions, etc. And then so many traps lie before us, a baby, diseases that are comically called venereal. Too many obstacles. And life slips between your angers, p. 296. Complaints of this kind set the tone. Obsession with women recurs repeatedly, plaintive for the most part. Yet this is a man of 37. Most disconcerting of all is the insistence on the agony of war, which crops up like an idée, no matter what the context. This obsession seems to have the function of draining any denied content from the political circumstances that fuel it. There is something sad in discovering that a man, whom one had imagined sturdy and determined to change the course of events, in reality latches onto the RST philanthropist to come along. Closing this long parenthesis, let us return to surrealism with the last but one book by Jules Romains, volume 17 of his Men of Goodwill, Voyage against Canet. Its subject is quite curious. In the second volume of his story, Romains had introduced Landru as one of his characters, under the name of Canet. In volume 17, he brings Canet to the fore, while dissociating him quite unexpectedly from his original model. Canet, in fact, is supposed to follow the Landru trial in the papers, and to ND one of his own victims in the list of crimes imputed to Landru. It is around this time that a young surrealist, Vorge, comes across Canet, whom he alone sees in his true light, i.e. as the author of a series of murders, through a series of links that Romains cleverly constructs. It is only a short step from this to promote Canet as the grand master of surrealism, which Vorge cheerfully does. The novel is a pleasant read. If I mention it here in particular, it is because it provides grounds for thinking more about its author. Another reason, of which I assume you are aware, is that Romains has been very active in support of the intellectuals in the detention camps. He was intervening on my behalf when I was released. Two questions may be asked about Romains: why does he have such a great influence on the public? And what is his political line of force? The two questions are connected. As for the second, I would refer to my letter of January 24 last year. Here it is appropriate to signal the broad political developments in the volume under discussion, which appeared towards the end of last year, in other words just after the declaration of war. This confers a very particular interest on its null chapter, the Festival of Victory. It makes a gripping read. One of the principal passages loses scarcely anything in being taken out of context. There has been a great change. Men have waged many wars, have often known victory, often defeat. But never, before celebrating victory, have they been so harassed by the thought of the dead. Yet this time it is a very great victory, the greatest, in one sense, that there ever has been. Yes, but perhaps this is because there have never been so many deaths. In this mathematics of human madness, there must be limits that it is unwise to cross. The proportions are out of joint. The weight of the dead grows faster than the pride of the victors. The pile of corpses rises quicker than the trophies. However great the victory, it will not succeed in catching up with the dead. One might say this is simply reportage. But it is reportage impregnated not just with the atmosphere of past events, but also with the actual situations of the many readers of this account. This leads me to the RST of the two questions. One of Romains's achievements lies in the fact that his work, starting from the post-war era, is entirely devoted to a recent past, yet combines this portrayal of the past with a constant concern for actuality. This makes his work full of passages that, like double exposures, project information of immediate interest onto a background of the recent past. Romanes's speciality within contemporary French literature is the richness of information on the play of the social machine, the routines of government, church, parliamentary, commercial and military action. On this point his books are comparable to the novels of Dumas père, with their inexhaustible detailing of Parisian life. At all events, Romanes possesses an extraordinary faculty for putting a range of psychological and social experiences within public reach that it would be hard to access through reasoning or moral feeling. The way in which surrealism is presented in Voyage against Quinet is further proof of this. I have waited until the end of this survey to discuss a rather slim volume presented as a series of essays Georges Sales, Le Regard. This is an enchanting work. I bring it to your attention not so much for some of the theoretical passages, which I shall note, but rather for its beauty, which strike the reader more or less throughout in its happy formulations. Sales is curator of Oriental antiquities at the Louvre, and writes only incidentally. His book is all the richer from the experiences accumulated in the course of his work. Nothing reveals this better than when the author laments the unique prestige that the darkened canvases of the old masters exert on the general public. The favor bestowed on them is a curious index of the disdain in which most people hold their sensory impressions. The somber veil covering the famous image reassures them, since what they seek is not a happy vision, but an embalmed glory, p. 23. In denning such a vision, the author uses terms close to Proust's. I was particularly struck to end a description of the aura similar to the one I used in my Baudelaire. Sales sees art objects as witnesses of the age that rediscovered them, of the scholar that studied them, of the prince that acquired them and of the connoisseurs that constantly reclassify them. On any one object, the rays of countless gazes, near or far, interconnect and lend it their life, pages 69 to 70. Sales considers the connoisseur's contribution as essential to the life of museums. He fears the day when the state becomes the sole collector. In the meantime, he ascribes to the museum the task of educating the public's sensibility, over and above that of instruction. The author rails against a misplaced modernization, and expresses reservations about some of the initiatives at the Exposition Universelle in Paris, with particular allusion to the Van Gogh exhibition where the canvases were surrounded with documentation, as much photographic as written. The public was overwhelmed with far more material than it could take in. One of the principal contributors to this exhibition was John Rewald. Along with the novelist Noth, he is almost the only German émigré to have made a name for himself in France. He is a hard worker, very well informed on certain subjects, a young man in command of his world yet a mind without real scope. Sales's critique of this false scientific complacency is also an attack on excessive material comfort. He denounces the danger of pandering too much to the ease of the visitor or the comfort of the art object, and thus neglecting the timely inconvenience that provokes their encounter and initiates debate, pages 90 to 1. Sales's concern for clarity, and for the riches of sensuous reception, are combined with a perfect understanding of the workings of theory. He understands its necessarily indirect and roundabout character, and grasps its aim. An art, in effect, differs from what has gone before, and comes into being precisely because it expresses a completely different reality, not merely a material modification, it wreaks a different man. The moment to grasp is that at which an expressive fullness responds to the birth of a social character, pages 118 to 20. Sales seems to understand very clearly what the theoretical penetration of the art object, provided this is sufficiently far-reaching, can teach us about the birth of a social character. To study the fundamentals of an art, we must, in the end, shatter our frameworks and steep ourselves in those hallucinations of which this art yields us only a clotted sediment. We must journey through the depths of social species now extinct. A hazardous task, with much to tempt a sociologist aware of his mission, pages 123 to 4. 44 NLR 51. There is no need to force the text to see that in these lines the author pursues an identical goal to that envisaged in the third part of my essay on the work of art in the age of its technological reproducibility. I hope these few notes will suffice to persuade you to read this book, which has such an essentially Parisian atmosphere, the gentle and powerful light of knowledge, dared through the unstable, cloudy layer of the passions. In my letter of November 3, 1937, I informed you about Merinos by Henry Callot. I can now recommend Fever of the Polders, by the same author, published after an interval of 3 years. The quite remarkable quality of this novel explains why Callot cannot conform to the normal rhythm of production for novelists, of 1 or 2 books per year. As a matter of conscience I will note a novel by Victor Serge, Midnight in the Century. The author is of the same party as Severin, as you no doubt know. His book has no literary value, and holds the attention only for its picturesque descriptions of Stalinist terror. It is far below the triptych of the Soviet regime that Pena it Istrati painted 10 years ago. 9. Kale Lois has published a theory of the festival in the NRF, rather pretentious reactions that contain nothing really new. The same author, he is now in Argentina, where he has just got married, has launched a manifesto there against Hitlerism. It is a series of points that simply repeats what honest people have been saying unceasingly for 7 years. By way of information, A History of Art Criticism by Lionello Venturi. The author, son of the famous historian of Italian Renaissance painting, left for America at the start of the war. His book is only a compilation, complete but hurried. A young Normalian, George Isblin, has just published a book on Baudelaire, with NRF. I shall tell you about it next time. A few days ago, I heard from Madame Adorno that M. Kraft wrote to you from Jerusalem to claim priority for Jockman. She said that you would be forwarding me his letter. This has still not reached me. But in any case I want to tell you right away that M. Kraft's letter relates to a conic following which I broke off relations with him. This was early in 1937. 45. And my Jockman text was at the root of it. M. Kraft was familiar with Jockman before I was, but I came across him independently from Kraft, in the course of my studies at the Bibliothèque Nationale. Seeing M. Kraft issue the claim to reserve this author for himself, I did not hide the fact that I deemed this inadmissible, and will consider it totally unacceptable. I await his letter to send you a detailed exposé of the facts. Death has reaped an ample harvest in recent times, even in peaceful quarters. You will naturally have been informed of the deaths of Fuchs and Bugle. The great critic Charles Dubas shortly preceded them. A few days ago, Paul Desjardins died. I described him to you last year during my visit to Pontigny. And personally, I have just lost a very young friend, a graphic artist of exquisite talent, who took his own life together with his wife. 10. One of these days I shall tackle the rest of Baudelaire. Since neither my health nor the blackout makes me want to go out, I live a very reclusive existence. Perhaps that can excuse the unwarranted length of this letter. I end with my most cordial greetings to you and your friends. Walter Benjamin. Translated by David Fernbach. Reprinted from Walter Benjamin, Gesammeltbrief, 6, pages 403 to 21, with permission of Suhrkamp Verlag, Frankfurt am Main. Lucio Magri. The Tailor of Ulm. One of the crowded meetings held in 1991 to decide whether or not to change the name of the Italian Communist Party, a comrade posed this question to Pietro Ingrao: after everything that has happened and all that is now taking place, do you still believe the word communist can be used to describe the kind of large, democratic mass party that ours has been and is, and which we want to renew so as to take it into government? Ingrao, who had already laid out in full the reasons for his dissent and proposed that an alternative course be taken, replied not altogether in jest with Brecht's famous parable of the Tailor of Ulm. This 16th-century German artisan had been obsessed by the idea of building a device that would allow men to Y. One day, convinced he had succeeded, he took his contraption to the bishop and said, "Look, I can Y." Challenged to prove it, the tailor launched himself into the air from the top of the church roof, and, naturally, ended up in smithereens on the paving stones below. And yet, Brecht's poem suggests, a few centuries later men did indeed learn to why. Ingrau's reply was not just witty but well-founded. How many centuries, how many bloody struggles, advances and defeats did it take for the capitalist system to reach in a Western Europe that had initially been more backward and barbaric than other parts of the world an unprecedented degree of economic efficiency, and for it to acquire new, more open political institutions, a more rational culture? What irreducible contradictions were to mark liberalism over those years, between the solemn ideals common human nature, freedom of speech and thought, popular sovereignty and the practices that constantly belied them, slavery, colonial domination, expulsion of peasants from common land, wars of religion. Contradictions whose social reality was legitimate in thought, the idea that freedom could and should only be granted to those who, by virtue of property and culture even race and 48 NLR 51 color were capable of exercising it wisely, and the correlative notion that ownership of goods was an absolute, inviolable right which therefore precluded universal suffrage. Nor was it just the onset of this historical cycle that was beset by such contradictions, they were reproduced under various forms in its subsequent development, and gradually diminished only by the action of new social subjects, and of forces contesting the reigning system and its ideas. If, then, the real history of capitalist modernity was not one of unambiguous linear progress, but was rather dramatic and costly, why should the process of its supersession be otherwise? This is the lesson that the tailor's story was meant to convey. Yet the parable also poses further questions. Can we be sure that if the tailor of Ulm had been crippled rather than killed by his disastrous fall, he would immediately have got to his feet to try again, or that his friends would not have tried to prevent him doing so? And secondly, what actual contribution did he make to the subsequent history of aeronautics? In relation to communism, such questions are especially pointed and difficult above all because, at its theoretical formation, it had claimed to be not an inspiring ideal, but part of a historical process already underway, and of a real movement that was changing the existing state of things. Communism therefore always entailed a factual test, a scientific analysis of the present and a realistic prognosis of the future, to prevent it dissolving into myth. But we also need to register a significant difference between the defeats suffered by the bourgeois revolutions in France and England, and the recent collapse suffered by actually existing socialism measured not by the number of deaths or recourse to despotism, but by their respective outcomes. The former left an inheritance that, though much more modest than the initial hopes they aroused, is nonetheless immediately apparent. It is difficult, by contrast, to discern the legacy of the latter, and to identify legitimate heirs. A premature burial? In the years that have passed since the end of the Cold War, these questions have not only remained unanswered, they have barely been seriously discussed. Answers have come in a highly superficial, self-interested form, denial or amnesia. A historical experience and theoretical heritage that marked an entire century have thus been consigned, in Marx's 49 expression, to the gnawing criticism of the mice who are, as we know, voracious, and multiply rapidly in the right conditions. The word communist still occurs, of course, in the propaganda of the crudest right. It survives in the electoral symbols of small European parties, to retain the loyalty of the minority devoted to its memory, or to indicate a generic opposition to capitalism. In other parts of the world, communist parties continue to rule small countries, aiming mainly to defend their own independence from imperialism, and govern one very large one, where the party is sustaining an extraordinary economic development that is moving in an entirely different direction. The October Revolution is generally considered a grand illusion, useful, at certain moments and in the eyes of a few, but a disaster when taken as a whole, identified with Stalinism in its most grotesque version, and condemned in any event by its null outcome. Marx has regained a degree of credit as a thinker, for his far-sighted predictions regarding the capitalism of the future, but these have been entirely severed from any ambition to put an end to it. The condemnation of memory is now extending even further, to cover the whole experience of socialism, and from there branching out to the radical components of the bourgeois revolutions and liberation struggles of colonized peoples, which, as we know, could not always be peaceful, even in the land of Gandhi. In sum, the haunting spectre seems nally to have been buried, with honors by some, with undying hatred by others, with indifference by most, because it has nothing more to say to them. Perhaps the most scathing but, in its way, most respectful oration at this null burial was pronounced by Augusto Del Nos, one of the nest minds among the left's adversaries, when he said that the communists have both lost and won. They have lost disastrously in their Promethean quest to reverse the course of history, promising men freedom and fraternity even in the absence of God, and in the knowledge that they are mortal. But they have won as a necessary factor in accelerating the globalization of capitalist modernity and its values, materialism, hedonism, individualism, ethical relativism. An intransigent Catholic conservative, Del Nos believed he had foreseen this extraordinary heterogenesis of ends, though he would have had little reason to be pleased by it. Anyone who did believe in what communism was attempting, and took part in it, has a duty to account for it if only to ask whether this burial 50 NLR 51 was not too hasty, and whether a different death certificate might be required. In Italy there have been many ways of getting around this central question. Such as, I became an Italian communist because it was the RST priority if one wanted to GHT fascism, defend republican democracy and support the sacrosanct demands of the workers. Or, I became a communist at a time when links with the Soviet Union or Marxist orthodoxy were already being questioned. Today, I can make a limited self-criticism of the past and assert my genuine openness to the new. Is that not enough? In my view, it is not enough. It fails to account for a collective undertaking which took place across many decades and which must be considered, for better or worse, as a whole. Above all, it is insufficient in helping us draw useful lessons for today and tomorrow. Too many people now say, it was a mistake, but they were the best years of my life. For a while, this mixture of self-criticism and nostalgia, of doubt and pride especially among ordinary people seemed just a resource, in fact. But with the passage of time, and among intellectuals and leaders in particular, it now seems an easy compromise with oneself and the world. I ask myself once again, are there rational, compelling reasons for taking a stance against denial and amnesia? Are there good grounds and suitable conditions for reopening a critical discussion of communism today, rather than abandoning it? In my view, there are. Altered landscape. Since that fateful year of 1989, much turbulent water has owed under the bridge. The novelties which that historical caesura produced and radiated have taken on clearer and more definitive shape, while other developments have come thick and fast. A new configuration of the world order, of society and consciousness is emerging. A victorious capitalism was left holding the eld and its triumph allowed it to reassert its foundational values and mechanisms, now freed of all restraint. Technological revolution and globalization seem to offer the prospect of impetuous economic expansion and stable international relations, under the leadership shared or endured of a single overweening power. During the 1990s, the contributions to democracy and progress made by the competition between the two systems could still be discussed, as could the toll they took on individual lives. Correctives that might reduce the worst social consequences of the new dispensation. 51. Could be debated, either to improve transparency in the re-established market or to temper the unilateralism of the dominant power. But from now on, this was the system. It was not to be contested but supported, in good faith and in line with its own principles. If the distant day were to come when it too had outlived its usefulness and must be superseded, this would have nothing to do with anything the left had done or thought. Such was the reality that any sensible politician had to recognize or howl at the moon. In the space of a few years, the scene has changed profoundly. Inequalities in income, power, quality of life, both among and within the various regions of the world, are re-emerging and continue to deepen. The new functioning of the economic system is demonstrably incompatible with the preservation of long-standing social gains, universal welfare, full and stable employment, participatory democracy in the most advanced societies, the right to national independence and some protection from armed intervention, in the case of underdeveloped regions and smaller nations. New problems are looming: the accelerating degradation of the natural environment, a moral decay in which individualism and consumerism, rather than filling the vacuum of values created by the crisis of millennial institutions, instead deepen it into a dichotomy between dissipation and neoclericalism, an advancing crisis of the political system, rendered powerless by the decline of nation-states, and replaced by institutions insulated from popular suffrage itself, hollowed out by mediatic manipulations of consensus and the transformation of parties into electoral machines geared to reproducing a governing caste. Even in the realm of production, growth rates are currently declining and economic equilibria appear unstable, a set of conditions that seem to be more than conjunctural. Financialization generates unearned income, with the frantic pursuit of immediate profits as its twin. It therefore deprives the market itself of criteria by which to gauge its own efficiency, or to judge what it should produce. Finally, and as a consequence of all this, we are witnessing a decline of hegemony, ever-multiplying conics, and a crisis of the world order. The natural response has been the deployment of force, even the resort to war, which has in turn exacerbated rather than resolved the existing problems. We might concede that this framework is overly gloomy and one-sided, that such worrying trends are as yet in their early stages. We might also admit that other factors, technological innovation, for example, or the 52 NLR 51, even more surprising surge to prominence of vast, once third world countries, can compensate for such tendencies or check them. Lastly, we might concede the novel breadth of the social base that has benefited from an earlier, widely diffused round of accumulation, or that elsewhere hopes to attain a prosperity it has previously been denied, forces that would shore up a consensus, or reject a radical change whose outcome is uncertain. Communists have often made the mistake of advancing catastrophist analyses, for which they have paid the price. Yet none of this alters the fact that a turn has taken place, earlier than anyone had feared or hoped. The future of the world seems to offer little reassurance not only to suffering or rebellious minorities, but in mass common sense, to broad layers of the intelligentsia, even in some sectors of the dominant class. We are not in the turbulent climes of the 20th century, but nor are we breathing the serene air of the Belle Époque, which, as we know, did not end well. In the space of a few years, movements of social struggle and contestation in the realm of ideas have appeared on the scene, surprising in their breadth, durability, plurality of subject positions and novelty of themes. Dispersed, intermittent movements, lacking a unitary project and organizational structure, for the most part these are more social and cultural than political. They have arisen out of the most diverse situations and subjectivities, and they reject organization, ideology, and politics as they have known them, above all in the forms in which these appear today. Nevertheless, these movements are in constant communication with each other. They identify common enemies whom they name in full. They cultivate ideals and experiment with practices radically opposed to the current order of things and to the values, institutions, and powers that embody that order, modes of production, consumption, and thought, relations between classes, sexes, countries, and religions. At certain moments and on particular issues such as the preventive war against Iraq, they have been able to mobilize a large section of public opinion. In that sense, they are fully political, and carry weight. Should we, then, feel reassured that the old mole, nally freed from the weight of doctrines and disciplines that held him back, has begun to tunnel once more towards a new world? I would like to think so, but I doubt it. Here too we must confront the facts without despondency, but without pretense. It cannot be said that things are gradually taking a turn for the better, or that the lessons of reality will soon produce a general shift in the balance of forces in favor of the left. World dynamics. The marriage of convenience between the Asian and American economies has facilitated an astonishing take-off by the former, while guaranteeing the latter imperial prots and allowing it to consume beyond its means. At the same time, the current arrangement has contributed to European stagnation, and its longer-term dynamics, costs, and outcomes are difficult to grasp. The Iraq War, rather than stabilizing the Middle East, has lit a prairie. The European Union, for its part, has not developed into an autonomous force, but has instead resumed its subordination to the Anglo-American model and its foreign policy in still more accentuated form. In the United States, one can foresee a return from the bruising politics of the Bush variety to a more prudent Clintonite type, a shift which has little to do with a genuine turn that would be adequate to the world's new and pressing problems. In economics as in politics, no New Deal is in the offing. In Latin America, after many years, popular, anti-imperialist forces are in power in several countries, but it is Lula who seems to have the wind in his sails. In Central Asia, as in Eastern Europe, clients of the US are multiplying. In France and Italy, the left has never been in such disarray. Though Zapatero was re-elected in Spain, in Germany the Christian Democrats have been restored to government, in Britain Brown sticks to Blair's line and, if he loses, it will be the Conservatives who win it. Trade unions, after a few signs of recovery, are on the defensive nearly everywhere. Workers' real conditions are under pressure not just from the political context but from the blackmail of economic crisis and budget deficits. How should we assess the forces ranged against the system? The outlook is not a comforting one. It is certainly important that the new social movements remain on the scene, and that in some cases they have expanded to new regions or contributed to a replenishment of political energies. They have, at any rate, drawn attention to critical problems that had previously been dismissed: water, climate, defense of cultural identities, civil liberties for minorities such as immigrants or gays. It would be wrong to speak of a regression or crisis, but equally so to 54 NLR 51. Point towards a second world power, either existing or in gestation. For in the major battles in which these movements were involved as a unit, peace and disarmament, abolition of the WTO and IMF, the Tobin tax, alternative energy sources, the results have been trying, and initiative has declined. Pluralism has proved to be a limitation as well as a resource. Organization can be rethought as much as one likes, but it cannot forever be reduced to the internet or reruns of world forums. Refusal of politics, power from below, making revolution without taking power rather than being stages of a journey, partial truths which should not be renounced, these risk becoming elements of a fossilized subculture, a repetitive rhetoric that prevents self-reaction or an exacting definition of priorities. Finally, alongside the new movements, although through no fault of theirs, a different type of radical opposition has emerged, inspired by religious or ethnic fundamentalism, whose most extreme form is terrorism, but which influences and involves significant numbers of people. Turning to the still organized forces of the left that have courageously resisted the collapse of the post-89 era, have taken part in attempts at renewal and worked alongside the new movements and union struggles, the balance sheet appears still leaner. After years of work in a society in turmoil, these forces remain marginal, divided among and within themselves. In electoral terms they score between 5 and 10% in Europe, and are therefore caught in a dilemma between minoritarian radicalism and electoral pacts, whose onerous constraints weaken them further. In sum, to paraphrase some Marxist classics, we are once more in a phase in which the old world can generate barbarity, but a new world capable of replacing it has not emerged. Capital's ascendancy. In drastic summary, the reasons for this impasse might be deemed as follows. Neoliberalism and unilateralism are an expression of a more profound and permanent alteration to the world capitalist system, which has taken its original vocation to the extreme. Its features include dominance of the economy over every other aspect of individual and collective life, dominance within the economy of the globalized market, and within the market of great concentrations of NANS overproduction, within production, dominance of services over industry, and of immaterial goods for a consumption that has been induced, as against real needs. 55. We are also witnessing a decline of politics, as nation-states are overshadowed by agreements made above their heads, and political systems are hollowed out by a fragmentation and manipulation of the popular will that should guide and sustain them. Finally, there is the unification of the world under the sign of a specific hierarchy, with a single preponderant power at its apex. A system, then, which is seemingly decentered, but in which the critical decisions remain concentrated, in the null analysis, in the hands of the few who possess decisive monopolies, in ascending order of importance, over technology, over communications, over financial and over military power. Underpinning the whole is property, in the shape of capital in constant, unending pursuit of its own valorization, a process that has become entirely autonomous with regard to territorial location and any alternative goals that might otherwise have constrained it. With the vast mediatic means at its disposal, capital can directly shape needs, consciousnesses, lifestyles, it can select the political and intellectual caste, it can influence foreign policy, military spending, lines of research, last but not least, it can reconfigure labor relations, choosing where and how workers should be recruited, and ending the best means for undermining their bargaining power. In comparison to earlier phases, the most significant novelty lies in the fact that, even where it enters into crisis or records of failure, the system nevertheless manages to reproduce its own bases of strength and interdependence, and to destroy or blackmail its antagonists. It summons, and at the same time buries, its own gravedigger. To challenge and overcome such a system, what is required is a coherent systemic alternative, the power to impose it and the capacity to run it, a social bloc that can sustain it and steps and alliances commensurate with that goal. Freed from the myth of chiliastic conquest of state power by an opportunist Jacobin minority, there is still less reason to subscribe to the hope that a succession of scattered revolts or small-scale reforms might spontaneously coalesce into a great transformation. The current situation in itself thus demands that a left at present drifting in confusion should react on the communist question. I do not use these terms by chance. Reaction, not rehabilitation or restoration, indicates that a historical phase has ended, and that the new era requires radical innovation in these theoretical and practical traditions, which 56 NLR 51 must be grounded in reactions on its origins, development, outcomes. I say communist because I am not referring only to texts, in which lasting truths might be rediscovered, or noble intentions from which there has been a pronounced decline. Rather, I refer to a whole historical experience that explicitly posited the theme of anti-capitalist revolution led by a working class, in turn organized in parties which, in Italy as elsewhere, for decades brought millions of people into this undertaking, which fought and won a world war, ruled major states, shaped societies, and influenced the fate of the world, and which in the end and certainly not by chance degenerated and was heavily defeated. For better or worse, it left its mark on almost an entire century. Arst task for the new era, then, is to draw up a balance sheet in a spirit of truth, whatever the convictions with which one begins and the conclusions at which one arrives, without fabricating facts, without offering excuses or separating lived experience from its context. The aim must be to distinguish the contributions made to decisive and permanent historical advances, to reckon the tremendous costs they entailed, the theoretical truths attained and the intellectual blunders committed. We need to clarify the various phases in communism's evolution, and within each, to examine not only the degenerative errors but their subjective and objective causes, and what opportunities there were for adopting a different course towards the desired end. In sum, to recompose the thread of a titanic undertaking and dramatic decline, not seeking to make allowances or to pursue an impossible neutrality, but aiming at an approximation to the truth. In tackling this agenda, we possess the extraordinary privilege of knowing what course events Nally took, as well as the stimulus of ending ourselves once again in a crisis of civilization. We must make use of the present to better understand the past, and understand the past so as better to orientate ourselves in the present and future. If we avoid reactions of this kind, and regard the 20th century as a pile of ashes, if we delete from the record the great revolutions, the bitter class struggles, the major cultural conics that traversed it, and the socialism and communism that animated these, or if we simply reduce everything to a clash between totalitarianisms and democracy without distinguishing the disparate origins and goals of the totalitarianisms, or the concrete politics of democracy, we not only tamper with history, but deprive politics of the passions and arguments needed to confront. 57. Both dramatic old problems that have resurfaced and new ones that are emerging, and which demand profound changes and a rational debate. Rereadings. The type of investigation I am proposing here is tremendously difficult, and the motivations that should guide it no less so. Firstly, because the short 20th century is a large and complicated period, shot through with dramatic and closely interlinked contradictions, demanding an overview of the context. Second, because it is still so fresh in the collective memory that it is hard to attain the requisite critical distance. Further, such an investigation runs counter to the prevalent consensus of today, which not only considers this chapter closed, but in general denies that history can be deciphered, as a whole and in the long term, and therefore sees no value in situating the present within that history, or in developing the appropriate interpretative categories. Finally, at the outset of a critical reading of the past, any challenge to the consensus would require, more than ever before, the ability to provide a thing analysis of the present and a project for future action. This was the strong point of Marxism, even in those aspects which proved transient. For my own part, I feel a certain generational as well as individual responsibility to contribute to such an undertaking by reconstructing and investigating some crucial points in the history of Italian communism. The motivation for this is not autobiographical, nor is it provincially restrictive. On the contrary, the choice circumscribed, so as to be able to speak of a concrete object, implies a working hypothesis, going against the grain, one that imposes, and perhaps ultimately permits, some general conclusions. Today there are two prevalent readings of Italian communism, mutually opposed for a variety of reasons. The RST argues, in more or less crude form, that from the end of the Second World War at least, the PCI was always in substance a social democratic party, albeit without wanting to admit as much, and perhaps without realizing it. Its history was one of a long, excessively slow but steady march to self-recognition. The delay cost it a prolonged exclusion from government, but the party's substantive identity gave it strength and ensured its survival. The second reading holds that, on the contrary, despite the resistance, the Republican Constitution, the party's role in extending democracy, despite some evidence of autonomy, and its hostility to the idea of insurrection, the PCI was ultimately an 58 NLR 51 articulation of Soviet policy, and its aim was always the imposition of the Soviet model. Only towards the end was it forced to surrender and change its identity. Yet both readings are contradicted by innumerable historical facts, and they also erase what was most original and interesting about the communist experience. The thesis I would like to put to the test is that the PCI represented, intermittently and without ever fully developing it, one of the most serious attempts to open up a socialist third way, that is, to combine on the one hand partial reforms, pursuit of broad social and political alliances, commitment to parliamentary democratic means, and, on the other, bitter social struggles and an explicit, shared critique of capitalist society, to construct a highly cohesive, militant party, with ideologically trained cadres, but a mass party nonetheless, to reaffirm its affiliation to a world revolutionary camp, enduring the constraints of the latter but still winning a relative autonomy. This was not a matter of mere duplicity. The unifying strategic idea was that the consolidation and further evolution of actually existing socialism did not constitute a model that could one day be implemented in the West, but rather the necessary background for realizing a different type of socialism in the West, that respected liberties. It is this that explains the growth of the PCI's power in Italy continuing even after capitalist modernization and the extent of its international influence even after the RST glaring signs of a crisis of actually existing socialism. But by the same token, its subsequent decline and eventual dissolution into a force more liberal democratic than social democratic compel us to explain how and when the attempt failed. They make it possible, that is, to identify the objective and subjective reasons behind a particular trajectory, and to ask whether better paths were available that might have served to correct that course. If this hypothesis is correct, then the history of Italian communism might have something important to say about the overall experience of Republican Italy and of the communist movement in general, helping to gauge the latter in its best version, and to grasp its limits. In an entirely different context, perhaps the equally singular Chinese experience would be a comparable field for investigation, with its entirely unexplained past and indecipherable future. 59. Many historians have written on the history of communism, providing a wealth of information and scholarship on the period between the Russian Revolution and the years after World War II, in more episodic form, full of lacunae and prejudices, with regard to the subsequent decades, running up to the present. Yet we still lack a comprehensive assessment and balanced judgment of either period. At fault for this are not so much the controversies that have arisen more than just as a discrepancy between accurate examination of the available sources and partisan pamphleteering. This is, of course, unsurprising, since both in the past and more recently, historians' work was influenced by a climate of bitter political conflict and then by the sudden, unexpected collapse. The effects of these were to inspire some with the sobriety of the specialist while leaving others to produce convenient simplifications. Internal culture. Yet beyond such considerations, there is a further obstacle to the research of even the most scrupulous historians, the limited nature of the sources, and the difficulties of their interpretation. Communist parties, by virtue of their ideology, organizational form, and the conditions in which they had to operate, were far from transparent. Debates on fundamental questions were concentrated within highly restricted and often informal party gatherings. Participants were bound to confidentiality and even amongst themselves spoke cautiously, out of concern for unity. Political resolutions took genuine account of the positions of party activists, and lower-level debates were often lively and well attended, but the decisions were ultimately accepted and defended by everyone, albeit with shades of nuance. Proven ability was valued in promoting party leaders, but the process took place through co-optation from above, and measures of loyalty also carried weight. In some countries and at certain moments, there was no hesitation in censoring the facts or providing only cursory explanations of policies to the outside world or even to the party's own base. The goal of consolidation and mobilization took precedence if need be at the expense of truth. But even when and where spaces developed in which a degree of dissent would be tolerated, for example in the central committees as in Italy from the start of the 60s, it was expressed in prudent, partially coded language. Record-keeping was meticulous at all levels, but also very sober and often, whether willingly or out of official duty, self-censored. 60 NLR 51. At the moment of the turn, the governing principle became that of renewal in continuity. Since the party was a living community, those who distanced themselves or were distanced from it suffered a deep human isolation which, in the long term, served to fuel mutual partisanship. Serious reading of the journals and documents of the period, of a few posthumous interviews, and access to archives that have now been opened, still do not provide enough of a basis for reconstructing the real history, without ambiguities or censorship. We also need the mediatory memory of those who took part as protagonists or direct, informed observers, and who can add something regarding those areas where the documents are silent, or read the meaning and importance of what lies beyond the words. But we all know how many snares the individual memory contains, not just the deteriorations of age, or the tendency to grow selective by dint of having shouldered serious responsibilities or suffered an undeserved wrong. It is easy to reread history through the lens of one's own experience. There is nothing wrong with this. Proust, Tolstoy, Mann, or Roth have contributed more perceptively to an understanding of their times than many of the historians who were their contemporaries. But the mediation of memory is suggested here in a different sense, the need for memory disciplined by the test of documented facts, by comparison with the memories of others, and rendered as objective as possible, so as to attempt to treat one's own experience as if one were dealing with someone else's life, and thus to move towards a plausible interpretation of what actually happened, or might have done. Formations. For my own part, I became a communist a decade after the turbulence of fascism and the resistance had ended, after the 20th Congress of the PSU and events in Hungary, and after reading not only Marx, Lenin, and Gramsci, but also Trotsky and heterodox Western Marxism. I therefore cannot say that I joined in order to further the GHT against fascism, or that I knew nothing about Stalinism and the purges. I joined because I believed, as I have continued to do, in a project of radical social change whose costs had to be borne. I was active in that party in modest roles but by chance, and perhaps some merit, in direct contact with the leadership group over the course of 15 years of lively debate and important experiences. I took part in these from minority positions, but with a degree of ignorance and with a full awareness of what was happening. These were decisive years, about which still too little is known. 61. Or too much repressed. I was expelled from the party in 1970, along with other comrades, because we had created a journal, Il Manifesto, which was seen as unacceptable, RST, because its very existence was a breach of democratic centralism, second, because it explicitly urged a sharper critique of the Soviet model and policies, and lastly because it called for the PCI's strategy to be rethought, accepting suggestions from the new workers and student movements. No one, I think, would accuse me of having stayed silent or parrot old orthodoxies, but I in turn am compelled to ask why, as a result of what errors or limitations, so many good arguments and often far-sighted analyses remained isolated, and failed to reach their goal. Together with a number of comrades, I returned to the PCI at the start of the 1980s, aware of the limits of an extremism about which we had deluded ourselves, but not penitent. Berlinguer's turn seemed to have settled many of the differences that had divided us. As part of the PCI's leadership this time, I had direct knowledge of the processes that RST constrained and then hollowed out this turn, demonstrating at the same time its belatedness and its limitations. It is a period about which there is still great reticence, and with regard to which the most rabid criticism goes unopposed. In the early 90s I took part, this time in the front line, in the battle against the decision to dissolve the PCI, not because this was too innovative, but because it innovated in the wrong manner and direction, senselessly liquidating a rich identity, and opening the path not just towards a social democratic model, itself already in crisis, but to a fully edged liberal democratic politics. The leadership disbanded an army that had not yet scattered, compensating for a conceptual vacuum with a fanciful newism. I remain one of the few to believe this operation to have been completely groundless, but am all the more compelled to ask myself why it carried the day. Finally, I participated in the foundation of Refondazione Comunista with some doubts, because I feared that it would lack the ideas, will and strength to take its name seriously, feared, in other words, a maximalist drift followed by opportunist accommodation. I distanced myself from it because, though I continue to believe in the project, I did not see sufficient determination or ability to carry it forward within that organization, or in the diaspora of the radical left. Hardly anyone knows or understands much of this more recent, tortuous experience, and it might prove useful. 62 NLR 51. Merely to speak honestly about it, if only to understand the processes that led to its electoral obliteration in April 2008. I am, then, a living private archive, in storage. For a communist, isolation is the gravest of sins, which must be accounted for to others and to oneself. But if sin forgive this ironic concession to the fashion and expediency that today moves so many to a sudden search for God opens the way of the Lord, isolation might help in approaching the tasks outlined here, by allowing for a certain useful detachment. I cannot claim I was not there, I did not know. In fact, I said one or two things when it was inconvenient, and so now have the freedom to defend what should not be disowned, and to ask myself what could have been done, or might yet be done, beyond the bric-a-brac of everyday politics. It is not true that the past of communists, or of anyone else, was entirely predetermined, just as it is not true that the future is wholly in the hands of the young who are yet to come. The old mole continues to dig, but he is blind and does not know where he is coming from or going to, he digs in circles. And those who cannot or will not trust to Providence must do their best to understand him, and by doing so help him on his way. Istanbul. With administrative divisions. New Left Review 51 May-June 2008 65. The Greening of Istanbul. Like its predecessors, Istanbul has always been positioned as a world city, as much by its geo-economic location at the crossroads between Europe and the Middle East, Russia and the Mediterranean as by its spectacular setting, straddling the wooded hillsides on both sides of the Bosphorus, with the perfect natural harbor of the Golden Horn slicing its western bank. Its social dynamics in the age of global capital have been scarcely less dramatic. In the last 20 years the city's population has doubled to over 10 million, reacting the massive upheavals of the Turkish countryside. Uprooted villagers have poured into the post-imperial city, throwing up whole neighborhoods of gasicantular self-built overnight dwellings. Istanbul's transformation in these decades has been aptly described by Kagler F. Keter and Ice Anku as the globalization of a third-world metropolis. 1. First and second generation squatters, who now make up well over half of Istanbul's population, have constituted a double problem for the world city image to which its rulers aspired in the neoliberal era. The newcomers have not only mounted militant campaigns against the highways and other infrastructural improvements scheduled to be driven through their neighborhoods. They have also provided a vast vote bank for an Islamism that proclaimed itself totally opposed to the architectural pretensions of global capital high-rise buildings, ostentatious consumption, luxurious lifestyles, and demanded an environmentally sustainable form of urban development, in harmony with nature. It is these contradictions, worked out against the background of broader Sahintigal F. Metropolitan Disorders 6. 66 NLR 51. Economic and ideological upheaval across the region as a whole, that have driven the remaking of the city in recent times. After the empire, Istanbul's modernizing rulers have long struggled to impose their visions of what a world city should be upon its complex urban realities. From 1839, the Ottoman reorganization of the Tanzimat era aimed to create a modern capital for the empire that could compete with Paris or London. At that stage, the main problem for planners was the irregular historical fabric of the city, mosques and palaces, cobbled alleyways, ancient bazaars. Development focused on broadening the streets, constructing transport networks, improving public hygiene and instituting a shift from timber to masonry as building material, in a city plagued by res. After the defeat and dismemberment of the empire, the founders of the Turkish Republic abandoned Istanbul, still occupied by the victors of World War I, to establish the new state's capital in Ankara. A small, insignificant town unlike other central Anatolian cities such as Konya, which had a rich Seljuk, Ottoman and Islamic history, Ankara was a blank slate upon which the Ataturk government could construct its own version of urban modernity. It also had an ethnic meaning for the new elite as the heartland of an allegedly pure Turkish people, the central ideological bulwark of the republic, in contrast to the cosmopolitanism of Istanbul with its large Greek population. The development of Ankara absorbed virtually the entirety of infrastructural investment. Although Istanbul retained its role as the country's main trading center, its population halved from a pre-war 1.6 million to 806,000 in 1927, and would not regain its 1914 level until 1960, see Table 1. During its RST 2 decades the new state imposed draconian restrictions on population movement. Cities were for those who were already urban, in other words, secular and westernized. The small number of rural immigrants who did make their way to Istanbul in the 1920s and 30s generally rented cheap apartments, and had little effect on the makeup of the city. Residential controls were eased in the late 1940s after Turkey's shift to a parliamentary regime, considered more compatible with the country's membership of NATO than the previous one-party system. Incipient industrialization and the mechanization of agriculture brought a new generation of incomers from the countryside. Unable to afford the rents in the factory districts, they settled in low-control agricultural zones on the outskirts, north and west of the historic center on the European side of the city, and east and northeast of Kadıköy and Üsküdar on the Anatolian side. The authorities' RST reaction was to demolish these unofficial settlements, but the easily bought votes of the squatter population, their cheap labor and willingness to take on any kind of work, soon convinced policy-makers that the settlers should be incorporated, rather than combated, a strategy that was institutionalized under the center-right governments of the 1950s. By the 1960s, scattered settlements had grown into substantial squatter neighborhoods. State policies of import-substitute industrialization intensified the pull factor of Istanbul, which now. Table 1, Istanbul's population, 1900 to 2000. Sources, Istanbul. Büyükşehir Sayılarla Istanbul, Istanbul, 2001, Carpet, Ottoman year population 1901 1,159,000 1914 to 16 1,600,000 1927 806,863 1940 991,237 1950 1,166,477 1960 1,882,092 1973 1,019,032 1984 741,890 1985 5,842,985 1997 309,190 1997 9,198,809 2010 72,447. 68 NLR 51. Temporarily outweighed the push factor of rural unemployment, and drew in provincial town dwellers as well as the ex-peasants who had constituted the bulk of new arrivals. Squatters offered a growing market for the cheap goods produced by expanding domestic industries, as well as a source of labor. Land and rents in the new neighborhoods became increasingly commercialized. During the 1960s and 70s, sizable neighborhoods in Anatolian Kartal, Pendik, and Ümraniye, and European Gazios Manpaze, Sarıyer, and Kajetanef became left-wing strongholds, sometimes in coalition with the Kemalists. In the 70s, student militants worked to help poorer immigrants build houses, spreading revolutionary ideas and recruiting impressive numbers to their organizations. Liberated zones were proclaimed in the squatter districts, attracting armed attacks by the far-right Grey Wolves, allies of the nationalist MHP, which was also trying to create bases there. The Turkish left remained plagued by internal strife and sectarian recrimination, however. By the time of the military coup in 1980, a dozen different groups were competing for the squatters' allegiance. The dictatorship of 1980-83 crushed them with relative ease. Entrepreneurial makeover. Military rule decimated the militant trade unions and cleared the way for Turkey's shift in the 1980s from state-sponsored developmentalism to free market economy. Finance, construction, and the service industry became Istanbul's most dynamic sectors, accompanied by a huge expansion of the informal economy fueled by trade with ex-Soviet republics and a growing narcotics industry. Meanwhile, formal manufacturing employment declined. There was a sharp increase in social polarization, with the growth of an ostentatious new rich on the one hand, and burgeoning squatter settlements on the other, as the phasing out of agricultural subsidies accelerated the eye to the city. Emerging from martial law, Turgut Özal's ANAP government was complemented at city level by an ANAP mayor, Bedrettin Dalan, equipped with new executive authority. Dalan embarked on a pro-business makeover of Istanbul, bulldozing the old streets along the shores of the Golden Horn, concreting the Bosphorus and Marmara Corniches, throwing up new highways lined by monumental middle-class apartment blocks. This was a vision that showcased the ancient city for a new era of accumulation. The historical peninsula, cleansed of unsightly buildings and activities, was envisaged as an open-air museum of historical monuments and picturesque old wooden houses. The internationalized business center to the north of the Golden Horn, with its deluxe hotels, modern offices and wide avenues, would host global functions concretized in conventions, businessmen, and tourists. Visitors could use the new highway network from the airport to bypass the congestion, noise, and traffic of the inner city to arrive at their hotels, and later tour the open-air museum or drive along the Bosphorus. 2. Dahlon's strategy for the city's outskirts was to legalize, and thus eventually nationalize, the squatter settlements. Falling real wages and the repression of trade union activity meant that other types of compromise had to be offered to the millions of working-class migrants. Laws enacted between 1983 and 1988 aimed to recognize and upgrade the unofficial districts in line with World Bank recommendations. 3 squatters were now legally permitted to build their plots up to 4 stories, makeshift houses could be expanded into apartments and let for rent. Such investment was usually beyond the means of ex-peasant immigrants, so it was contractors, Jaap Satzler, who collected most of the burgeoning rents, creating a multi-layered hierarchy among the squatters that was partially distinct from their position in the labor force. Shanties were upgraded into concrete-built apartment blocks, often using cheap and inadequate materials that left them highly vulnerable to earthquakes or flooding. The new lax zoning regulations imposed few limits. Most people aspired to add extra hours, sometimes as part of a deal with a contractor, in the hope of renting them out or leaving them to their children, a guarantee of some security in a precarious economy. Often families would go hungry so the construction could go ahead. But the building was frequently left incomplete, due to lack of funds or fluctuations in the zoning regulations. The result of this process has been to create an uncanny architectural cityscape, where poor and sometimes hungry people live in their own unished multi-story concrete buildings. This new type of dwelling is informally called an apart-condo, a hybrid of gesi-condo, squatter residence, and apartment, middle-class apartments. Apart-condos are socially distinct from apartments as well. The blocks are usually shared with close kin or other trusted dependents, whose behavior and lifestyles are closely scrutinized and monitored. Localisms. Since the crushing of the organized left in 1980, political authority in the squatter neighborhoods has largely been mediated through informal organizations based on kinship and place of origin, Hemzerilik, dominated by rural notables or local men with more education, political ties, income, and urban experience. Such networks sprang up with the onset of mass migration from the countryside in the 1950s, helping newcomers to end land, housing, and jobs. They became the national norm in the 1980s. In this sense, the outcome of neoliberal urbanization in Turkey has differed from the social vacuum that has been described in American or European cities, after the decline of unions, families, and welfare institutions for localistic associations, themselves intertwined with sectarian, ethnic, and sub-communities, have played a central role in organizing the cohesion of Istanbul's new districts. Within the rapidly transforming social geography of Turkey as a whole, they have also served to reproduce inter- and intra-regional inequalities. Migrants from the Black Sea region had predominated in the RST wave of arrivals in Istanbul in the 1950s, they eventually secured influential positions in the construction industry and other sectors, encouraging more to join them. By the 1980s, however, with the cuts in agricultural and industrial subsidies, growing numbers of villagers arrived from the inland regions central, eastern and southeastern Anatolia where traditional forms of non-specialized subsistence farming had become untenable, while consumerist appetites were whetted by advertising and TV. Migration also increased from the Black Sea, as living standards were hit by the collapse of state-backed industries in the west of the region and cuts in farming subsidies for the agricultural east. 5. Perhaps the biggest single influx in the 1990s was the arrival of an estimated 1.5 million Kurds, many of whose villages had been razed during the brutal military campaign against the PKK guerrilla movement. 6. The war also devastated the traditional husbandry that had been one of the chief means of livelihood and commerce in the mountainous east. The highest concentrations of Kurdish settlers are in the districts of Sultanbeyli, Eminonu, Bagslar, Büyükçekmece, Küçükçekmece, Gaziosmanpaşa, and Umraniye. In general, the earlier migrants with wider kinship networks, better political contacts, and majority, i.e., Turkish and Sunni, ethnic and sectarian status have retained the lion's share of rents in the squatter neighborhoods. Kurds and Alevis have got a piece of the pie, but they are more likely to end up on a lower rung of Istanbul's land and labor market hierarchies. In most of Anatolia, the Sunnis occupy town centers and better connected villages, while Alevis live in outlying villages and mountainous areas. This pattern is now reproduced in modern urban settings, with Alevis relegated to the peripheral neighborhoods of squatter districts. The arrival of perhaps 6 million newcomers over the last 3 decades has transformed the municipal politics of Istanbul. Para, the most cosmopolitan district in the 19th century, and other smaller neighborhoods on the European side and along the Bosphorus, were occupied by the Republican upper middle classes, who split their votes between center-right and Kemalist parties, as did Kadıköy. The historic center of Fatih, as well as Üsküdar on the Anatolian side, remained bastions of the right, providing a home for Suorders and Grey Wolf activists. But the rapidly expanding squatter districts were becoming a substantial electoral force. 7. By the late 1980s, Dalan's road-building projects were provoking furious resistance in some of the new municipalities. In 1989, these districts voted heavily for the left-tilted ex-Kemalist SHOP, which had recruited many former revolutionaries in the post-dictatorship era. The SHOP produced a powerful denunciation of Dalan's World City project and gestured towards a more popular democratic vision. But its administration of the city between 1989 and 1994 was a disaster. The corruption and favoritism of the municipal authority alienated the SHOP's popular base in the squatter neighborhoods. In 1994 they voted overwhelmingly for the Islamist Welfare Party, RP, electing Recep Tayyip Erdogan as mayor of Istanbul. Second conquest. The Islamists had built their RST municipal base in Istanbul in Sultanbeyli, a squatter district in the east of the city. In the early 1980s Sultanbeyli had been little more than a village on the edge of the forest, with a population of around 4,000 and no distinctive political or religious coloration. The people living there were mainly Black Sea migrants, SHOP supporters who coexisted peacefully enough with more religious residents. News of the current schools there drew a fresh influx from the mid-80s, including several prominent Nakşibendi and Kudri communities, the most widespread religious orders Tarikats in Turkey. By 1989 Sultanbeyli had a population of 80,000 and an RP mayor, Ali Nabi Kokuk. The squatters fought off an attempt by Dalan's metropolitan administration to demolish the whole area to make way for highways and luxury residential complexes. Kokuk, who came from the central Anatolian town of Yozgat, developed a reputation as an Islamist Robin Hood. The Sultanbeyli municipality offered new settlers easy access to land and help with construction materials, food, clothing, and coal. The RP's unions extended to resolving land and legal disputes, even arranging marriages and divorces. The district's emerging religious political character became another factor in attracting rural immigrants, including a large Kurdish influx in the 1990s which raised the district's population to over 200,000. 8. In the language of its activists, Sultanbeyli became the fortress from which Islamists would conquer the rest of Istanbul. In Turkey, as throughout the Middle East, Islamist intellectuals in the 80s were developing notions of the ideal Muslim city, centered around a mosque, further surrounded by markets, schools, and cultural centers. Architectural modesty and harmony with nature would be its defining features. Urban development would respect the historical texture of the city. Buildings should reek humility before God. High-rise developments, the very symbol of an aggressive, atheistic modernity, were to be banned. moral propriety and a rather underspeciate socio-political egalitarianism would nourish. 9. As Janet Abu Lughod has demonstrated, such an image, drawn uncritically from Orientalist texts, is a product of the contemporary imagination rather than a reaction of the historical realities of the Muslim world. 10. Nevertheless, for a short period this was the model that the Sultan Bilai administration attempted to follow. It became an alcohol-free, gender-segregated zone, where elected officials would pray and read the Quran in their offices. Residents took their shoes off at the door of public buildings and workplaces, to keep the air clean for daily prayers. The municipality was organized around a main mosque, surrounded by tea houses, Islamist cultural centers, gender-segregated restaurants and stores carrying Islamic paraphernalia, along with regular shops and schools. Many streets were given holy names. Initially, there were no buildings higher than a minaret, as a sign of Muslim humility, although, contradicting the Islamist respect for nature, forests were cut down to make way for many of the outer neighborhoods. In time, too, buildings started to be higher than minarets. It was rumored that the local officials had started taking bribes. The victory of Erdogan and the RP in the 1994 metropolitan municipal elections created both panic and euphoria in the city, at the prospect that this Islamist urban imaginaire would be applied wholesale. Passionate controversy raged around a second conquest of Istanbul, with the Ottoman seizure of the city in 1453 as the RST. Both Islamists and their opponents compared the secular inhabitants of the city center to the Christians of Byzantine times. Celebrations on the anniversaries of 1453, traditionally a focus for mobilizations of the political right, became a symbol of growing Islamist strength. 11. In fact, the Islamist intellectuals were divided over their plans for urban development, and not least in their attitudes towards the squatters. Some gloried the pious squatters as agents of retribution against the godless urban elite. 12. Others were more ambivalent, at times applauding their creative contribution to the cityscape, at others scolding them for pillaging history and nature. But an influential section of the RP leadership saw the conquest, and prospective sidelining of the secularist establishment, as a way to integrate Istanbul more successfully with the world economy and exploit its rich Ottoman history to attract more tourists. These strategists were also less forgiving towards the squatters, whom they perceived as nomads, at odds with the urban spirit of Islam and a potential problem for the reconquered Istanbul of the future. The egalitarianism and pro-squatter populism of earlier Islamist thinking was stripped away in this current's approach. 13. The RP, as a pragmatic party, gave voice to all these concerns. Under Mayor Erdogan, the Istanbul Metropolitan Authority tightened control on alcohol consumption, recentered Islamic symbols in public places, introduced prayer rooms in municipal buildings. 14. It sought, without success, to reconvert Hagia Sophia into a mosque and to build another mosque in the center of Taksim Square, Istanbul's main public space. The RP had fought the 1994 municipal elections on an anti-globalization platform, and as mayoral candidate, Erdogan had opposed the construction of new skyscrapers. In 1995, the metropolitan municipality announced it would freeze financial development in the city center and shift investment to the urban periphery. Political tensions heightened amid worsening economic conditions. There were clashes between police and the urban poor in some of the remaining left-led strongholds. 15. In the mainstream media, widespread worry was expressed about a coming social explosion, social patlama, in squatter districts. Concerns focused especially on the Islamist-controlled settlements, as these were far larger than those of the left. There were predictions of insurrection in Sultan Bilai, due to its rapidly growing population and strong Islamist support. Secularization at gunpoint. The rising fury of the Turkish military put paid to further RP experiments. An early clash came in Sultan Bilai in 1996, when a military unit stationed nearby erected a statue of Kemal Ataturk in the center of the main shopping street. Mayor Kokak had it removed to a distant park. The military stormed the district and forcibly reinstalled the statue. The confrontation paved the way for full-scale military intervention the following year, which closed down Islamist organizations and parties nationwide. The repression targeted particular hotbeds of agitation in Sultan Bilai, such as the Islamic tea houses and youth organizations. Kokak was replaced by the more conciliatory Yahya Karakaya, also from the RP, but the rigid governor appointed in 1997, Hüseyin Aran, dismissed such concessions and waged an all-out battle against the alcohol ban, gender segregation, religious education, and Islamic dress. By the end of his term in 2003, Sultan Bilai had opened its gates to alcohol and to the RST mixed cafes. Yet Aran and the generals cannot take all the credit for this victory. The Islamists themselves were already shifting to a different approach. Ditching the more intimidatory talk, a modernizing wing led by Erdogan, F. Abdullah Gül and Bülent Arınç began courting American and EU support for their pro-business brand of moderate Islam. Though technically disbarred, the Islamists retained their widespread support and organizational networks as the national economy plunged into a series of crises between 1997 and 2001. Refounded as the Justice and Development Party, AKP, under Erdogan's leadership, they won a landslide victory in Turkey's 2002 general election. Even before 1997, Mayor Erdogan had been using Istanbul's religious heritage as a means of attracting global capital and tourism, rather than the basis for an Islamic republic. The process accelerated after 2002, when the former Islamists began championing the construction of skyscrapers in the city's new Nansal center. More importantly, in contrast to the protests that greeted Dalan's pro-corporate mayoralty, the Islamic free market conservatives succeeded in further integrating Istanbul into the circuits of global capital without mobilizing opposition in the sprawling squatter neighborhoods that ringed the city. This was the urban spatial dimension of what I have called Turkey's passive revolution, absorbing the challenge of Islamism into free market Atlanticism. 16 The pious Muslims of the AKP who now held that they were no longer Islamists, but conservatives would henceforth mobilize religion to reconstruct the city in ways that contradicted their earlier radical aspirations. Istanbul would be mildly Islamized, it would not be Islamicized if that means becoming the center of an Islamic republic. Tulip time. The market-oriented Islamization of the city has many expressions. During the 1990s, fast-breaking tents for the poor during the month of Ramadan were a symbol of Islamism's rising political challenge. They signaled both the impoverishment of the masses under the rule of the secular elite, and the existence of a God-fearing material alternative. Increasingly, however, fast-breaking tents have become sites of collective consumption. The AKP-controlled municipalities began to organize nightly Ramadan festivities that went until daybreak, where people of all classes would go to enjoy su music, along with pop and rock, nargile, stand-up shows, and a wide variety of food. While some of this was free, merchants and shopkeepers also participated on a cash basis. Muslim tourists came from all over the region, especially to the historic mosques in Sultanahmet and Ayıp, boosting the world city image. There is a certain irony here. In the 90s, Islamist newspapers used to contrast their puritanical Ramadan to the consumer-oriented fast-breaking of wealthy secularized Muslims, with their expensive feasts. Now the sectors have merged, thanks to the passive revolution, which has assimilated the month of fasting into the sphere of public entertainment. Ottomanization has been another theme. Superficially, this celebration of the age of the Caliphate may seem in line with the Islamist urban imaginaire, yet rather than preserve the historical fabric of the city, the current AKP metropolitan municipality seems set on pulling down the original Ottoman buildings and reconstructing ersatz versions. It is secularists, rather than Islamists, who are now resisting such redevelopments, accusing the municipality of wanting to recreate the historic center of Istanbul in glossy tourist fashion. Similarly, in commemoration of the Ottoman tulip era of the 1720s, the AKP has taken to decorating the city with the hours. This was an act of defiance against the anti-Ottoman Puritanism of Kemalist ideology, which has traditionally attacked the import of expensive tulip bulbs as a sign of the Sultanate's degeneracy. The period involved a precocious experiment with petty industrialization, the printing press, and the aestheticization of art and architecture. It was brought to an incendiary end in 1730 by a popular rebellion against aristocratic ostentation, led by the ex-janissary, second-hand clothes dealer Patrona. Halil, the palaces were pillaged and leading modernizers killed. 17. The Act's current tulip mania not only celebrates the Ottoman reformers and their luxurious excesses but also signs, through the overrow of tulips from the upper-class neighborhoods to the squatter districts, that conspicuous consumption is now for the enjoyment of all. The garish illumination of the Bosphorus Bridge, attacked by angry Kemalists as nightclub pavilion lighting, also signals the political will to make ostentation available to all, breaking the bourgeoisie's monopoly. Such a strategy is intended to ensure that there will be no Patrona Haliles in the Republic's tulip era. The so far unsuccessful attempt to build the highest skyscrapers in the region further demonstrates how the Act governors of Istanbul are mobilizing Islamic ties to build a non-Islamist city. The municipality wants to hand over a prime piece of real estate in Levant, on the European side, to a Dubai development company, owned by Crown Prince Al Maktoum, which plans to build a giant residential complex and shopping mall. Its centerpiece, Dubai Towers, is to be a 300 drill-shaped edis. The site borders both working-class Selektepe and upper-middle-class shoreside Besiktas. The development has met with popular opposition on the grounds that it would harm the environment, block traffic, and take away the only available open space in case of earthquake. Selektepe residents had gathered there during the quake of 1999. Kemalists have attacked the Dubai project as an instance of the Act's Islamizing, Arabizing agenda, but the Index of Gulf capital has done nothing to arrest the torrent of Western financial and real estate development in the city, nor does the 300 tower fool Islamist notions of modesty and harmony with nature. On the contrary, secular capital's disregard for nature comes back in Islamic garb, further sanctioned thanks to Kemalist opposition. 18. The Act's brand of pious free market conservatism had also triumphed over the remaining hardline Islamists of Sultan Bilai in the municipal elections of 2004. This dealt anal blow to the vision of the ideal Muslim city. The new Act municipality proceeded to demolish the old RP town hall in Sultan Bilai, which had become a symbol of Islamist power. The main shopping street was pedestrianized, still retaining the statue of Ataturk in its midst, with the explicit goal of creating urban citizen consumers. In this part of Sultan Bilai at least, gender segregation has ended. Women, heads carved or not, swarm the streets, linger at the windows of clothes and jewelry shops, sit in the cafes. Daily prayers are no longer held in the council offices, shoes no longer line their outer doorways. The combination of 2002-07 economic boom and Act patronage, showering small-scale building projects on Istanbul during election campaigns, has left Sultan Bilai more bustling and prosperous. Umraniye, the former squatter district to its northwest, is what Sultan Bilai might aspire to be. 19 Istanbul's RST IKEA and Media Market were opened here. Transnational hypermarkets such as Carrefour and Real have been built, and businesses like Bayer, Siemens, and Citibank have set up their regional headquarters. Yet shopping malls and gated communities, chic restaurants, and tennis clubs exist side by side with semi-rural lifestyles and impoverished Islamist stronghold neighborhoods, where calls to prayer from multiple mosques mingle with each other. Middle-class apartments look out on small plots of grass where women, some wearing the karsuf, the long black overgarment similar to the Iranian chador, are grazing cows or washing carpets. Even if Umraniye has left behind the signs of extreme poverty still visible in Sultan Bilai schools without running water, unpaved roads, many residents still live in harsh conditions. Yet the shopping malls are thronged by people of all classes, big and small bourgeoisie, heads-carved squatter women in family groups, mainly strolling rather than shopping, groups of young male Islamists, eyeing the consumers suspiciously, a teeming reality very different from the melancholic Istanbul, immobilized by post-imperial nostalgia, evoked by Orhan Pamuk. Looming tensions. The Act, it seemed, had found a way to square breakneck third world urbanization with the demands of global capital, financial speculation. With the Islamic World City, combining the construction of high-rise office buildings and shopping malls with the proliferation of domes, minarets, Islamic clothes shops, reconstructed Ottoman neighborhoods, Ramazan festivities, and Quran schools, retaining the votes of the poor while remaking Istanbul to cater to the whims of global nans. In the mid-90s there had been serious concern about popular explosions in the squatter neighborhoods. Thanks to their integration into the market, mediated by the Islamist parties, that explosion never came. Or perhaps it was only displaced and postponed. From the late 1990s, drugs, petty crime, and prostitution established a new hold in squatter neighborhoods even in Paya Sultan Bilai. This went hand in hand with the decline of the textile sector, as a result of liberalization and competition with China, and political disorganization of both radical Islamists and the remaining left. The youth were now recruited to gangs rather than political parties or Quranic networks. Reactions to rising crime and poverty began to take hardline nationalist form, as residents attributed the social degeneration to Kurdish migrants. 20 among a sizable minority, fantasies of ethnic cleansing are now rehearsed daily in the tea houses. Without their former Islamist zeal, ACP activists could no longer GHT effectively against crime or unite different ethnic groups via religion. The party leadership has not been able to prevent the mounting animosity between Kurds and Turks, even among its own members. The emerging Kurdish autonomous region in northern Iraq, the Kurdish guerrillas' ongoing attacks and the cross-border military campaign waged in the southeast by Erdogan's government have heightened tensions, threatening to destabilize the market peace of Istanbul. Though experts have been warning for some years now that urban development has reached its limits, the city continues to swallow the forests around it. The metropolitan municipality has no serious strategy to deal with further expansion, let alone prepare the city for natural calamities such as earthquakes. Its current plan for dealing with the growing congestion caused by the new transnational businesses and shopping centers is a program of large-scale demolitions around highway exits, to make way for the construction of new roads. Informal districts are all the more vulnerable to such clearances, and residents have mounted militant resistance campaigns against demolition in several neighborhoods, ending themselves, in the process, pitched into conflict with the interests of transnational capital, which has so far benefited more than any other sector from this unending expansion. Ethnic and environmental tensions are now being compounded by economic downturn. With soaring commodity prices, a global credit crunch and faltering world economy, rising inflation and interest rates are hurting Turkey's small businesses and indebted households. Output is falling and deficits widening in an economy heavily reliant on capital in-house. The institutional crisis threatened by the Constitutional Court's recent moves to ban the governing party for its threat to secularism will likely further damage short-term investment prospects. Millions of Istanbul's squatters have put their faith in the act's Islamically embellished paradise of speculation. It remains to be seen whether this formula will weather harsher economic times. Mainstream European and American opinion likes to consider Turkey as an example of democracy to the Islamic world, and the governing act as the chief democratizing force in the country. This matches the American-made project of a moderate Islam, celebrated after September 11 as the cure for radicalism in Muslim societies. The act's Recep Tayyip Erdogan was the answer to Hamas or Hezbollah in the Middle East, just as Malaysia's Anwar Ibrahim was the model for Southeast Asia. As former US Assistant Secretary of State Richard Holbrooke put it, there are only two moderate Islamic democracies in the world, Turkey and Malaysia. Ibrahim, dubbed a Golden Asian by Newsweek, was a staunch friend of Malaysia's corporate elite and defender of IMF policies, who liked to underline his liberal internationalist credentials by stressing his fondness for Elvis. ACT leaders show a similar proclivity to demonstrate their familiarity with Western ways. After a well-received speech in Oxford about the act's democratic virtues recently, Erdogan's spin Dr. Ijman Bagies raised his glass to the assembled scholars. "You see, I drink wine." The meaning was clear: moderate Islam, just as you like it. But the wine of moderate Islam has soured in Turkey. A turning point was the assassination of the Turkish-Armenian journalist, Hrant Dink, on January 19, 2007. Dink had been charged several times with insulting Turkishness, a crime under the Penal Code. Erdogan and his advisors like to complain to their EU supervisors that retrograde Kemalist state and military forces are holding back their attempts to democratize this relic of the 1982 constitution, drafted by the military dictatorship of the time. But if anything, the Act's revision of the constitution in June 2005 made it worse. The original 1982 Article 159 had stated that prosecutions for insulting Turkishness had to be authorized by the Ministry of Justice. The Erdogan rewrite, Article 301, removed this requirement and so opened the door for ultranationalists to lobby individual prosecutors to lay charges of this, still undeemed, crime against anyone they please. At the time, the Act government told critics of Article 301 to wait and see how it is applied. It was applied very concretely by Dink's assassin, who told the police, "I killed him because he insulted Turkishness," the very text of Article 301. Dink was killed, in fact, because he defended dialogue between Turks and Armenians, and pointed out that Armenians had once lived in Anatolia. A mass protest was called in response to his assassination. 100,000 marchers chanted, "We are all Hrant. We are all Armenians." The slogan touched one of the most sensitive nerves in Turkish nationalism, and a counter-slogan was rushed forward by establishment opinion makers, "We are all Turks." The effect was chilling. It amounted to a condonation of Dink's death. During the following months the witch-hunting fever mounted higher. A turf squabble erupted between the AKP and the opposition Kemalists over the choice of the next presidential candidate, an appointment technically decided by the National Assembly. The president's office was seen as the last bastion of the secular establishment, and the AKP was about to conquer it. The army, a powerful political actor in Turkey, declared its disapproval. Erdogan called an emergency election for July 2007. The nationalists mobilized a series of AKP meetings in the run-up to the vote, directed against the AKP candidate Abdullah Gül, no less a NATO man than themselves. For a moment it seemed as though the Turkish AKs on the street might be a symbol of secularism, as well as nationalism. But when coffins started to arrive from the southeast, carrying soldiers killed by the Kurdish separatist movement, the PKK, the demonstrations rose to a jingoistic pitch. Young rednecks began lining the streets, calling to account anyone who did not have a AK hanging from their balcony. At this point, middle-class secularists and liberals began leaving the scene. Istanbul's Kurdish districts almost reached boiling point one night in May, as young men gathered in front of buildings and shouted for Kurdish people to come out. This atmosphere of ultranationalism prepared the political environment for the biggest military campaign yet against the PKK. Clearly, the decision had been made long before the demonstrations began, and the establishment media was right behind it. Once the war started, the news bulletins immediately assumed the character of Fox TV during the invasion of Iraq. We was the subject, cleaning was the verb, and the targeted object was always them, as if Kurds do not live in Turkey, as if the militants of the PKK facing bombs and artillery do not have relatives in the Kurdish parts of Turkey. But who would dare to question this discourse, when the streets were strewn with AKs and the nationalist gangs were made out to be legitimate by the media? Things grew uglier when a couple of high school students sliced their engers and used their blood to paint a Turkish AK. They framed it and sent it to the military chief of staff. Reporters were on hand to witness the general crying as he received the bloody mail and unfolded the sacred AK. Turkmen, a nationalist conservative newspaper, published a color photograph of the AK painted in children's blood, so the blood multiplied as the paper's circulation increased. When I wrote an article criticizing this in Milliyet, they printed my photo under the headline, "She insulted our AK." What was the attitude of Turkey's democratizing force during all this? Prime Minister Erdogan leapt on the bandwagon, plastering the AK's billboards with the slogan, "One Nation, One Flag." In the July 2007 Elections. The Act won 47% of the vote, which translated into 62% of National Assembly seats under Turkey's distorted representational system, an outright majority, but not the two-thirds required to make constitutional changes which they had had in their RST term. When the Act's new draft constitution with its clause allowing students to wear headscarves at university ran into opposition, they took up the offer of a parliamentary alliance from the ultranationalist MHP, Nationalist Action Party, to allow them to get it through. The MHP's quid pro quo seemed clear: the Erdogan government would burnish its piety by liberating the headscarf, but at the same time it would retain Article 301, now lightly amended, to criminalize insulting the Turkish nation and step up the military campaign against the Kurds. The new alliance brought back memories of the 1980 coup d'état, which had given birth to ultranationalism and Islamism at the same time, while decimating the large and militant Turkish left. Between 1980 and 1983, 30,000 people were stripped of their citizenship, another 30,000 fled the country, 458 people died during torture, 50 were executed, and an unknown number disappeared. A generation of progressive men and women was destroyed. The only parties permitted to organize by the dictatorship were the Islamists and ultranationalists. 20 years later, their heirs are renewing the alliance as they work together on amending the junta's constitution. Under the new draft, banning political parties will be as easy as it was under the old one. Religion lessons will remain compulsory in primary and secondary schools. In deference to free market requirements, a harmless clause about the right to live in a healthy environment has been deleted. Freedom of association for civil servants is still limited, and they are denied the right to strike. The Nationalist-Islamist alliance maintained a prudent silence about Article 15, which grants immunity from prosecution to the coup generals. When cornered about it, Ergun Özbudan, the AK-appointed head of the Constitution Drafting Committee, announced that the act would abolish Article 15, but this doesn't mean that we will hold the coup to account. Even though some crimes might have been committed, they are subject to prescription. Like the Kemalist CHP, Erdogan preferred to keep the focus on the headscarf issue, reiterating, "The act is the only hope for our oppressed women, after years of grief." In fact, there was no written law against women wearing a headscarf in public buildings. It is only since the late 1990s that a series of court decisions has contributed to a legal case on the question. Erdogan has made a speciality of this discourse of suffering the oppression of the Muslims by the establishment elite since the start of his political career. In doing so, he borrows the anti-colonialist discourse of Islamist movements in Egypt or Algeria, creating imagined colonialists in Turkey, which has never been colonized. Erdogan likes to speak of them oppressing the people, without ever making clear who they are. Obsession with the headscarf succeeded in crowding out all other issues: doctors protesting the privatization of the social security system, teachers asking for a salary high enough to feed their families, Kurds asking for representation in the legitimate political sphere, Alevis, a progressive sect of Islam mostly deemed as deviants by the Sunni majority, asking for recognition by the state, women complaining about the growing conservatism in Turkey. Instead, TV and newspapers devoted themselves to the scarf. What was notable about the public discussion on the issue, however, was that everyone had their say apart from the headscarfed women themselves. Only the men of the AKP and bareheaded women MPs could speak. Rather than liberating, the political ambience was humiliating for scarf-wearing women, who had to listen to the men of the party discussing how their head covering should be worn. They even outed the idea of including a fashion photo in the constitution to demonstrate the appropriate style. No chatters that would be going too far. They wanted the modern version, available from Versace and Gucci. A photo of Lauren wearing a Western headscarf was duly circulated for approval. Finally, on February 9, 2008, a vaguely worded amendment stating that no one can be prevented from pursuing a university education was voted through the National Assembly by the AKP-MHP alliance, by 411 votes to 103. The suffering of Turkish women was presumably over. At this point, 600 headscarf-wearing women, most of them writers, journalists, and intellectuals, produced a declaration saying they would not be happy going to university in their headscarves, unless and listed the reforms necessary for Turkey to democratize. The declaration was not published in the newspapers that had been defending the freedom to wear the headscarf. The AKP apparently did not want to hear from women who criticized the party line, despite their covered heads. Meanwhile, the secularist CHP critics of the AKP's headscarf reform steadfastly avoided bringing up the question of the state-funded Islamic schools. These Imam Hatips have been the main purveyors of Islamic conservatism in Turkey since the 1980s, providing Quranic education to both boys and girls, and a secure supply of Islamist cadres. They have expanded significantly under the AKP government. But Turkey's secularists, whether because they are themselves too Islamized, or because they are afraid of losing popularity with the Muslim electorate by suggesting such a radical change, have lacked the courage even to raise the issue, let alone shut the schools down. Far easier to stick to the headscarf. The CHP duly led a case against the headscarf amendment with the Constitutional Court, while a senior prosecutor called for the AKP to be shut down altogether for its anti-secular activities. The AKP's political open buffet, dished up with free raki to the hardline nationalists, had previously been served not only to the liberals but to the Kurds. When PKK leader Abdullah Öcalan was put behind bars in 1999. Temel Kuran, Turkey 85. His organization shifted from calling for independence to more diplomatic terms, such as cultural rights, constitutional citizenship and legal political representation. The discourse never seemed passionate enough for Kurdish politics. How could they turn constitutional rights into slogans? Moreover, the AKP was promising the same, or even more, than the DTP, the latest avatar of the Kurdish political tradition in southeast Turkey. Kurdish voters were openly critical of the inefficiency of the DTP mayors running local municipalities. The Erdogan election slogan in the region was "Vote for your language or vote for your religion," which translates in the Kurdish case to "Vote DTP or vote AKP." The AKP did very well, not just thanks to such open buffet politics but to AKP-supported organizations which provided food aid, covered in Islamic sauce. Kurdish MPs of the AKP were praying in Kurdish with the voters, and there were free AKP food tents during Ramadan. This is no small matter in southeast Turkey, where many people go hungry. Erdogan's declaration that the Kurds were Muslim brothers, and offer of free food, was accompanied by a promise to send 1,200 investors and Islamic businessmen to Diyarbakir, where unemployment rates are running high. But if the Kurds swallowed the bait and voted Erdogan, they are now seeing the other face of the AKP. Erdogan's government has been bombing and shelling Kurdish villages both in southeast Turkey and across the border in Iraq, subjecting them to the Bushite discourse, "You are either with us or with the terrorists." The inevitable result of Erdogan's war has been the coffins of Turkish soldiers, arriving back from the front to Ankara or Istanbul, and serving only to fuel the rise of nationalism and religious conservatism. It was a mark of the extremity to which the country had sunk when the Turkish version of Pop Idol was interrupted by an outburst from a jury member, the diva transsexual Bülent Ersoy, who had never had anything to do with politics until then. "If I had a son, I wouldn't send him to this war. This is not our war. This is somebody else's war." When the other jury members tried to intervene, she protested, "Cut the bullshit. This is nothing but the clichés and propaganda of the war." At this point the Pop Idol audience, supposedly ordinary, nationalist Turks, went wild with applause. So let's count, who is left out of those who think the AKP is a democratizing force in Turkey. The liberals got off the train after Hrant's death, and scarcely played a part in the preparation of the new Turkish constitution. They were also disorientated by the fact that the EU membership process was now off the party's agenda. Women left the scene after the headscarf issue. Socialists and Social Democrats had already disappeared, after the AKP's privatization program. And if we include the Pop Idol audience, that leaves only those who understand Turkish democracy as a sort of Islamist corporatocracy, a bit like Dubai, something which probably only Richard, Recep, Anwar, and their friends would enjoy. It is becoming hard to say which has been more authoritarian, the ACT or the nationalists. No sooner do we side against one than we are forced to protest against the other, Dinks killing, then the ACT rallies, then the ACT's military campaign against the Kurds. The diva has now been charged by hardliners under Article 301. On May Day 2008, the Democratizing Act unleashed their riot police against trade union demonstrators, invading a hospital to haul injured protesters away and tear-gassing patients in the process, an incident that went unremarked by Erdogan's supporters in the Western national press. Then on June 6, 2008, the Constitutional Court ruled by 9-2 that the headscarf amendment was anti-secular and so unconstitutional, opening the way to the same ending against the act itself later in the year. The logic is for a further escalation of authoritarianism and nationalism on each side, both of which should be opposed. Brent D. Shaw. After Rome. Transformations of the Early Mediterranean World. T. He impressive physical bulk of a work of history sometimes wreaks the enormity of the problem, sometimes the demand for a grand new overview, but often the simple majesty of the narrative. Whatever the cause, the writing of history has of late witnessed a discernible trend back to the big. Among these recent epic endeavors are three monumental overviews of the pre-modern history of the Mediterranean world. The authors of these panoramic studies have focused, above all, on the great forces shaping its history and on the meta-transformations from the ancient to post-ancient worlds of which the Middle Sea was part. All are by English-language scholars working in elite universities. Even so, there is little evidence to show that the writers of these large books directly influenced one another, or that they were aware of each other's megaprojects as they wrote. The convergence of historical interests seems, rather, to be of a more fortuitous and meaningful kind. It is also manifest that these new interpretations of Mediterranean history have been shaped by the peculiar interests of each set of authors. In consequence, they wreak three different perspectives on a common problem. The RST of the Triad, The Corrupting Sea by Peregrine Horton and Nicholas Purcell, which appeared at the turn of the millennium, unveiled an innovative historical ecology of the Mediterranean world. Their investigations of the Mediterranean core and its transformations emphasize the creative power of a fragmented human ecology, riven with intensity and difference. In this sea world, tiny developments but widespread in their cumulative effects led to big changes. Constant movement and adaptation produced, in their own words, a kaleidoscope of small 90 NLR 51. Sometimes microscopic, bottom-up intensifications in production and consumption. Michael McCormick's Origins of the European Economy, a vast tome covering the whole of the Mediterranean and Western Europe in the Great Transitional Age between the 4th and the 9th centuries CE, appeared the following year. By contrast, McCormick's story draws attention to major continuities in the emergence of a peculiar Northwest European economy, a grand narrative in which the big pipelines of exchange of high-value commodities, including, critically, the human cargoes of slaves, subsisted as channels of large-scale economic development. If the Roman state-based system was entering into a marked crisis from the 3rd century onwards, the post-Roman states of the Baghdad Caliphate and Carolingian Francia re-centered economic structures at the distal points of a prior Mediterranean system. Emphatic images of viscosity and constant movement, of travel and trade, pervade this history too. The most recent of the triad to appear, and the object of this essay, is Chris Wickham's Framing the Early Middle Ages, another work on a meta-historical scale devoted to the same problem and to the same centuries covered by McCormick. The production of three large historical works, of nearly 3,000 pages in combined length, that take on the problem of social, economic, and political change on a globalizing scale, all in the RST years of our new millennium, might be a sign of something significant. But of what? Braudel's legacy. All of these new studies stand in the long shadow of Fernand Braudel's masterwork on the Mediterranean and its world in the age of Philip II. Braudel's revolutionary perspective on the nature of historical change. Originally published in France in the aftermath of the Second World War, began to have a substantial impact on the English language historical profession following its translation in the mid-1970s, a critical moment for the generation of which these historians are part. 2. Braudel purposefully foregrounded the formative power of massive geomorphic and ecological forces: the sea itself, its prevailing winds and currents, the mountain highlands and plains surrounding it as huge and impassive elements that were set in a structure against, famously, the froth and temporality of mere human events. So it is not wanting that all three investigations emphasize the long-term impact of the geographic stage. Wickham, too, begins his work with an introductory survey of the interrelationship between geography and politics in the circum-Mediterranean lands, although, tellingly, it is one of the briefest chapters, 39 pages, of his large book. The writers of these new histories are reacting not only to Braudel, but also to other fundamental changes in paradigms and models that disturbed the writing of history in the last decades of the 20th century: the rise of ecological globalism, the search for new paradigms in various postmodernist strands of theorizing, and the demise of classical Marxism, certainly in its more vulgar modes, as a sufficient explanatory model. Horton and Purcell, for their part, abandon Braudel's grand visionary unity of the Mediterranean in favor of what might be called a postmodernist fragmented understanding of process as denning Mediterranean development. They question almost every shibboleth of received historical truth on the subject, from the need to think of set categories like towns and cities to the real existence of a great historical transformation marked by anything that might be usefully or honestly called a Middle Age. Taking a different tack, McCormick focuses on the axial driving forces that fueled the gradual movement from ancient to early modern European economies. He has argued that highly profitable sectors such as the slave trade, that were at the leading edges of its dynamic, remained an important core element of Mediterranean-centered exchange systems. Wickham, as we shall see, dissents. The central arguments of both of these works insistently foreground the role of communications, the exchange of goods and materials, the movements of migrant populations, and the fragmented push-on-os of knowledge, innovation, and information. Roots from antiquity. Chris Wickham's masterwork is entirely unlike these other two. Its genealogy, stemming from what now seems to be the nearly deceased great tradition of Anglo-Marxist history writing, may explain its focus on the economic and political problems that moved an earlier generation of historians. 3. More than the other two large works, and by far, he concentrates on various kinds of structurally ordered social and economic categories and conics which, from Marx to Weber, and beyond, have been placed at the center of the second great transition: modes of economic exploitation, shifts between slavery and serfdom, the emergence of new urban orders, the antagonistic classes of aristocrats and peasants. 4. Recourse to the looser metaphor of framing, however, indicates the less certain vision of this post-Marxist historiography. There is no hint of stages, historical lineages, evolutionary steps, bases, and superstructures, or any integrated nexus of well-defined linear sequences. Teleological interpretations of history, indeed, are specifically abjured, since they are always misleading. 5. If he eventually gets around to circulation and exchange, it is an anal chapter that bears hallmarks of a late edition and a shift in thinking. Whatever apprehensions and hesitations might be raised by the radical uncertainties of Wickham's new history, there can be no doubt about the high quality of the scholarship. In his careful and painstaking control of the microscopic and diverse detail that knits together both archaeological and literary evidence, the author is without peer since Rostov Zeph. One of the best analyses of the book concludes, all told, framing the early Middle Ages will remain a major breakthrough in historiography, adding, exuberantly, the further judgment that the crisis of the Roman Empire has never been described with more verve or intricacy since Gibbon. 6. The writing is precise and controlled, surgically efficient in its individual parts, carefully assembling mountains of exactly determined facts to argue each particular case. Sometimes it is adventuresome, too. Perhaps no more so than in an Edmund Morris moment when, in the face of no available historical instance, Wickham invents a titious post-Roman English village, dubbing it Malling, a village that appears later in the book, rather unervingly, almost as if it were historical fact. 7 So, too, not insignificant parts of the book are exercises in controlled speculation, especially where the evidence is mutely archaeological, as with Denmark, Ireland, Wales, and England in the post-Roman age, much of the 6th chapter, therefore. These mental experiments often lead to innovative and productive conclusions as, for example, on the reasons for the strongly divergent 5th century developments in Britain and Northern Gaul. 8. The balance between passages of hard description and ones of educated guesswork LLED with striking numbers of coulds, woulds, could have beens and might have beens, 9 however, is well struck, and the risks of speculation are more than balanced by the virtues of the sheer scale of the coverage. A truly breathtaking panorama is offered. Complaints have been issued about this or that scholar's favorite region having been slighted or omitted, as frequently, the Balkans. But in his gigantic anti-clockwise overview, Wickham includes detailed analyses of North Africa, Egypt, Syria, Palestine, Greece and Anatolia, Italy, the Gauls and the Rhineland, Iberia, England and Wales, Ireland and Denmark. Whatever the omissions, this is by far the most comprehensive perspective that has been offered by any recent historian of the period. Although Wickham questions almost every basic truism that has been accepted as part of the conventional solutions to his problem, he is neither mindlessly iconoclastic, nor does he needlessly stretch to save appearances. When the facts do not sustain traditional interpretations, then the latter are dismissed, sometimes curtly, but with full justice even if they are ones that Wickham himself once accepted. He cautions against factoids and dubious assertions, refreshingly denouncing some ideas as extremist and others as phony or just plain crazy. 10. Transitional motifs. Faced with such an expansive and neatly detailed revisionist work, the place for the reviewer to begin is at the end. For and we readers are truly grateful in the concluding chapter, Wickham both deans what he means by framing and offers a laudably brief 4-page summa of the endings of the preceding 800+ pages of text. For the moment, he announces, he is bailing on any cosmic answers and instead presents his work as just a RST step. He means only to essay a complex series of variables that frame the question. He nonetheless insists that there are some overarching themes that deem the transitional age between 400 to 800 CE. Most of these similarities are linked in some fashion to the simple fact that the political structure of the Roman Empire fragmented and then ended in the 5th century in the west and in the 7th in the east. Almost everywhere skull structures became more rudimentary than before, sometimes even disappearing in any meaningful sense, and the political elites, the aristocrats, as he calls them, lost power and wealth. Consequently, it is argued, peasant communities generally became more autonomous. The aristocrats themselves underwent a profound transformation in style and behavior, from being the civil elite of a world empire to becoming a militarized class whose power was anchored in the various microregions of a now disappeared imperial state. A further consequence is that the bounds of significant action and development became severely regionalized. The microregion, which had always been present, now became, once again, the dominant frame of power and development. 11. In all of this, there are cautions. Although Wickham accepts the fact of severe population decline in some regions, he emphasizes that in general lands were not abandoned or left uncultivated on any significant scale. There was recession, but no totalizing collapse or catastrophe. The whole argument is built with a close attention to detail and sequence that is evident on every page. It is constructed carefully, step by step. Beginning with a grained analysis of the state, Wickham moves to the important class of aristocrats and their management of land holdings, and from this basis to peasants and their social organization. He then proceeds to an analysis of the units containing the rural population, villages and other kinds of settlement. At the end comes a duet of chapters that seek to catch these units in movement. The dynamism of the greater system was formed by its interconnections, and in the making and sustaining of these links he insists on the importance of the long-distance mass transport of basic commodities. Having made their way through more than 700 pages of dense text to arrive at the 11th and null chapter on systems of exchange, it might surprise ordinary readers to discover that they have nearly reached the core of the book 12. That this chapter was the last in the long gestation of the book is significant, because its language and conclusions seem rather novel compared to what precedes. In important respects, they seem to contradict the emphases and categories with which the book RST begins, thereby opening onto a subversive history embedded within an account that already questions the basic categories of historical analysis of this great transitional age. Consider some of the conclusions to which the author is now led. He places a driving priority on what he calls a primacy of causal factors internal to regions when assessing economic change in our period. The correlated claim that the major underpinning of the economic system is demand, above all for bulk goods, closely supports the RST. By this kind of demand, he means the Mediterranean-wide shipment of bulk agricultural commodities, cereal grains, olive oil, wine, and of mass-produced items of consumption like common tablewares, glasswares and textiles. Since the scale of bulk exchange is the main marker of the complexity of regional economic systems, it is the critical test of the existence of a larger Mediterranean system of exchange. These conclusions are linked to two related claims, RST, that the wealth that underpinned large-scale demand was essentially the wealth of the land-owning aristocracy, and second, that a common imperial skull structure was necessary for regional economies to have more than marginal links with each other. 13. The RST big problem that the reviewer faces is this: whereas Wickham's analysis demonstrates his RST2 theses in abundance, his own arguments and evidence seem to indicate that the latter two claims are unfounded, indeed, unnecessary. Aristocrats and tax collectors. Wickham's framing restores the central importance of conventional units, beginning with the state and the upper class, here, aristocracies. A basic typology of the state tribute collecting versus land granting asserts that the tax-based ones are more intrusive and autonomous, the former strong, the latter weak. 14. It might be remarked that ending historical examples of non-tribute-based states of any significance is a difficult task. Most of the post-Roman states in Western Europe, for example, seem to be tax-collecting entities, even if the taxes were expended on a court rather than an army. 15. In this system, the critical importance of aristocrats resided not so much in rulership, or cultural and social leadership, as in the fact that they held the enormous accumulations of wealth which created the large-scale economic demand that made the Mediterranean system work. As these two pillars of bigness gave way, the argument goes, the Roman imperial state and the whole Mediterranean world associated with it fragmented and dissipated into new and different successor regimes. Some hard questions must be put to the putative status of these basic units and their imputed functions. Despite the record laid out in vast and minute detail on the role of aristocracies, a mammoth fourth chapter, a closer look at the evidence provokes doubt about the singular role that is ascribed to them. Since the larger and smaller component systems are driven by economic demand, the important role of aristocracies was that they provided the critical powers of acquisition that drove consumption to higher levels. Even given the paeans to aristocratic wealth in the period, and the fact that the truly staggering wealth of some Western aristocrats might justify Geoffrey de Ste. Croix's angry denunciation that so much of the wealth of the Mediterranean was somehow just draining to the top in this period, the claim seems dubious. 16. Based on the quantities alone, there were just not enough aristocrats with sufficient expendable wealth in their hands to produce the level of demand that Wickham needs to sustain the immense long-range transport of basic bulk commodities that he sees as the heart of the system. This level of demand must surely have been produced by very large numbers of individual consumers, with not insignificant proportions of them strongly interconnected in towns and cities that concentrated demand. Where he has the best evidence on the ground from the economy of late Roman Egypt, Wickham shows that it was the mass of little urban and village consumers who made up the main buyers for the agricultural surplus of the rich and poor alike, and stimulated the articulated and controlled agrarian production of big estates like those of the Apians. 17. This simple fact suggests, in turn, that the whole subject of the historical demography of Mediterranean lands in antiquity cannot be swept entirely off stage and left undiscussed. The question of how mass demand for basic commodities arose points to a series of driving forces that have much to do with resources which could be tamed, directed, and encouraged by various types of human organizations that replicate themselves across space. For these same reasons, I think that perhaps too great a burden is being placed on the state and its taxation system. First of all, the tributary levels of the Roman Empire were low by comparison with the revenues of modern states. Generally, they were on a level of 10% or less of annual production. State receipts probably represented a modest proportion of the annual gross product of the Mediterranean. 18. The Roman state's collation of wealth and spending was an important driver, but it could not, even in the supply of the imperial army, have created the kind of demand envisaged by Wickham. The gargantuan 11th chapter of the book similarly embodies other surprises and paradoxes. On the one hand, even the most patient readers, having made their way through the detailed arguments of the preceding chapters, are likely to be unprepared for the null onslaught that faces them. It is a grueling march through endless potsherds that will test the endurance of the most dedicated ceremophile. Even those whose libido is moved by transport amphorae and common tablewares will indeed themselves challenged to stay the course. On the other hand, and dramatically so, for the rst time in the entire book airs of the most recent addition to the whole, the author speaks in much grander and more sweeping terms of either a Mediterranean world system, henceforth, MWS, or a Roman world system, henceforth, RWS. The two are never really deemed or differentiated. Sometimes they seem distinguishable from one another, in other cases they seem to overlap or even be the same thing. Whatever their precise relationship, it is clear that the author is now thinking of change on a truly grand scale. Trade, tribute, empire. Wickham has long insisted on the importance of tribute and tax collection as the core to understanding the ancient Mediterranean system since a famous, and still controversial, article he published in the early 1980s. 19. The mantra is repeated throughout the book, which ends with a typically RM declaration: ascal infrastructure was necessary for regional economies to have more than marginal links with each other. 20. But this is manifestly not so, again on his own evidence. One of the best studies of the means that made Mediterranean bulk exchange possible, the shipping business, reveals a parabolic normal curve with a regular rise to Mediterranean-wide intensity and then an equally regular and Mediterranean-wide fall-off. 21. This regularity could be attributed to accidents of discovery, the chance collations of the dated shipwrecks, if it were not for the fact that a number of different indices point to the same process. For example, the rise and fall in the whole quantity of coin production, in the dated use of papyrus for writing, or, perhaps most striking of all, in the global effects of the air pollution produced by the system that can now be traced in northern European lakes and even in distant Greenland. They all reveal the same general pattern of rising and falling. And there is one thing that can be said for certain about all of these factors: their rise takes place before the imposition of a Roman imperial system on the Mediterranean, while the systemic decline begins and continues without a break within the high period of the imposition of a Mediterranean-wide tribute system by the Romans. This matches Wickham's own evidence, which demonstrates that in the western parts of the empire, where the trend RST becomes apparent, Mediterranean exports to peripheral regions were already in significant decline from the beginning of the 4th century. 22. Although the 4th century might be an age of recovery in the West, the recoupment was at systematically lower levels than those of the High Empire. If the state and its tributary networks, the skull system, was the main motor for economic development, then it signally failed in this function. 23. State enforcement and collection of tribute was more rigorous and at higher levels in the late 4th and FTH centuries than it had been in earlier times, and its expenditures and requisitions were greater, all of this in a time when one can track an overall fall in both demand and production. In short, the evidence demonstrates that the Roman world state was as much a beneficiary as it was a primary cause of the economic system. We privilege the state and its apparatuses because we have been taught, from the 19th century European models, to exalt it, to set the state on an intellectual and ideological pedestal to the exclusion of many other human organizations that are analogous in kind. An outside observer might see the state as another kind of intriguing, large-scale social network which both benefited from and created intensifications of demand and supply. All kinds of these, from great families and houses to monasteries and religious establishments, which sometimes owned considerable proportions of all arable land, contributed to and competed in the process. 24. The debate over whether private estates did this and public states did that is therefore, in the end, a little arid. 25. The competition between these units at every level caused both the potential for expanding external domination and the increasing demand for internal refashioning, efficiency, and discipline. 26. But the MWS did not exist because of any one of them. To say that each region's economic history did not depend on structural links with its neighbor after the breakdown of the pan-Mediterranean Roman school system is really only to say what had always been true. 27. The story, as Wickham tells it, narrates a normal and somewhat predictable tale. Roman hegemony over the Mediterranean unravels in almost precisely the opposite direction from which large states had begun to dominate the sea's ecology and gradually to unify its lands, from northwest to southeast. Beginning with Britain, its weakest link, the system gradually recoils southeastward to its anchor in Egypt, its strongest base, before it nally dissipates. It is tempting to see the modern European Union following the opposite trajectory. In any event, Britain and the Central Maghreb were not the RST to experience this total breakdown. By the last decades of the 3rd century the Roman state had already abandoned similar outlier regions. In the far northeast it left Dacia, almost all of present-day Romania north of the Danube. In the extreme southeast it abandoned the whole region of Egypt to the south of the Rst Cataract, and in the far southwest, Mauritania. Tingitana, present-day northern Morocco, was left to its own devices. Britain, the one outlying region that was not abandoned in this RST round of downsizing, was therefore an isolated exception in this process. Why this manner of unraveling? In highlighting the great importance of internal demand to its i.e. the MWS's articulation in every case, Wickham understands how this insight does not just question Pyrrhon's famous dictum on Mohammed and Charlemagne, but completely reverses it. He also understands that Pyrrhon's idea still has such great force precisely because it ties in with the long-standing meta-narrative of medieval economic history which seeks to explain the secular economic triumph of Northwest Europe. 28. The apparent paradox is that we seem to be parachuted into a variant of this same big story in the process of the framing. That is to say, the new history privileges precisely the same categories of analysis: the state, taxation, estate management and reproduction, the social and economic position of peasants, the role of cities and urban industry, and cultural priorities that have been at the heart of this model from Karl Bucher and Karl Marx to Mark Bloch and Moses Finley. It also describes with great accuracy how the weakening and, nally, the collapse of the tribute collection process deeply affected the entire system of exchange that was sustained by an imperial Mediterranean state, how almost everywhere the elites became poorer and, in turn, generated much lower levels of economic demand, how regional autonomy eventually became dominant, and how a peculiar response in northwestern Europe emerged and came to characterize a new economic order. This has all the thrill of telling us, after the fact, what we know happened by hindsight. So it seems to Conrime, although in a different way and by different means, a version of Pyrrhon's tale. Shifting the boundaries. This is one way of understanding this investigation, of reading this text. As with any great work that has complex levels of analytic depth, however, it can be rotated to other angles of perception, with prod. Another way of looking at Wickham's framing would be to consider manifest ways in which, taken at face value, it is a subversive work, but perhaps even more subversive than the author himself intended. Pretend for a moment that you are an alien visitor to the planet. This is one of the few big writings that survives. Carry the pretense one step further. Imagine that the whole survives minus its fancy dust jacket, the expensive hardcovers, its introduction and conclusion, and with the title pages gone. No framing and no Middle Ages. What would you make of the story that is told? What would seem to be the principal containers, connectors, modes of production and other important drivers that were involved in the transformations of the ancient Mediterranean world? First of all, the insistence on the priority of the Roman imperial state and its taxation seems, on the internal evidence alone, to be overdone. State and tribute are important, but they do not explain either the genesis or the general development of the system. If the Carthage-Rome axis was the spine that anchored the Western Mediterranean system, which is generally true, then all one can say is that this spine was in place well before the consolidation of the Roman imperial state. The weighty south-north line formed of networks of exchange and urban development that ran from northern Tunisia, through Sicily, to the southern and central regions of the Italian peninsula, was already apparent by the 5th and 4th centuries BCE. It did not depend on any overriding imperial state to bring it into existence or to sustain it. Quite the reverse. It is this same commitment to the tributary mode that determines Wickham's interpretations of the downturn of the system in the West. The causes of its end are laid at the doorstep of war: the Vandal invasion of North Africa in the 430s and the breaking of the tributary nexus between Africa and Rome. 29. All the evidence elsewhere in the book, however, stands against such an interpretation. Africa, for example, continued to do quite well under Vandal rule. 30. And why not? The Vandal rulers were reenacting the same parameters of the Carthaginian, Punic hegemony in the Mediterranean in the 6th to 3rd centuries BCE. And, far from destroying any Western Mediterranean world system, the early Western Phoenician and Carthaginian polities were actively engaged in creating it, and with it the axis of economic development that was aligned along the Bay of Tunis, Sicily, Bay of Naples corridor. All the evidence points to the breaking of the system as implicated in a violent transition. On the level of war, but it is the Byzantine reconquests of the 530 to 60s in Africa and Italy that marked the transition. At this point these lands were no longer part of a general Mediterranean political system, but rather the violent western periphery, the war frontier, of an eastern Mediterranean state. The whole east-west frontier running along the northern boundary of a unitary Mediterranean empire had now swung vertiginously into a north-south vertical line dividing the two Mediterraneans. Instead of being at the center, Italy and North Africa were now borderlands. Based on the details that our alien would read, the absolute priority placed on the imperial tribute collection system seems at least to be overly emphasized, if not misplaced. It is repeatedly stated, for example, that the MWS collapsed because of a crisis in the skull system that supported it. 31. But in almost every significant case that Wickham himself documents, the imperial state was losing its tax incomes not because of internal administrative problems, economic downturns within subregions, indeed, sometimes quite the reverse was happening, or difficulties with the collection of tribute, but rather because the central state was systematically losing huge land areas of its tax base through the prior agency of violent force. The whole of his detailed study of the economies of Egypt and Syria, Palestine in the period are as good a demonstration as any of the process. Not only were these regions doing well during the 5th and 6th centuries, they were doing better than ever. Then, suddenly, the end came. Profits soared. As our external reader would discern, the problem is not so much with what was happening, as with how it was happening. In the emergence and recession of higher and more intense concentrations of population, hierarchical ranking of control, specialized production, the consumption of wider ranges of commodities and the emergence of large-scale connections in the Mediterranean, the minutiae of the evidence so carefully and accurately collated by the author points in one direction, but his conclusions in another. The lands of the Maghreb, for example, suffer the same downsizing, decline in population, increase in peasant autonomy, impoverishment of nobles and urbanization as do the lands of Western Europe, and yet only the latter experience the precise kinds of post-Roman developments described. Why? The explanation given is that two of the regions that experienced the most severe downturns after the fragmentation, Britain and the Eastern Maghreb, were so isolated and internally committed to a civil version of the Roman cultural system that its failure unduly impacted them. It is as good and convincing an explanation as any currently on the table, better than most. But if true, it seems, on the face of it at least, to point to factors other than tribute collection and the position of aristocracies and peasants as the moving forces of change. Even where the emperor was by far the single largest landowner, for example, in Africa, would he or his court alone produce sufficient consumptive demand necessary to sustain a substantial part of the entire system? The same question must be put with regard to the aristocrats. In any event, the argument seems to arrive at a negative conclusion on this point. The Mediterranean exchange system, once established, created its own structures of commercial exchange. These structures outlasted the failure of the skull motor, presumably including demand. 32. A good test case is provided by one of the best documented regions of all, that of Egypt, the riverine economy of the Nile. Here a strong regional economy was maintained, one that suffered the least demonstrable effects of the collapse of the RWS despite the weakness of aristocratic demand. 33. Egypt's internal economy nicely survived the demise of the MWS in ways that Britain and the Central Maghreb demonstrably did not. High population levels and good communications are the proffered explanations. The causes had to be some combination of factors connected with internal markets that were capable of weathering basic shifts in external skull systems. The reference to communications requires a series of related factors, including, above all, the compact and dense nature of a relatively numerous population, in which every unit was in ready and less expensive communication with the others. In this case, too, the impact of an entirely new and different culture in language, in religion, in law, in aesthetics, in social norms never seems seriously to be confronted. The whole impact of Islam on this transition is just not there. The omission is significant not only for matters of thought, belief, and culture, but also for economic reasons fundamental to the place of the Mediterranean in development. 34. It seems to be assumed that, for some reason, a huge part of the ancient Mediterranean world system just disappears from our purview. If a feudal mode of production emerged in these lands, but did it did not have the same valence and impact as that in northwestern Europe. But even for Western Europe, the alien reader would be more than a little troubled. Among many other questions, he would surely be concerned with this one: why is it that of all the possible explanations and models for a collation and intensification of economic, social, and political bonds in Western Europe, the only one that is presented is one that posits the lordly use of power and coercion against weak and unwilling peasants who resist such impositions? The question so forcefully presents itself since, despite a prolonged effort to end it, 35. What evidence there is gives no indication of either a generalized peasant resistance to the process or of the centrality of force or compulsion as the main cause in the convergence of aristocratic and peasant interests. What happened seems not to be in dispute, that is, the move from a dominant peasant mode of production to a dominant feudal mode. Once again, as the author himself states, there has hardly been any serious study on how it happened. 36. Roles of war. Pressed in this manner, other ghosts begin to appear in the machine. The words in the narrative repeatedly document highly salient or coordinated violence, most often in the form of war, as a critical cause in shifting the course of economic, social, political, and cultural action and communication. War remakes the Iberian Peninsula, it refashions Africa and breaks the critical tributary spine that is the axis of the Western Mediterranean exchange system, and it reconquers the Rhine frontier and hence Francia. It remakes peninsular Italy. It is the cause of the break in the eastern tax spine that severs Egypt and Syria, Palestine from the Eastern Roman state, where the precise consequences of losing and winning wars are presented in graphic detail. 37. A special instance is offered by the case of Egypt. Since the removal of the author's favored factors, the Mediterranean state and its tributary system does not cause an internal disintegration of the system, it compels him to move war to the head of the list of causal factors. 38. It is apparent, indeed, from all the assembled evidence that the core of the Eastern MWS was flourishing until broken by war. The network was thus still in place, hardly touched, when the Persian and Arab invasions started. In this case, the consequences are severe. This network, so strong for so long, vanishes in just a generation, not 3 on my calculation and on his evidence between 614 and 642, Egypt and Syria, Palestine are forever severed from their previous North-South Mediterranean connections. 39. Despite all these basic data, 2 things are remarkably evident. First, the remarks about the causal effects of large-scale violence are almost wholly subordinated to the other categories of analysis. They enter the narrative almost as after-the-fact notices. Although war is now noted as one of the major factors involved in the transformation of the MWS, the RWS version, into whatever it was that followed, it is not included in the author's grand conclusions, where war is, almost inexplicably, entirely absent. Rather, in the midst of a discussion in one chapter, war appears third in priority, after the emphasis given to skull/tributary systems and the problems of land ownership. It is interesting to note the grudging language. Third, we must recognize the impact of war and generalized destruction. This factor has tended to be referred to here only in passing, but it would be foolish to deny it altogether. 41 has the distinct feeling that the author feels compelled to note the factor since it would be imprudent entirely to deny it. War deserves more than this offhand concession. Much more. The problem here, I think, goes back to an Austro-German model of explaining great transitions in human history that was formulated in the long 19th century, but which still dominates our thinking. Little or no theorization of war or violence was built into its crude evolutionary paradigm, which highlighted antagonistic classes, economic forces, and the natural growth and supersession of stages of human development, motored along by production and transformations in property and labor regimes. I admit that the theorization of violence and war is difficult and that almost nothing of merit exists even now for antiquity. But anyone who considers the bare record of what happened to the MWS can scarcely deny the preeminent role of war and violence in the making and unmaking of the system, even in its smallest constituent parts. Belief is another similarly under-theorized strand in this historical theory, and I am well aware of Weber. As noted above, it is only towards the end of this monumental work that the author begins to speak of a Mediterranean world system. 41 Even so, this world system was not at all sufficient in its own right. One difficulty, therefore, is to sort out internal and external pressures, since this system was located, like a series of tiny disjointed island environments at the extreme distal end of a vast Eurasian system of circulation of populations, ideas, and goods. Its containers point to the far larger human systems that are not even hinted at, the huge oceanic resources of the Atlantic to the west. What sort of mode of production was this, and the larger world of pastoral nomadic communities on the huge and expansive Eurasian plains to the east? To talk about the impressive wealth of Palestinian regions, for example, in later antiquity, with no reference to the probable impact of the economies of Sassanid Persia, but almost solely to an inside set of drivers, seems problematic. 42 And how much that was relatively unusual about the MWS was driven by the sheer intensity of communications and populations in insular and peninsular environments, whether those of the Mediterranean or Atlantic facing Europe. Once asked in this fashion, I think that our attention is directed from peasants and aristocrats, to another underlying theme that constantly resurfaces throughout the book and which, by its end, is emphasized with a peculiar force: the microregion. The micro-level. The great importance of the microregion is a point upon which the author insists, and the mountains of evidence assembled by him support his contention. These are the fragmented smaller worlds of regions, subregions, and microzones that contributed to the making of this world, the ecological units that were the primary elements of production and exchange out of which the larger Mediterranean system had to be created. But what were they, really? They keep coming up time and again, as not much more than containers. Things somehow just happen at this level, even in response to larger forces. What larger units did was to provoke sufficient demand to encourage the exchange of mass commodities for bulk consumption that linked the smaller units into larger world systems. Others have been exploring these same directions, driven in part by the arguments of Horton and Purcell. 43. Some of these small systems, like Egypt along the Nile, Wickham convincingly sees as analogues of completely internally coherent systems that were already like modern nation-states in antiquity, a national unit with its own little national economy. 44. Even so, the really difficult question is, how did the system work? Hints are present, here and there, about how the system changes. At several points, critical ones indeed, the explanation assumes the jargon of the Gladwellian tipping point, as the cumulative weight and combination of changes suddenly lead to what the author vividly calls a catastrophe in the whole system, the fate of the cities of 7th century Byzantine Anatolia, notably caused by war, the end of African red slipware production, northern Italy after the 650s, among other cases. 45. These observations point to systemic engines of creation and mutation that escalate and de-escalate in ways perhaps typical of other biological systems. Reversion is another process that is manifest in Wickham's evidence, turns that mark the relapsing of larger units into existing microregions. Replication also seems to be central to its operation. In other words, one sees in the scale and complexity elements that point to neo-Darwinian models as perhaps indicating a way of comprehending the changes. The parabolic curve of development suggests that population growth and recession, and an attendant rise and fall in consumption, were basic causes, as admitted in the well-documented case of Egypt. 46. But much else was involved, including peculiar pushers, drivers, and catalysts for which, probably, a new vocabulary will have to be developed by historians. In the shortest, but perhaps most powerful chapter, the FTH, on land management, the author points away from XED categories to more label ones that allow us to escape both our devotion to the bisectoral monoreal economy, on the one hand, and the need to bestow a wholly unique status on slave labor in production on the other. He clearly sees that these are different responses to a similar problem, the need to intensify production. This need fuels the attendant drive both to close control and monitoring procedures and to specialization in production. 47. Old models, however, just refuse to die, so exhausting and unnecessary reachings are made to demonstrate the earlier existence of this particular mode, the domain type, here and there in the ancient Mediterranean. 48. Instead of accepting the mode for what all current evidence shows the bipartite agricultural domain to have been, a peculiar response developed in northern Francia. 49, that is to say, in this specific mode, since, in general terms, the response of bipartite land management, apart from the privileged use of the term domain, was surely found at many times and places in global history. The adoption and extension of this technique along various arcs extending outwards from Francia was perhaps provoked because components in it, like the specialization of market-oriented production, matched the labor regimes and conditions of demand and supply found in that particular historical context. So attention is rightly drawn to vineyards and the production of wine as a leading edge that was already present inside different existing combinations of production and consumption. 50. Again, the mechanisms of change and development that Wickham suggests dovetail neatly with his critique and rejection of traditional models of the colonnade. 51. On the other hand, he does not go down the interpretative road on rural labor paved for us by the work of Jerry Spinaggi. He seems, rather, to accept the interpretation of the laws connected with the colonnade as tax-driven microregional adjustments and not much more, which they might well have been. 52. Culture and belief. In The Rise of Western Christendom, Peter Brown has drawn a comparably grand and cosmic panorama of these same great transitions, insistently hewing along the lines of ideas, beliefs, ritual practices, and sacred institutions. His could easily be argued to be a fourth way of seeing the same big process. Alternative categories are therefore just as possible and successful. Here they track the formation and development of an imperial religion and its manifold transformations and mutations, its growing bigness and its chinning along micro-regional lines. 53 Even though following a different set of concerns, this other narrative line points to much the same underlying story, albeit witnessed from a different point of view. If one reads and compares the evidence and the closely reasoned arguments of the different perspectives taken by Brown and Wickham, they tell us a number of things. First, whatever the story, it is not susceptible to framing. Despite Wickham's proclamation and the marginal utility of the metaphor, this is surely not what he has done. He frankly admits that his categories of analysis, skull structures, aristocratic wealth, estate management, settlement patterns, collective peasant autonomy, urbanism, and material exchange are ones that he has used because they are the ones that he is best trained to use. Others' belief systems, gender roles, representations, ritual, and cultic practices might be just as good. 54 But the units of analysis that dominate the work are not just those in which the author somehow happens to have some expertise. They are the conventional core of historical analysis that has been devoted to this problem since the mid-19th century. Recurrent elements in the story indicate the need to think differently about the nature of the whole process. Here Brown's global perspective on the rise of Christianity points to other necessary parts of this same story. Concepts, mental inventions, and transcendental beliefs, if consistently held by large numbers of people in concert, can compel and drive just as much as war. If the Muslim conquests did anything, they entirely reconquered the whole of the Roman Mediterranean system, taking out of its primacy a whole circuit of arid lands along its southern periphery from Palestine and Egypt in the east to the Maghreb al-Aqsa in the west. Wickham, too, affirms that this great geopolitical shift took place. These lands were no longer mainly oriented along north-south Mediterranean-centered axes, but rather to an expansive east-west polity that extended eastwards to the Iranian plateau. 55 The combined force of ideas, identity, and violence were creative and transformative. But these factors point, in turn, to the critical importance of patterns of thinking and belief, language and communication, and other containers of human behavioral patterns, and show them to be just as micro-regional or hegemonial as tributary relations or systems of exchange. Insistence on the priority of the state in the specific terms of an imperial state and its tributary structure only makes sense if it did in fact dominate the whole system in the manner claimed. The basic evidence on the kinds of connections with which the author wishes to anchor his MWS tend to lead us in other and different directions. Reconsider that bell curve of development that shows the Roman state to have been as much a result as a cause of the MWS. This is not to assert that, in Northian terms, the enforcement of more consistent norms of legal relations and the availability of more consistent kinds of currency over a much larger geographic area and over large populations, for example, might not assist in hyping the scale, complexity, and duration of production and consumption, effectively doing what states sometimes do well, cutting down systematically on transactional costs. It is just that top-down state-driven factors were not essentially causal to the MWS. The system in fact began its regular take-off over centuries when there were numerous large states in the Mediterranean basin and a plethora of smaller ones, all marked by their own peculiar cultural norms of communication and exchange, dominant languages, currencies, legal systems, and so on. The differences and competitive nature of these units in no way impeded the regular advance of the system through the so-called Hellenistic period, that is after the 330s BCE. Indeed, marked by the subsequent emergence of an increasing sameness of language and culture, the system experienced its main periods of growth and consolidation under conditions in which there was no unitary tributary process governing it. As the author himself notes, a second phase of the MWS arose in precisely the circumstances where small polities, minor kingdoms, small principalities, city-states large and small, ecclesiastical corporations and business families, amongst others, as well as fragmented cultural, legal, linguistic, and religious differences, were once again dominant in the lands of the Middle Sea. 56. This surely points to the great importance of all kinds of organized economic behavior, much of it on a great scale and performed by so-called illegal or criminal organizations and pursuits, the sex business, the drug trade, that historians, in their apparent need to conduct a moral discipline, studiously ignore. From barefaced criminality to institutionalized protection, all could collaborate to account for the rise of a state like that of Genoa. 57. It is here that the historian will have to decide on the relative significance of the internal forces generated by a microregion and the external connections, like those of the slave trade, in the rise of a polity like Venice. 58. In any event, competitive small-scale units were well capable of achieving another world system, indeed one which, through its Atlantic connections, was to transform the globe. 59. Wickham's solutions, thus, sometimes look too peculiar for comfort. While not accepting every criticism that Jack Goody has proffered as bearing equal weight, and being well aware of objections to various precise formulations of his hypotheses, there is enough to be said for his serial attacks on a Western historiography that privileges its own categories of development to cause discomfort with another version that appears, despite the denunciation of teleology, to look just like that. 60. There has certainly been more than one capitalist moment in the past. Some of the core elements of this great transformation were anchored in the Mediterranean, others were not because, as Peter Brown has repeatedly emphasized, they never were in the RST place. Also, as Michael McCormick has demonstrated and his claims have been sustained by other recent studies, with more forthcoming, the slave trade was one of the core elements in the Black Sea, Mediterranean system that perdured. It is perhaps odd that its importance is so strongly denied by Wickham. 61. Some of the explanation must lie in his extraordinary devotion to potsherds and dismissal of literary evidence as significant to understanding patterns of large-scale commerce. 62. But the slave trade was a kind of commerce that did not leave many material traces of the kind that Wickham wishes to privilege. In this sense, it was deadly but silent. Like the other economic indices of a larger Mediterranean system, the slave trade also witnessed recession in response to demand, but then experienced a revival just before it was to feed into a new Atlantic world that its merchants and maritime explorers were creating. De periodize. What is perhaps most profound about this new work is that its exacting, precise, and accurate collation and analysis of the known evidence, even from the purview of its chosen angles of attack, tell of this other hidden history of the Mediterranean. If anyone still believes in a Middle Ages, much less an early Middle Ages, even as a historiographical convenience, after reading this critical weighing and dissection of the huge mass of relevant data, then there is probably very little that the reviewer can add to change their minds. Assembled on this scale and detail, what the data themselves demonstrate is that the dominant 19th century Austro-German model of historical evolution is so fundamentally odd and misleading that it must surely be abandoned. In this manner, a classically based aesthetic and cultural periodization classical civilization transits to modernity via a Middle Age was somehow transmuted into an historical model armed with the necessary economic stage, feudalism. Attempts to save appearances by endlessly retooling the utility of social and economic classes, modes of production, the special status of the Western city, and the origins of so-called feudalism will no longer work. As a result of Wickham's monumental investigation, our attention should be more insistently refocused on the problem of what was actually happening. What are the better categories of analysis, and what specific forces were involved in the transmutations of global systems? Every analysis of the increasing profusion of data is signaling to us, and urgently, the need to abandon the obsolete categories of the great period of 19th century myth-making about history, whether that of Freud in sequences of mind and spirit, that of Le Play in the history of the family and sentiment, those of Tanis, Simmel, and Elias in culture, or those of Marx and Weber in historical economics. 63. They are all versions of the same story, calqued on a vulgar evolutionary logic intended to explain modernization. First them, now us. Every detail and conclusion reached in this massive volume speaks so much against both the periodization and the aim proclaimed in the title that one must wonder if Chris Wickham is playing with the reader when he says that he is framing the early Middle Ages. Could it be that he is suggesting a usage more normally found among Philip Marlowe and his peers? The dictionary informs us of this other meaning of the verb to frame, to set someone up to take a fall, or to conspire at the demise of someone or something. I hope so. A. Talk capital and politics are closely intertwined in most contemporary democracies. It is rare for an electorate to vote into highest office the former chief executive of a major corporation. To a select group including Italy's Berlusconi, Thaksin of Thailand and, at the local level, Mayor Bloomberg in New York, we can now add South Korea's tough-talking Lee Myung-bak A.K.A. The bulldozer, former head of Hyundai Construction and mayor of Seoul, who was elected president by a landslide on December 19, 2007. This was not the RST time a Hyundai executive had run for president of South Korea. The founder of the Hyundai Group, Chung Ju-young, garnered 16% of the vote in 1992. Lee's victory, however, has proved unprecedented in several respects. First, although Lee's winning margin was the widest since democratic elections began in 1987, his 48.7% of the vote far outstripped the 26.7% won by his closest challenger, Chung Dong-young of the center-left United New Democratic Party. The equally historic low turnout, at just over 62%, meant that he had the support of less than a third of the overall electorate. 1. Second, although almost all of Lee's predecessors have faced allegations of corruption and misconduct at some point during their presidency, he is the RST to confront such charges even before entering office. A special prosecutors bureau, set up by the National Assembly shortly before the December election to investigate allegations of fraud and stock manipulation, initially cleared Lee of any wrongdoing. A further probe in January, just 6 weeks before his inauguration, also found him innocent. Nevertheless, suspicions of Lee's past actions remain high, both among opposition parliamentarians and the general public. Given the notoriously intimate relations between politics and big business in South Korea's development state, and Lee's high-profile success in that system, it is possible that whole closets full of skeletons from his past have yet to be opened. Lee's presidency could be dogged by corruption scandals for the next years should he remain in office for the full term. For a further unprecedented aspect of Lee's presidency has been the drastic collapse of his support, within 100 days of his February 2008 inauguration. Protests aired after his RST trip to Washington in April, where Lee kowtowed to Bush, promising that South Korea would resume beef imports from the U.S., banned after the BSE scare of 2003 in order to get a free trade agreement back on track. By June 2008 they had escalated into almost nightly candlelit protests in the center of Seoul and other cities, estimated to have mobilized over 1 million Koreans. While truck drivers struck over rising fuel prices, demonstrators demanded an end to central planks of Lee's program: large-scale privatizations, rising education costs, attacks on labor rights, and called for him to go. On June 19 the president issued a televised apology from the Blue House. "Sitting on the mountain by myself and looking at the endless candlelight parades, I reproached myself for not serving the public properly," he avowed. "Please watch me and the government make a new start. I will make candlelit streets with rays of hope." Lee hastily backtracked on planned privatizations of water, gas, and electricity, ditched a multi-billion-dollar project for a canal connecting Seoul to Busan in the southeast, offered palliative subsidies to small businesses, striking truckers, and low-income families, and scrambled to win further concessions from Washington on the suspect steers. How should we contextualize this dramatic passage in Korean politics? The cry of "Dakyatato, down with the dictatorship," was heard on the streets of Seoul this June, an echo of the mass protests that nearly brought down the authoritarian Cold War government in the Great June Uprising of 1987. Lee's election victory, as standard-bearer of the conservative Grand National Party, GNP, a formation with roots in the pre-87 military regimes, clearly represents a rightward shift, after a decade under two successive presidents of the center-left, Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun. This was underlined by the 15%er of the votes scored by Li Huichang, a former GNP presidential candidate, who entered the race at the 11th hour as an independent Cold War conservative. The trend was confirmed by the April 9, 2008 National Assembly elections, which resulted in a bare majority for the GNP, 153 of 299 seats, a net gain of 32, and a loss of some 50% of representation for both the center-left United Democratic Party and the small trade union-backed Democratic Labour Party, which lost 80 and 5 seats respectively. Yet beneath the surface of this left-right shift lies a more ambiguous transformation of South Korean politics. Lee Myung-bak is not merely an atavistic conservative. The right-wing constellation of forces that dominated South Korean politics in the decades preceding the 1987 democratic uprising, a combination of strident Cold War anti-communism, military-led authoritarianism, state business corporatism, and obsequious pro-Americanism, cannot hold as it once did. Despite its authoritarian roots, Lee's GNP has moved decisively towards the political center in recent years. At the same time, neither the administration of Kim Dae-jung nor that of Roh Moo-hyun were as progressive, the term favored by the Korean left, as they may initially have appeared. In the case of Roh in particular, there was an acute contradiction between his core support base and political background on the one hand, and on the other, the neoliberal economic agenda he advanced. This discrepancy fatally undermined Roh's administration, and made it all but impossible for his chosen successor Chung Dong-young to win the presidency, in the face of mass abstentions. Both Kim and Roh were products of the 80s democracy movement, yet this new layer entered office just as the 1997 Asian financial crisis threatened to unravel South Korea's economic miracle. To understand the political conjuncture in which Lee Myung-bak is now struggling, it is necessary to gain a perspective on the decade of rule by the center-left. Democratic openings. Over the course of the 1970s and 80s, the dictatorships of Park Chung-hee and Chun Doo-hwan were challenged by one of the most extensive, organized and courageous cultures of political protest in the world. With university students as its vanguard, this movement sphere, Undong-kwon, emerged in the early 1970s, and by the 1980s had formed what historian Nam Hee Lee has called a counter-public sphere against the dominance of the military and monopoly capital. The movement coalesced around the concept of the Minjin, or popular masses. It was careful to avoid any language taken directly from left traditions, still taboo in deeply anti-communist South Korea. Denied access to the works of Marx, but taking a cue from Gramsci, many students worked undercover in factories to develop organic links with the exploding population of blue-collar workers, the second component of the Minjin coalition created by the highly authoritarian industrialization of the country via the state-backed conglomerates or chaebols, Hyundai, Daewoo, Samsung, and the rest, in the post-war era. A third component consisted of progressive elements of the Catholic and Protestant churches. Although predominantly conservative today, during the 1970s progressive groups on the Protestant margins taught and organized factory workers through the urban industrial mission, which was deeply influenced by Paulo Freire's pedagogy of the oppressed, while Catholic activists articulated a socially conscious Minjin theology akin to the contemporaneous liberation theology of Latin America. 3/4 was undoubtedly a powerful sense of regional exclusion. Park Chung-hee's dictatorship had showered economic and political favors on his native Gyeongsang region in the southeast, at the expense of the Jeolla region of the southwest. The latter became the real hotbed of political opposition to the dictatorship, which led in turn to more discrimination from the center. Finally, in May 1980 the city of Gwangju in South Jeolla province exploded in a popular uprising against the new military strongman, General Chun Doo-hwan, who responded with a bloodbath that killed hundreds of Gwangju citizens. In other respects, too, the South Korean democracy movement of the 1980s differed quantitatively and qualitatively from its predecessors. The protests of April 1960 that led to the resignation of President Syngman Rhee had largely been conned to students and intellectuals, and the ensuing democratic opening was soon reversed by Park Chung-hee's military coup of May 1961. The more socially diverse but scattered demands for democracy following Park's assassination in October 1979 were in turn crushed by Chun Doo-hwan's seizure of power in May 1980. The June uprising of 1987 was far larger and more inclusive than either of these, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of factory workers, farmers, students, and middle-class professionals to demand Chun's resignation and the establishment of democratic procedures and political freedoms. 4. But if South Korea's democratic transition was accomplished by a popular movement, its democratic consolidation was effected by intra-elite coordination, leading Choi Jang-jip, one of the most eminent scholars of Korean politics, to term it a passive revolution. 5. From the outset, South Korea's transition to democracy was arguably more procedural than substantive, a conservative democratization, in Choi's term, overdetermined by the structures of the country's Cold War state and its chaebol-dominated industrialization, which has failed to produce a party system representative of the real diversity of interests in Korean society. The central instruments of the repressive state apparatus were duly retained. The national security law, established in 1948 under Syngman Rhee, which allows anyone to be arrested and incarcerated without due process on suspicion of anti-state activity, and the key agency for enforcing this, the Korean Central Intelligence Agency, set up immediately after Park's coup of 1961-6. The RST presidential election after the fall of the dictatorship, in December 1987, was won by Chun's hand-picked successor and army comrade Roh Tae-woo, with barely a third of the popular vote. The opposition had been divided between two long-standing pro-democracy activists, Kim Dae-jung and Kim Young-sam. In 1990, the latter Kim joined his party with Rose to form the Democratic Liberal Party, DLP, a grand conservative coalition transparently inspired by Japan's Liberal Democratic Party. Clearly the DLP's boosters, not least in the United States, hoped it would, like its Japanese model, establish stable, conservative one-party rule against a token opposition. Though Kim won the presidency as DLP candidate in 1992, even this hand-rigged establishment grouping failed to last through his term. 7. Confirming Choi Jang-jip's diagnosis, parties have continued to be ad hoc arrangements, organized around ambitious individuals with the sole aim of winning elections. A feverish pre-election mobilization is followed by a rapid post-election demobilization. Agents desirous of change have tended to work outside the political system rather than through it. It is arguably this that explains why, despite its dramatic beginnings, South Korea's democratization, unlike that of, say, South Africa or Brazil, has been incremental and conservative. Significant social forces have largely been excluded from the formal political process, most conspicuously South Korea's once powerful, and occasionally still very vocal, trade unions, which remained outside of politics until the turn of the century. 8. Much of the student movement and the Christian activist circle dissipated after the late 1980s, although some of its leading members moved into civil society. Since the early 1990s, NGOs have achieved some success in such areas as electoral reform, government accountability, women's rights, and the environment. 9. But for the most part, the political realm has been dominated by the more conservative elements of South Korean society. The net result of this conservative democratization has been a wide gap between the hopes for democratization and the reality of South Korean politics over the last 2 decades. The reality being periodic spectacles of electoral mobilization set against sometimes dramatic, but rarely effective, protests by workers and civil society groups. The weakness of the party system alone cannot explain this, of course, because the range of political options in South Korea is also constrained by other factors, not least the political economy of the post-Asian crisis regime. After the Asian crisis, if the upheaval of 1987 opened the way to a post-authoritarian politics in South Korea, the 1997 Asian financial crisis demonstrated the limits on the country's political and economic choices. Bruce Cummings has argued that the crisis set the seal on Korea's shift away from the developmental state model. 10. It was precisely in the midst of this crisis, in December 1997, that Kim Dae-jung was elected president. The official slogan for the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Republic of Korea, August 15, 1998, was the second nation building, a reference to the period of national construction that followed Korea's liberation from Japanese colonial rule in August 1945. Kim's message was clear: South Korea would put its authoritarian, corrupt, dependent past behind it. A champion of democracy but never a radical, indeed, an unabashed admirer of Blair, Kim's record reeks both the limits and the potential of third-way politics. Kim tried to bring reconciliation in many areas, between South Korean regions, between labor and management, rich and poor, left and right, Korea and Japan, and perhaps most dramatically between North and South Korea. But Kim remained saddled with the legacy of the past. Domestically, his presidency was confronted by a majority opposition party, the continuing power of the chaebol and the persistence of regionalism, which highlighted his status as representative of the minority southwestern Jeolla province. 11 external constraints included, RSTLY, South Korea's dependence on the financial markets, after the lifting of its capital controls in the early 90s, and the scrutiny of the International Monetary Fund in the wake of the 1997 crisis, what South Koreans generally call the IMF crisis. The conditions of the IMF's $57 billion rescue package included labor deregulation, fiscal austerity, lifting ceilings on foreign investment to 50% or opening capital and auto markets, and instituting international auditing for the chaebol. Secondly, of course, there was the ROK's alliance with the United States, which shaped its response to the crisis and both facilitated and inhibited Kim's overtures to North Korea. Kim was the RST native of Jeolla to be elected president, and he intended his election to demonstrate that South Korea had overcome the bitter regional divisions of the previous 2 decades. The reality proved otherwise. His support was overwhelming in his native southwest, but extremely sparse in the southeast. 12 in the National Assembly, his Democratic Party maintained a slim majority over the GNP by means of a bizarre alliance with the conservative United Liberal Democrats, led by Kim Jong-pil, former chief of the notorious KCHA under Park Chung-hee, and who had plotted more than once to have Kim killed. As noted, the KCHA and the National Security Law were retained under Kim's presidency, though the former was renamed National Intelligence Service in 1999. But Kim's attempts at reform ended in compromise not only with the lingering elements of authoritarian politics but also with the interests of Korean monopoly capital, represented in the chaebol. Early on in his presidency, Kim had convened a tripartite committee consisting of leaders of labor, business, and government, no Sejong, in its Korean abbreviation, in an attempt to put his ideas of social consensus and participatory democracy into practice. The committee accomplished little and soon faded away, in part because organized labor remained unconvinced, preferring to advance its interests through strikes and protests. Instead of reconciliation, the legacy of the Kim-Ro era has been the rapid growth of informal workers, now close to 60% of the South Korean workforce, and the further marginalization of labor. 13 Similarly, liberalization of the chaebol, a central IMF demand, has, if anything, confirmed the shift to capital. In December 1998, Kim won the agreement of the top business leaders to a so-called big deal on structural reform. 14 The ensuing creative destruction shook out a number of the weaker RMS, most spectacularly the Daewoo Group, the RST of South Korea's major conglomerates, to go bankrupt in the post-Asian crisis era. At present the top chaebol is no longer Hyundai, which occupied this position through much of South Korea's heavy industry phase, but Samsung, the electronics giant which has become the super chaebol of the 20th century. But while the free market has been a recurrent refrain in South Korea since the 1997 financial crisis, in reality liberalization has taken place in halting fashion. Although the majority of the workforce is employed by smaller enterprises, the chaebol continue to call the shots, accounting for 60% of exports. The economy remains dominated by large conglomerates to a degree perhaps greater than any other capitalist nation. Arguably, rather than substituting state-led development with neoliberal economic practices, South Korea has grafted the latter onto the former. 15 As a result, the job security, holidays, healthcare, and other benefits the Chaebol once offered their employees have been steadily eroded over the past decade. The state has done little to LL the gap in any of these areas, and a sense of economic vulnerability on the part of ordinary South Koreans has been a major legacy of the progressive decade. Meanwhile, Kim's sunshine policy of peaceful engagement with North Korea, which was to have been the centerpiece of his time in office, made little progress after his historic June 2000 summit meeting with Kim Jong-il, as we shall see. Kim Dae-jung thus ended his presidency beleaguered both by opponents on the right and by former supporters on the left, with his reform program stalled and his major foreign policy initiative under attack from the White House. As a result, it was widely expected that the GNP candidate, Lee Hoi-chang, would sweep the 2002 presidential election. The victory of Roh Moo-hyun, a hitherto little-known, self-taught human rights lawyer whose economic and educational background placed him well outside the mainstream of South Korea's political class, was an unexpected upset against resurgent conservative forces. The outcome of the 2002 election was widely interpreted as reacting a generational shift, and in particular a triumph for the so-called 386 generation, those in their 30s at the time, who entered university in the 1980s and were born in the 1960s. Unlike their parents, whose formative experience was the Korean War and whose anti-North Korean, pro-US sentiments were taken for granted, the 386 ERS were shaped above all by the democratic upheavals of the 1980s. Generally more progressive in such areas as civil rights and relations with North Korea and the US, this was the demographic segment that, more than any other, helped Roh win the election. 16 but years later, the 386 ERS no longer held together as a cohesive bloc, and were as likely to vote against the progressive camp's candidate as for him. Although unceasingly attacked as leftist, Roh's administration dispatched Korean troops to Iraq, and its economic policies proved more neoliberal than any of its predecessors. The vicissitudes of the Roh administration illustrate vividly the contradictions of South Korean politics. Not long after his narrow election victory in 2002, Roh split from Kim Dae-jung's New Millennium Democratic Party, NMDP, to form his own party, the Yalan Yuri Dang or Our Open Party, usually referred to as the Yuri Party. In early 2004, Roh survived impeachment proceedings begun by an alliance of GNP opposition parliamentarians and members of the NMDP, but his Yuri Party came back to win a majority in the National Assembly that April. The RST time in many years a president and a parliamentary majority had shared the same party affiliation. However, Roh's political capital evaporated almost instantly. Attempting to rule as a populist through direct appeals to citizen support, especially via the internet, a medium which helped him win the 2002 election, but has since become as useful for conservatives as progressives, Roh's often high-handed style alienated many Koreans even from his own part of the political spectrum, to say nothing of the conservative opposition, as well as nearly all significant interests. In the Korean establishment, the mainstream media, the military, business leaders and leading universities, Roh became increasingly isolated in the last half of his presidency, governing principally through a conservative bureaucracy. South Korea's commitment to market liberalization has been a constant at least since Kim Young-sam's policy of globalization or Sejiwa in the mid-1990s, but the Roh administration's enthusiasm for free trade, and particularly bilateral free trade agreements, was unparalleled. Under Roh, FTAs were negotiated with 40 countries in 2 years, no doubt a world record. But the Korea-US free trade agreement signed in 2007 stood out, along with the decision to commit troops to the war in Iraq, as one of the most divisive foreign policy issues of Roh's presidency, especially among his core supporters. The Korea's FTA inspired some of the largest organized protests South Korea had seen since the early 1990s. 17 Despite domestic opposition, and to much lesser degree, criticism within the US, the FTA was signed both by the Korean and by the US president. With and against America. Popular opinion in Korea was even more strongly opposed to US military policies during this period, marking a distinct shift. For over 40 years during the Cold War, the purpose of the US-ROC alliance had been seen by both sides as unambiguous, defending South Korea, as part of the free world, against the threat of the North, backed by China and the USSR. The Soviet collapse did not fundamentally alter this. During the early Bush years, however, and despite the ROC contingent in Iraq, America and South Korea differed not only in their view of the North Korean threat, but on the nature of US-ROC relations more generally. The nadir came in the winter of 2002-03, when tens of thousands of Koreans participated in candlelit vigils calling for US accountability in the deaths of 2 schoolgirls accidentally killed by American military vehicles. The protests were embedded in a broader sense of unease. Statistics reeked at a sharp change of attitude, in a country that had been almost unique in its overwhelmingly pro-Americanism a generation earlier. A poll taken by the Jungang Ilbo newspaper in December 2002 revealed that only 13% of South Koreans viewed the US favorably, while 36% viewed it unfavorably, and 50% were neutral. Furthermore, 72% of South Koreans in their 30s, and 62% in their 20s, wanted to restructure the US-ROC alliance to make it more equal. 18. While some observers attributed such shifts to a general rise of anti-Americanism among younger South Koreans, they have arguably had more to do with the Bush administration's saber-rattling against Pyongyang and the war in Iraq, which many saw as a chilling precedent for an attack on North Korea. But the new level of tension in the US-DPRK confrontation also focused attention on the 37,000 US troops on South Korean territory, positioned near the border as well as at Yongsan Army Base, occupying prime real estate in the center of Seoul, a presence no longer legitimate by the Cold War. The status of forces agreement between the US and South Korea, and in particular the automatic American assumption of control over ROC forces in the event of war, was a further point of contention. The Roh administration pushed for changes in both these areas. In June 2003, with American forces tied down in Afghanistan and Iraq, the Pentagon announced it would move troops away from the border, and redeploy 7,000 soldiers out of Seoul to bases farther south. The following year, the two governments agreed on a reduction of about 12,000 US troops, and the handover to South Korea of wartime operational control of its own military forces by 2012, although there are as yet no concrete plans to remove US soldiers from the peninsula altogether. Return of the GNP. Such moves failed to secure more general support for Roh's administration. By the end of his term in office he had become one of the most unpopular presidents since opinion polls began in Korea, although it should be noted that all presidents since 1987 have left office far less popular than when they began. Despite his free trade policies, South Korea's growth remained sluggish relative to its past performance, while employment stagnated. The post-97 recovery had been based on high-end exports to the US, in some instances routed via assembly plants in China. It was further boosted after 2000 by a domestic credit bubble. When this collapsed in 2004, after a credit card accounting scandal, a further bubble blew up in real estate. The result has been rising indebtedness and labor insecurity, accompanied by rocketing housing prices. Meanwhile, the gap between rich and poor climbed to the third highest in the OECD. 20. When faced with a choice between a closet pro-business president and an open one in the 2007 election, a plurality of South Korean voters chose the latter. Like Berlusconi and Thuksin before him, Lee Myung-bak succeeded in portraying his Hyundai background and his own rags-to-riches story as a basis for sound economic leadership. Lee did well among voters in their 30s and 40s, but his highest support came from those in their 20s, the least economically secure age group, and partly for this reason much more conservative than their immediate elders. 21. Whether Lee's economic policies can alleviate that insecurity is another matter. His business-friendly position appears to be very pro-chaebol, and he has proposed policies that would reverse a number of legal constraints on chaebol expansion, such as limits on equity investment and the separation of natural and industrial capital. 22. The Big Deal initiated by Kim Dae-jung, never much of a big deal in the RST place, is likely to be scaled back under Lee. The government and monopoly capital in South Korea are on more cooperative terms now than at any time since the early 1990s. As the June 2008 protests have revealed, however, Lee's freedom of maneuver may be limited. Similarly, Lee's position on North Korea involves multiple contradictions. During his presidential campaign, Lee made tough noises on the question, and on entering office criticized the policy of engagement as unilateral appeasement. He emphasized Pyongyang's complete compliance with the denuclearization agreement as a precondition for future inter-Korean cooperation and, in particular, large-scale investments such as the development of the Jeju West Sea area, promised by Roh in the 8-point agreement signed at the October 2007 North-South Summit in Pyongyang, which outlined a wide range of cooperative activities. 23 But though he needs to demonstrate his toughness on Pyongyang to please his conservative base, given Hyundai's record as South Korea's largest corporate investor in the North, Lee would seem particularly well positioned to continue and deepen South Korea's economic penetration of the DPRK. Cheap, disciplined North Korean labor provides an irresistible attraction to South Korean capital, which has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the Gaesong Industrial Zone project, founded by the Hyundai, Asan company, and looks forward to future investment zones in other parts of North Korea. While there are real differences on the question in Seoul, there is a general consensus that North-South cooperation is beneficial to both sides, that gradual reunification is preferable to sudden collapse and a German-style absorption of North Korea by the ROC, and that persuasion is preferable to coercion. Such views are, broadly speaking, shared across the political spectrum in South Korea, including much of the right. In June 2007 the GNP, long hawkish on the North, revised its policy to favor engagement, effectively aligning itself with the position of the two liberal presidents, Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun. 24 A long-term strategy of maintaining South Korean unions and pulling North Korea more fully into the orbit of southern capital calls for more economic engagement, not less. It remains to be seen whether the ideological or economically opportunistic side of Lee's North Korea policy will win out. Peninsular diplomacy. That Korea remains divided between North and South, nearly 2 decades after the fall of the Berlin Wall, is eloquent testimony to the sui generis character of the peninsula's division system which Paik Nak Chung discussed 15 years ago. 25 The Cold War was a necessary but certainly not sufficient cause of this, and the longer Korea's North-South divide persists, the clearer appear the differences between Korean and European partition. Above all, unlike the erstwhile German Democratic Republic, the DPRK since its foundation in 1948, a staunchly nationalist regime profoundly different from the Soviet dependencies of Eastern Europe, has deed most outsiders' expectations and obstinately refused to fade into historical oblivion. 26 Not until the US and North Korea had pulled back from the brink of war in June 1994, at the climax of what we can now call the RST North Korean nuclear crisis, did the US and later South Korea accept that the DPRK was not going to disappear soon, and had to be dealt with, in the words of Clinton's Secretary of Defense William J. Perry, as it is, not as we wish it to be. 27. The symbol of this changed American view of North Korea and perhaps vice versa was the October 1994 Framework Agreement, which froze North Korea's plutonium program in exchange for energy assistance and movement towards normalizing political relations. But even after the June 2000 summit between Kim Dae-jung and Kim Jong-il, a major agreement to resolve the nuclear question and move forward on Washington, Pyongyang normalization never materialized. The incoming Bush administration, reactively opposed to much of Clinton's foreign policy, not least its appeasement of Pyongyang, adopted a more confrontational stance. A second nuclear crisis erupted in October 2002, when the US accused North Korea of carrying on a secret uranium enrichment program in order to evade the 1994 ban. As hardliners in the Bush administration had long hoped, the 1994 agreement soon collapsed. But the DPRK itself did not, and in April 2003, through the mediation of Beijing, the US, North Korea, South Korea, China, Japan and Russia entered into six-way talks on the North Korean nuclear issue. The six-party talks proceeded in TS and starts. In November 2005 a FTH round was ended by the US, who announced it would freeze North Korean assets at the Banco Delta Asia in Macau. 8 months later, on July 5, 2005, Pyongyang ended a self-imposed missile moratorium in place since 1998 and test-launched 7 ballistic missiles. On October 9, 2005, it announced it had successfully carried out an underground nuclear test. Both actions were condemned by UN Security Council resolutions, with China's agreement, but no retribution took place. Eventually the US backed down, offering a set of incentives for North Korea to return to the six-party talks. The result was the agreement of February 13, 2007, which called for the DPRK to shut down and abandon its Yongbyon reactor, invite back IAEA inspectors, and reveal the full extent of its nuclear program. In exchange, the US and Japan would move towards normalization of ties with the DPRK, and offer energy and humanitarian assistance. In October 2007, Pyongyang promised to full the agreement by the end of the year, and reaffirmed its commitment not to transfer nuclear materials, technology, or know-how. Less than a year after the DPRK's nuclear test, the mood had changed from visions of the apocalypse to hopes for peace and economic cooperation. Even its failure to meet the December 31 deadline for full disclosure was dismissed as a relatively minor inconvenience by the American negotiators. North Korea continued to hand over key documents in the RST half of 2008. 28. Most South Koreans today neither fear a North Korean invasion nor desire a North Korean collapse. While there are a small number mostly younger and concentrated in the long disenfranchised South Jeolla region who admire the Kim Jong-il regime and especially North Korea's independence, strident nationalism, and refusal to submit to the will of the US, the general attitude might be described as a desire for containment, keeping the North alive but at bay, if necessary through economic assistance, so long as it is not too costly for the South. This is a far cry from the fervent hope for unification that motivated South Koreans for decades after the initial division, but it follows logically from the economically pragmatic worldview that dominates contemporary South Korea. Korea in the world. Most foreign visitors to South Korea today arrive at Incheon Airport, a spectacular new facility on an island in the Han River estuary west of Seoul, not far from the site of General Douglas MacArthur's famous September 1950 landing that changed the course of the Korean War. Currently the fourth busiest airport in the world by cargo, Incheon Airport is one of the most visible symbols of South Korea's hopes for a central role in the economic dynamism of Northeast Asia due, especially, to Korea's proximity to China. The country's strategic position between the empires of China, Russia, and Japan, long seen as its main weakness, came to be reimagined as a unique source of strength. From the outset, the Roh administration sought to focus on South Korea's active role in regional economic integration, dubbing Korea the hub economy for Northeast Asia. In his February 2003 inaugural address, Roh asserted that the age of Northeast Asia is fast approaching, adding that he had long dreamed of a regional community of peace and co-prosperity. Like the European Union, Japan, the world's second-largest economy, tearfully emerging from a lost decade of stagnation in the 1990s, China, the world's fastest-growing economy and both Korea's and Japan's top investment market, and Korea together comprise an increasingly integrated regional economy. Ties are strengthening in other areas. More Korean students now study in China than in the US, while South Korean popular culture, principally its LMS, has become all the rage in Japan, China, and Southeast Asia. Japanese culture, long banned by the South Korean government, has similarly taken off in Korea. In the area of security, a region divided for decades by Cold War confrontation has been coming together, paradoxically perhaps, over the North Korean nuclear issue, through the vehicle of the six-party talks. Bystanders for over a century, as more powerful countries decided the peninsula's fate, Koreans are now active participants in negotiations, alongside their regional neighbors and the Americans. The Roh government went so far as to suggest that South Korea could play the role of a mediator in disputes between Japan and China, and between North Korea and the United States. The idea of Korea's advantageous centrality in this new regional order was most fully articulated by the scholar and foreign policy advisor Bae Kikan in his best-selling Korea at the Crossroads, allegedly one of President Roh's favorite books. 29 Bae argued for South Korea to become a balancer for peace and prosperity in Northeast Asia, an efficient and neutral middle-ranking power that could be the Switzerland of Asia. Ultimately, Bae suggests, the deepening economic linkages on the peninsula, the defusing of military tensions between the Koreas, and the common aspirations for peace and prosperity among the major powers would lead to a politically unit Korean peninsula playing a central role in a cooperative and increasingly integrated Northeast Asia. The Lee Myung-bak government has rejected much of this neutralist vision, seeing the country as a pro-US partisan, not a mediator. Lee has promised to improve relations with Japan, but this is a tough sell in both countries, while the ROC's relations with China have encountered new difficulties. Russia, although South Korea has substantial investments there, is hardly considered a close ally. Northeast Asia may not after all be the EU of the future, with Korea at its center. Perhaps Belgium is a better analogy than Switzerland. Even before the end of the Roh administration, in fact, the notion of Korea as a hub economy had been quietly dropped from official discourse. There is widespread recognition among South Koreans that their country's time in the sun may not last. The ROC's economy is well behind that of Japan, and will probably remain so for the foreseeable future. Its population is far smaller than that of Russia or China, even if its economy is larger than the former's and more advanced than the latter's. In any case, given the PRC's extraordinary economic growth reminiscent of Korea, Inc. in its 1980s heyday, but on a far larger scale, South Korea's technological lead over China may not last much longer. Furthermore, as technology transfer to China accelerates, South Korea runs the risk of losing out between low-wage China and high-tech Japan. The hopes pinned on Korea as a gateway to the PRC, and on the creation of an entirely new free trade-oriented city on Korea's west coast to encourage foreign investment, the so-called Songdo Ubiquitous City, a joint project between the New Jersey-based Gale Company and POSCO, South Korea's iron and steel giant, beg the obvious question: why would foreigners invest across the Yellow Sea from China when they could invest in China directly? 30. Northeast Asia is not likely to become Western Europe anytime soon. In Korea's part of the world, the logic of market integration has yet to trump historical animosities. Textbooks downplaying Japanese atrocities in World War II and Prime Minister Koizumi's visits to the Yasukuni Shrine regularly stirred up popular outcries and government protests in South Korea as in China. A historical dispute over the ancient kingdom of Goguryeo, whether it was ethnically Korean, as Koreans believe, or part of China, as the Chinese claim, led to a major diplomatic row in 2004. 31 China and the ROC have also become rivals, especially over economic inniance, in North Korea. South Korea's China boom, beginning in the early 1990s when the two countries established diplomatic relations, has recently become tempered by the realization that the PRC could be an economic threat as well as an opportunity. The Roh administration's energetic pursuit of a free trade agreement with the US represents one attempt to counterbalance Chinese power and inniance. Mixed weddings. The end of the developmental state in South Korea has also had unexpected domestic consequences. As in Japan, capitalist defiance has challenged Korea's mono-ethnic insularity. As recently as 2 decades ago, the only substantial groups of foreigners in South Korea were its dwindling ethnic Chinese community and American soldiers. Most of the latter remained in or near the US military bases that dot the republic like an inland archipelago, the largest being at Yongsan, formerly the home garrison of the Japanese colonial army, now occupying several hundred acres in the heart of Seoul. Just east of Yongsan is the notorious Itaewon district, once the exclusive domain of American soldiers and the prostitutes and merchants who served them, and now a major tourist destination. Even respectable middle-class Koreans, long barred from the area both out of self-respect and by South Korean law, can be found slumming it there, some of the men soliciting the favors of East European prostitutes in the new Russian clubs. Equally remarkable is the presence of guest workers from South Asia and Africa. On a Friday evening, Pakistani and Bangladeshi men can be seen walking past the hostess bars towards Seoul's main mosque, which like most things foreign is sequestered to Itaewon, while West African workers emerge out of the clubs onto the streets. Without the presence of these guest workers sewing clothes and handbags in the local factories, South Korea's garment export industry, already battered by competition from South Asia and Latin America, would collapse. The transformation of Itaewon is a microcosm of South Korea's shift from a garrison state superintended by the American military to participant in a kaleidoscopically transnational division of labor. These mostly undocumented and badly treated foreign workers number in the hundreds of thousands, and although Kim Dae-jung sought to address their plight, their position in a country where economic insecurity affects wide sections of society is still quite precarious. The largest group of undocumented immigrants by far consists of ethnic Koreans from China, whose appearance and command of the 134 NLR 51 Korean language enable them to work undetected, occupying many of the 3D dirty, difficult, and dangerous jobs that many South Koreans refuse. Occasionally a spectacular event, such as the warehouse raid that killed a dozen Korean Chinese in January 2008, draws attention to the situation of these migrants. 32 For the most part, however, they operate invisibly on South Korea's economic margins. Immigrants also provide a more intimate service in 20th century South Korea. As the society has urbanized, women havoc to the city from the country, leaving behind the young men, who are expected to continue working on the family farm. A disproportionate number of single men thus remain in the countryside, unable to end brides. The solution has been to import women from the poorer parts of Asia, especially China and Southeast Asian countries. Vietnam, sharing a Confucian cultural heritage with Korea, is seen as a particularly attractive source of brides. By 2004, approximately 27.4% of rural South Korean men were married to non-Korean women. 33 In some villages the rate of international marriage is over 50%. Only in the major cities, especially Seoul, are the overwhelming majority of Koreans married to other Koreans. The countryside is now far more cosmopolitan than the city. Along with the presence of some 1 million foreign workers, this high rate of intermarriage has helped to undermine Korea's long-held self-perception shared with few countries other than Japan as an ethnically homogeneous nation. It remains to be seen how successfully South Korea can adapt to this new multicultural environment. The Japanese precedent does not offer a very promising model. 2 decades after the Great June Uprising of 1987, which brought down the military government of Chun Doo-hwan, and 10 years after the 1997-98 Asian Nanchal crisis that threatened to unravel South Korea's economic miracle, the country is itself facing considerable anxiety over its economic future. A changing relationship with the United States is rooted in the still unratified free trade agreement and the question of the redeployment of US military forces. Deepening engagement with North Korea, despite the ongoing war of words on the peninsula, and an unprecedented economic stature in East Asia, is coupled with profound uncertainty about its place between a resurgent Japan and an increasingly assertive China. In many ways, the country is still searching for its place in the world. Korea has not existed as a unit, independent nation-state since Japan annexed the peninsula in 1910. North Korea tried to overcome the disaster of colonization by rejecting all forms of dependency, including dependency on the Soviet Union, which inspired it and helped bring it into being. Following a self-declared path of self-reliance, the DPRK demonstrated impressive industrial growth in its early years, but descended into economic catastrophe and famine by the 1990s and shows little sign of recovering soon. South Korea, following a very different model, was slower to get on its feet but ultimately became one of the few countries outside the Euro-Atlantic core to achieve the status of an advanced economy. The political economy of South Korean development was in many ways harsh, and it was the desire to alleviate that brutality which motivated one of the 20th century's most remarkable democratic movements. But if the goal of that movement was to create capitalism with a human face, it seems that 10 years of progressive presidential rule under the macroeconomic tutelage of the IMF have produced, instead, growing insecurities and inequality. Yet as the June 2008 protests have shown, the South Korean people may not be willing to countenance the deepening of that neoliberal paradigm. Paul Nugent, Africa Since Independence. African Outcomes. David Layaden. Reviews. In Africa Since Independence, Paul Nugent traces the trajectories of sub-Saharan African states from their post-World War II anti-colonial movements, a time of hope and optimism, through the early 20th century, when many of them, with newly created quasi-democratic institutions, were recovering from state collapse and economic crisis. He offers no governing thesis. His talent lies in sensitively steering between the Scylla and Charybdis of every major debate that has put Africans and Africanists on opposing shores. This includes such concerns as the impact of nationalism on decolonization, the roles of chiefs versus politicians in the transition to independence, the socialist as against the capitalist path to development, whether military rule offered any improvement compared to discredited nationalist leaders, the impact of international financial institutions on African economic growth, the staying power of the current wave of democratization, and whether there are any remaining national foundations for reconstituting Africa states a major agenda, by any measure. The tone for the book is set in an opening chapter that provides an engaging and fair-minded interpretation of African nationalism in the face of the dying embers of European colonialism. Nugent juxtaposes two views, RSTLY, that African nationalism heroically undermined a racist and anti-development colonial state, and second, that Africa was a wasteful burden on Europe in the post-war years, and the colonialists hastened to shed the responsibility of rule by passing the torch to naive but eager national. Layaden Africa 137. Reviewists. Nugent offers a compelling synthesis, sailing smoothly between the reefs of African heroism and the shoals of European Machiavellianism, by showing that colonial rule involved irreconcilable contradictions. For example, however much Europeans thought about equality, they found it inconceivable to grant their colonial subjects en masse citizenship rights in their own states. Faced with nationalist demands they could not easily fool, they had little choice but to retreat from empire, not in any planned way, but by concession atop concession. Nugent provides a useful juxtaposition of the different political forms and relationships to the metropole in each of the six empires: British, French, Belgian, Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, and the ways in which these played out in their respective decolonization sequences. Contrary to the burden thesis, Nugent demonstrates that the economic returns for the European powers were impressive. Britain's colonies, for instance, made an invaluable contribution by virtue of the dollars they earned through primary exports to the United States, accounting for a fth of the sterling area's reserves by 1952. However, colonial officials, more so the British than the French, were outmaneuvered by the not-so-naive nationalists, and were forced into a rather ungraceful exit from power. Britain, according to Nugent, was rather inept at converting formal empire into informal unions, certainly by comparison with the French, whose continuing extensive sway over La Francofrique extended to setting the value of the currencies in these nominally independent ex-colonial states. Nugent provides what he calls a prole of Africa at independence in Chapter 2. The fair-minded approach continues, but with less cogency. Regarding the sources of Africa's predicament of having weak states and fragile economies, for example, Nugent sets out two positions. The RST, associated with IEU and grifts, asserts that the Balkanization of the continent led to states too undersized to prosper. Of a total 47 newly independent states, Grifts calculates that 15, including such microstates as Lesotho, Swaziland, Gambia, and Equatorial Guinea, took up only 1% of Africa's surface area, whereas the three biggest, Sudan, Algeria and Zaire, accounted for over a quarter. However, most of the continent nestles between these extremes, medium-sized states with relatively small populations numbering less than 10 million at independence. In Griffith's view, they therefore had no basis for a manufacturing industry or even basic services. The second position, associated with Jeffrey Herbst, holds that the demographics of the continent itself, with pockets of population disconnected from one another, have made it difficult for any state, including colonial regimes, to broadcast power. If anything, size confers a disadvantage, as perhaps demonstrated by the subsequent fortunes of Sudan, Congo, and Nigeria. Smaller states with more concentrated populations were in a more favorable situation, according to Herbst. Nugent gives a balanced exposition of both arguments, but NDS Griffiths to be of greater value because it takes into account a larger set of factors, including the shape of the state, often linked to the degree of the colonial power's penetration inland from coastal trading ports. Leaving aside the issue of whether parsimony has any merit, it is unlikely that the author of a 620-page synthesis would think it did. Nugent does not consider whether a statistical model that had the size of the state and the dispersal of the population as explanatory variables, with state viability as the outcome variable, would provide a compelling resolution to this debate. James Fearon and I have produced data showing that, counter to Nugent's acceptance of Griffith's reasoning, it is the larger states in Africa that have been more prone to civil war. Indeed, recent research by Nathan Nunn, appearing after Nugent's book was published, shows a statistically and substantively significant negative effect on 20th century growth for the zones of Africa that lost population due to the slave trade. This ending is consistent with Herbst's theory of African state weakness. Fair-mindedness is not enough. Critical tests can sometimes sort out the stronger interpretation. After surveying secessionist trends in the early period of independence and analyzing the respective roles of traditional rulers and modern politicians, Nugent then, in several subsequent chapters, explores the contrasting trajectories of states in the RST 2 decades after decolonization. Balance sheets of socialist versus capitalist developmental paths, with case studies of Tanzania and Kenya, and of military versus civilian rule, with case studies from the Central African Republic and Ethiopia, provide concrete illustrations of the institutional variations in contemporary African history. The impact of international economic interventions in Africa is examined in Chapter 8. Here Nugent draws the implications of the structural adjustment policies supported by the Washington Consensus and the grassroots interventions of the humanitarian NGOs. His assessment is that these interventions had deleterious consequences for the consolidation of sovereignty in Africa. The sad results of the era of structural adjustment are depressingly chronicled. Nugent provides case studies of Tanzania and then Ghana, a country in which he has conducted extensive field work. Here the Rawlings government signed up to an IMF program in 1983, according to the standard formula. Thousands of public sector workers were then laid off, charges introduced for health and education, and price controls dismantled. Local manufacturing was hit hard by moves to liberalize trade, which made imports cheaper. In agriculture, the government relied heavily on increased cocoa production, especially vulnerable to price fluctuations on the world market. While the American government continued to subsidize its cotton producers with sums greater than the entire GDP of Burkina Faso, African peasants were left out in the cold. Free markets, Nugent Review concludes, were only for the poor. Though there were some improvements in life expectancy, child immunization, and school enrollment, these were unevenly distributed, especially in the north of the country. By 1994, Ghana's per capita income was significantly lower than it had been in 1980. It is in his analysis of structural adjustment that Nugent, for the only moment in the book, loses his equanimity. After accusing the formulators of the Washington Consensus of making policy on a foundation of abstract theory, without knowledge of African countries or their languages, he rightly describes the work of Robert Bates as influential in the development of these ideas, but he ignores Bates's intensive field work on agricultural production among the Bimba of rural Zambia. Moreover, In 1998 the World Bank appointed Paul Collier to direct its development research group, someone with long-held experience in Africa, who has put considerable bank resources towards studying the impact of violence on development. While I do not dispute many of Nugent's assertions concerning the policy failures of the bank benign compared to the 2001 hatchet job by insider William Easterly in the elusive quest for growth, claims of its monumental ignorance of Africa and its cultures are unfair. On rumor ground, Nugent argues that Washington consensus policies were blind to the importance of state initiatives, regulations, and control in the Asian tigers whom the international financial institutions wanted Africa to emulate. By funding projects through private NGOs, Nugent demonstrates, international donors diverted much of the aid coming from the West away from the state, and with the high local salaries that the NGOs offered, African state bureaucracies were drained of their best talent. Yet while Nugent highlights the progressive emasculation of the African state as a fundamental problem, he fails to address it in a systematic manner. As noted, in his quick write-off of Herbst, he underplays the demographic fact that African states are hard to govern. Elsewhere, in his critique of Ujamaa familyhood, African socialism in Tanzania, as envisioned by President Julius Nyerere, he correctly points to the disastrous implications for agricultural growth and local democracy of the policy of coercive villagization adopted after 1967. While Nugent recognizes that Ujamaa led to high levels of literacy, primary education, rural health, and compliance with state policies, he neglects to interpret these successes as ones serving to strengthen the state. By making the population more accessible to it, the state was able to distribute public goods more efficiently. Tanzania's economic catastrophe and its democratic deceit are correctly identified. However, the state-building success which has played a role in saving Tanzania from much of the violence that has been the bane of weaker states is insufficiently acknowledged. Review. Given the failure to induce rapid economic growth in Africa, whether through self-reliance or dependence on the international financial institutions, what is to be done? Nugent, with a well-meaning bias in favor of African solutions to the continent's problems, gestures towards the new Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, as a breath of fresh air. In October 2001, he points out, African leaders who had the respect of their colleagues pressed for new plans for economic development, which would combine democracy and poverty alleviation with self-policing mechanisms to assure compliance. Although Nugent's focus on creating responsible states to lead economic growth is a good start, the NEPAD initiative is underwhelming. There are, however, new lines of research, not available to the author when he was writing his book, which are more promising. First, recent scholarship demonstrates that the IMF is far less culpable than the standard critiques, including Nugent's careful tracing of the rise and fall of Ghana as the IMF/World Bank poster child for SAP would suggest. Randall Stone's 2004 quantitative analysis, for example, shows that the IMF succeeds in Africa when the US, Britain and France do not let their client states off the hook when they fail to meet the performance criteria attached to their loans. It is the patron states, undermining the IMF and propping up incompetent dictators whose unvotes, or other political support, they court, that have given the IMF a bad name. Strong states cannot be constructed when corrupt and incompetent leaders are able to preserve their incumbency through subservience to the big powers. Mobutu in Zaire and Nigeria's generals, always warmly welcomed in Washington and Downing Street alike, are obvious cases in point. Second, studies have shown that taxing one's citizens leads to better outcomes than taxing potential foreign aid donors. In as yet unpublished research conducted in Tanzania and Zambia by Clark Gibson and Barack Hoffman of UCSD, and in Nigeria by Daniel Berger of NYU, we are learning that where local taxes are collected, roads, schools and other public services are better. It may seem callous to some, including foreign aid fans such as Jeffrey Sachs, to incentivize African states to tax populations that are on the economic edge, but the return these citizens will get from their tax is impressive. Here Nugent provides some support in his discussion of Africa's marketing boards, institutions from the colonial era that were monopsonists for cash crops, and were used in the independence era as a form of rural taxation. In Senegal, for example, the OFSTA commercialization agricole handled purchases of the main cash crop, ground nuts, and used the funds to pay functionaries' salaries. Nugent notes that the marketing boards, discredited in the neoliberal reforms, had played a key role in the maintenance of food. Layard in Africa 141. Review reserves. He cites the example of Zimbabwe, which only narrowly averted famine in 1991-92 when the Grain Marketing Board, in an attempt to minimize financial losses, failed to maintain an adequate food reserve as it had done in the past. He might also have pointed out that it was resources from marketing boards in the late 1950s and early 1960s that funded universal primary education in Yorubaland. Building armies has turned out to be a rather wasteful and destructive symbol of stateness. Building tax bureaucracies, however, seems to give higher returns on investment. Third, research indicates that due to Africa's precarious soils and levels of precipitation, and the low returns from irrigation, farmers are subject to unexpected economic shocks. These shocks are in turn associated not only with famine, but with the onset of civil wars, as desperate young men from rural areas join and help to develop edgeling insurgencies when there is nothing to harvest. In the mid-80s, Botswana, Africa's most impressive tiger, instituted a drought relief program giving income support, food, and public services to areas that suffer from dry periods. In a recent Boston Review article, economist Edward Miguel has proposed a more general insurance scheme, rapid conflict prevention support, to be funded from international aid donations, which would not only help farmers through difficult periods, but reduce the danger of violent challenges to still fragile states. This accumulating micro-research on the policies of international financial institutions, on tax schemes and on drought relief, supplemented by new studies on health and development centered on the Busia district of Kenya, and supported by the MIT Poverty Action Lab, is pointing to new solutions far more attuned to African social and economic realities than the formulae associated with the Washington Consensus. Nugent ends his economic story with structural adjustment. He missed the gathering research storm in microeconomics that blows more promising winds. Overall, the research that went into Africa since independence is impressive. The 38 pages of bibliography and 78 pages of endnotes are evidence enough of that. The text contains professorial synopses of the classic works in African historiography, Crawford Young on the origins of ethnicity in Zaire, Nicholas van de Waal on the failures of structural adjustment, Catherine Boone on the linkages between the state, groundnuts, and clerics in Senegal, Richard Joseph on the anti-colonial rebellion in Cameroon, and John Markakis on the sewers within the Ethiopian Empire. These summaries serve as a valuable point of entry into important scholarly debates. The only bias I could ND in the coverage is that on average there is twice as much on the former British colonies as on the former French colonies, with an even greater bias towards English in the language of the citations. 142 NLR 51. Review. While weak on current trends in Africanist economics, Nugent's book demands that scholars address the emasculation of the state, compelling readers to think about the national foundations on which post-Civil War states are now attempting to rebuild. Whether the sources of failure lie in the colonial system, population patterns, or the economic policies of the Washington Consensus, the building of viable, responsible states is the key to economic progress and political order. Without viable states, Africa will continue to be afflicted by civil wars, pandemics, and mass starvation, nor will these necessarily remain within the continent's borders. It is now clear that the optimistic hopes of the early 1960s, whether it was Nkrumah's aspirations for a united Africa, or Nyerire's for a return to indigenous socialism, or Senghor's for a harmonious blend of African and French cultures, or that of the Somalis to forge a state for all Somalis, have not been fooled. Critical analysis of Africa's past and its present predicament, the purpose of Nugent's volume, is therefore vital to the restructuring of the many shattered states on the continent. Review Parag Khanna, The Second World, Empires and Indians in the New Global Order. News from Nowheresville. Gopal Balakrishnan. Since the end of the Cold War, Controversies surrounding the future direction of American statecraft have often been prompted by the publication of surveys offering an easy-to-follow reconnaissance of the geopolitical terrain for Beltway planners and pundits. The 90s were perhaps especially propitious for thinking about current events through the historical and civilizational categories of an earlier age of empire. But despite a number of efforts to formulate a grand strategy for a new era of police operations against terrorists and their backers, the post-9/11's action on asymmetrical forces did not readily lend itself to the terms of this older genre, according to which world history is an eternal struggle of great powers for Lebensraum and prestige. Even the more evenly matched Cold War was rarely framed in this way, as the universalistic ideological agendas of the two blocs effectively relegated the language of traditional Machtpolitik to the margins. The classical problem of early 20th century geopolitics was whether the era of international disputes between Britain, France, Germany, Russia, the US and perhaps Japan too would eventually give way to the unification, or alternatively the breakup of capitalist civilization into antagonistic imperial zones. The actuality of this question depended on the real possibility of what Lenin called inter-imperialist war. In the absence of this epical context, today's rhetorics of the geopolitical can be regarded as simply one of many forms of postmodern anachronism. Such regressions are now a familiar feature of our politico-ideological conjuncture, and have come to possess their own subhistoric logics and indefinitely extended lifespans. After the 30-year restoration of laissez-faire capitalism, accompanied by an improbable return of the sacred, who might reasonably doubt that the 144 NLR 51 Review. Scenery of the Great Game could be reinstated as the panoramic backdrop of international relations. The recent dethronement of American condensation, in the midst of foreign policy setbacks and mounting economic turbulence, may occasion another round of publications on the rise and fall of empires. But perhaps at this still early stage of blowback and stagnation, the marketplace of geopolitical ideas is not yet ready for Spenglerian doom, and will initially just see the re-release of some of the big-ticket items of the previous decade: the rise of China, the decline of Russia, the future of the European Union and, of course, the long-awaited expansion of the Security Council to include India, Brazil, and Japan. Parag Khanna's The Second World is one of what will likely be many attempts to outline the features of the coming post-unilateralist era of international relations. The curriculum vitae of this young policy intellectual is a roster of high-profile academic and diplomatic attainments. Khanna is the director of the Global Governance Initiative at the New America Foundation. Last year, he was employed as a senior geopolitical advisor to United States Special Operations Forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. From 2002-05, he was the Global Governance Fellow at the Brookings Institution. From 2002 he worked at the World Economic Forum in Geneva, where he specialized in scenario and risk planning. Prior to joining the WEF, Khanna was a research associate at the Council on Foreign Relations in New York. Born in 1977 in Kanpur, he graduated from Georgetown and has a master's degree from its Security Studies program. Presently, he is working on a PhD in International Relations at the London School of Economics. The same publication that features the foreign policy musings of Thomas Friedman has conferred upon the Second World the coveted Idea of the Year award, although Khanna's observations are largely free of his Pollyannish infelicities. From a more disabused, cosmopolitan perspective, Khanna is here to tell the Americans that they need to get their act together, or face punishing decline. Less beholden to the civilities of politically correct foreign correspondence, he casts a harsher, Napoleon eye on the corruption and squalor of Second World nations, albeit rather selectively. The limits of the book are not merely of the stylistic kind. In fact, pace the NYT, it is not even clear what the main idea of the book is. Although it has been touted as prophesying an ascendancy of the Second World, it actually begins with a claim that could plausibly be understood to entail the exact opposite. Big is back, the dominant forces of this age are empires, an unfashionable claim, according to Khanna, which is literally true, if only because such notions were at their height roughly 20 years ago. In fact, The following convoluted observation makes it clear that for the author, history has been and will continue to be an unending geopolitical saga of the rise and fall of empires. Balakrishnan, Second World 145. Review. For thousands of years, empires have been the world's most powerful political entities, their imperial yoke restraining subjugated nations from being one another and thereby fooling people's eternal desire for order, the prerequisite for stability and meaningful democracy. The reference to democracy taking root under the shelter of empire suggests that Khanna might initially have set out to write a book with a wholly different thesis, and even title, and was compelled to change course in midstream as evidence of American failures began to mount. Khanna's basic lesson is that a self-righteous, Wilsonian America has yet to learn the dialectic of geopolitics and globalization, two forces which, as he explains at the start, have been responsible for shaping modern history. So how does this dialectic unfold, according to the author? Globalization has always advanced and receded on the back of empires. The two trends work in tandem, then. But no, Khanna maintains that globalization is a linear and progressive tale, while imperial geopolitics is an endless cycle, and only the RST can save us from the recorsi of the second. Today only one force has emerged that could grind the cyclical wheels of global conic to a halt: globalization. What then is the nature of this globalization that it could either stop or, alternatively, grease the wheels of geopolitics? Is it driven by markets, immigration, technology, or some combination of these? The reader only learns that it is here to stay. Whether globalization will continue is not the issue, only its extent. But, upon reaction, is it certain that globalization will prevail against all obstacles? After all, like empires, globalization too has ebbed and owed throughout history, even though, no doubt, today it is wider and deeper than ever. In sum, the reader will discern no determinate relationship between these two trend lines. After this preliminary bout of confusion, the Second World advances the claim that the coming period will be deemed by the course of inter-imperial relations within the First World, not to repeat by a rise of the Second. The geopolitical core of the world system consists of the US, the EU and China, each pursuing their aims with a unique diplomatic approach, corresponding to competing conceptions of legitimacy: America's bilateralism and coalitions of the willing, Europe's transparent criteria of consensus and ascension, and China's aloof and courteous tradition of consultation. Khanna's reactions are directed RST and foremost to an American foreign policy readership, and secondarily to their counterparts in other Western capitals. China is the enemy, and the book offers no guidelines to its rulers or people. Yet it may very well attract readers there too, if only due to the backhanded compliment of having elevated the PRC into the ranks of the First World. After all, Huntington is regarded as an authority on world politics in Tehran. The refrain of the book is that America has much to learn. 146 NLR 51. Review. From Europe in the Conduct of Foreign Affairs. And who could doubt that today the European carrot is prevailing over the Yankee stick, when one compares the fate of Iraq to that of, say, Cyprus? In Khanna's view, US blundering has already cost it such stalwart allies as Britain and Japan, although perhaps here even the author might admit that this is to exaggerate. Be that as it may, the immediate problem facing US planners is how to scale back before drift and decline take their irreparable toll. Will the US be able to end its way in a new post-hegemonic, multilateral world? Kissinger himself is summoned to concede, force might conquer the world, but it cannot legitimize itself. In his various attempts at hard-boiled power talk, Khanna often seems to take his cue from this older, naturalized American statesman, who truly knew how to play the outsider. Certainly, little time is spent on the difference between political regimes and ideologies. The world's most compelling ideology is neither democracy nor capitalism nor any other ism, but success. And indeed, this elementary truth is the guiding light of all the author's judgments on the fate of peoples in the age of globalization/geopolitics. So what then will be the causes of conflict in the coming struggles for world power? Despite the fact that there are supposedly three imperial contenders, there is not so much as a hint that America and the EU might actually ever come to blows. In fact, Kunna repeatedly argues that the US needs to partner with the EU in order to confront China, the rising sun of a new PASIC era. While America is in decline, an expanding EU might still be able to arrest the eastward vectors of world history. Indicative of the enduring unity of Euro-American civilization, the author periodically collapses his tripartite First World into a straightforward West versus China opposition. Depictions of the latter, although not uniformly negative, occasionally lapse into a sort of yellow peril language from another era. The one-child family policy, we are told, is forcing these industrious people to look abroad for their wives, raising the specter of a mongrel Chinese race. The impetuous economic expansion of this 1.25 billion strong nation compels it to seize raw materials and dump its wares in unprotected foreign markets, despoiling and looting all that falls in its path. Before this horde of merchants, settlers, and state capitalists, the West, in Kunna's opinion, can now credibly present itself as a benevolent protector of the post-colonial world. What accounts for this ceaseless expansion? Kunna does not seem to possess the kind of grasp of modern Chinese history that might enable him even to speculate. One can only infer from his account that communist rule merely delayed the timing of this Oriental ascendancy, for after all Sun Yat-sen explicitly elevated China toward Enlightenment ideals, and Chiang Kai-shek, his successor as head of the Kuomintang, presided over a lowering of economic and cultural liberty until 1949. Since there is no real geopolitical connect between the US and Europe, perhaps Kunna. Balakrishnan, Second World 147. Review assumes that when China is rich enough to afford democracy, circa 2050, it too will enter the comedy of passed empires, and the age of geopolitics will nally come to an end. In the meantime, he warns that the lights may soon be going out, for another era of world wars is on the horizon due to unspeakable, irreconcilable antagonisms. What, if anything, can prevent World War III in a world of superpowers with such drastically different worldviews, motivations, and forms of power at their disposal? The various countries of the Second World are to be the main prizes in the coming inter-imperial struggles for spheres of influence. But even this claim is only teefully developed in the body of the book, which meanders off into a bulky travelogue, whose most consistent motif is alarm at the smallest signs of Chinese interference. In a promotional blurb, Kunna explains how he uses the term, and why it is central for understanding the major trends shaping our times. It used to mean countries of the socialist world. Today I use the phrase to refer to those countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, Latin America, the Middle East and Southeast Asia, which are both rich and poor, developed and underdeveloped, postmodern and pre-modern, cosmopolitan and tribal, all at the same time. Second world countries are deemed by a dual criterion. Economically they mostly fall within the range of GDP per capita $3,000 to $6,000, but geopolitically they are deemed as swing states, whose weight will be felt as they align themselves with one of the empires of the First World, thus deciding the balance of power amongst them. Kunna recounts, in excruciating prose, a globe-spanning journey through 40 of these middle-tier countries. He apparently spoke to countless locals during his tour, but they all end up sounding like this: foreigners, other Arabs, and even we Egyptians all get lost here in Cairo, a tea vendor in the old Cairo neighborhood aphorized. The book is LLED with such aphorisms. On occasion, the humdrum of serious tourism is interrupted by ourishes from Time Out. Beirut today has no rival as the Arab world's most edgy city, combining the elegance of Istanbul with the seediness of Tangier, and still promises to live up to the original meaning of Levant, rising, as a place where people of all religions come together and thrive in prosperous coexistence. The journey begins with Russia, the ultimate swing state, ruled by a Gazprom, Kremlin nexus. Kunna holds out little hope for this once great state, now in headlong decline. Rising oil prices have encouraged nationalist spasms, and a fatal drift towards an alliance with China, whose teeming multitudes are poised to colonize its vast Siberian wastes. Russia's membership in the supposedly China-centered Shanghai Cooperation Organization 148 NLR 51. Review. Joint Security Alliance directed at Central Asian secessionists and terrorists, but still existing mostly on paper, is but a prelude to its more outright subjugation. Only an alliance with the West advancing relentlessly on its other exposed anks can save it from falling under this onerous yoke. In the great game being played out in the ex-Soviet near abroad, Russia is merely casting about before its inevitable checkmate, or, to mix the metaphors further, every few years there is talk of a new Iron Curtain, but Europe always knocks it down with its velvet glove. For Khanna, it is the EU, with its transparent criteria of ranking states in accordance with their behavior, that is playing the role of civilizing power, not the US, with its penchant for taking sides. Of course, it could be said that it is in fact Washington that decides who will belong to Europe, by setting the terms for membership in NATO. By this joint criterion, oligarchic Ukraine can now aspire to honorary European status, for although too big and poor for actual EU membership, at least it has been detached from Russia and so can hope for imminent induction into the Atlantic Order. But even by this more exible method it can sometimes be hard to determine who are the true Europeans. Romania and Bulgaria are technically in Europe but really are Third World, although in per-head income, neither are too far behind First World China. Albania has metamorphosed from a Stalinist backwater to an avatar of European modernity. Ditto for Turkey, which remains the best model of how Islam and modernity can not only coexist but thrive. Although, again, too big and poor to become part of Europe, it too can look forward to an honorary, or semi-European status, hopefully better than the one enjoyed by its Ottoman predecessor. When he gets around to describing the Caucasian leg of his journey, Khanna tosses aside the G-leaves of European civility, and gets down to hard geopolitical facts. Here the maxims of power politics operate with unadulterated force. Securing the West's new arteries of oil from the Caspian Sea and Central Asia requires all but colonizing the otherwise hopeless post-Soviet micro-republics of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. This is followed by an observation vaguely reminiscent of an older account of the Congo: the Caucasus is where the unwest begins. But for Khanna, even on the frontier zones of primitive accumulation, the West is, relatively speaking, a benevolent protector. For if it thrusts itself forcefully enough into this desolate corridor, at least a select few regions might be lifted from out the surrounding backdrops of absolute immiseration. On the other hand, if the rulers of the Caucasus do not sign up to the generous terms offered by the local agents of the Occident, even these extraterritorial enclaves will be washed away by the oncoming Chinese deluge. Despite its ancient Christianity and recent Rose Revolution, Georgia, with no oil or gas of its own, will never be part of Europe, whereas the Turkic Balakrishnan, Second World 149. Review Petrostate of Azerbaijan, the epic entree of a regional pipeline that bypasses both Iran and Russia, is already part of Europe. It is hard to determine whether Khanna regards Russia as an independent geopolitical power in the Caucasus or, more fancifully, as an agent of the Chinese-dominated SCO. In any event, his three-world framework does not easily lend itself to explaining collisions between the imperial West and the various aspirant regional hegemons of the Second World. But problems of classification never prevent the author from drawing foregone conclusions whenever the sources of Western oil and gas are at stake. The West must actively intervene in Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Nagorno-Karabakh, to put an end to Russian and Iranian meddling. The next stretch of the journey takes us to Central Asia, the lands of the old Silk Road, stretching from the Caspian to the Mongolian steppe, and from Siberia to the Arabian Sea. All but one of the states of this region, the Stans, as they have come to be known in Khanna's circles, are members of the SCO, and thus potential Chinese vassals, while some simultaneously host American bases. For Khanna it is here that the contest between the West and the Chinese for mastery over the Eurasian heartland, the geographical pivot of history, will be decided. The jewel in the Central Asian crown is Kazakhstan, a prize of well-nigh Saudi proportions, whose energy assets are estimated to be in the neighborhood of $9 trillion. Presiding over this bonanza on the Caspian, the enlightened Nursultan Nazarbayev has steered his country to the shores of peace and prosperity under the obliging, open-door philosophy, happiness is multiple pipelines. For Kunna, it would be hard to envy a better model for second world states. Kazakhstan has an opportunity for self-realization that most second world countries can only dream of, and its social and political stability make the country its own best bet. Having wisely opted to relinquish its Soviet-era nuclear arsenal and pursue friendly relations with all outside powers, accommodating Kazakhstan is a model for what Russia could be, if only it abandoned its unsustainable geopolitical delusions and accepted its demotion into the Second World. The stagnant autocracies of Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, with little to offer on the oil and gas front, are barely worth mentioning, and will continue as unreliable clients of East and West alike. Success is no doubt the world's dominant ideology, and by this standard, excepting a few posh quarters in Astana, nearly the whole region is relegated to the category of Trashkanistan. Kunna tosses both Afghanistan and Pakistan into this heap of basket cases. Like it or not, Afghanistan is about to fall out of the hands of an exhausted West, while Pakistan, opportunistic and increasingly unreliable as an ally, might also have to be conceded. But while Central Asian state failure is a breeding ground for Islamists, it is 150 NLR 51. Review. Not they, but rather the Chinese, of course, who are now poised to LL the ensuing power vacuum. Leaving behind for a while the imperial clashes of the Old World, the author takes a relaxing detour through Latin America. Secure in its hemispheric bailiwick, the US has for too long taken this geopolitically marginal region for granted. In these chapters, Kunna reeks on the track record of American imperialism with an occasional gesture of impartiality to ideas from the left, even going so far as to attribute some of the region's backwardness to the development of underdevelopment. After all, one of the main goals of the book is to disabuse us policymakers of their delusions of manifest destiny. But it goes without saying that any actual attempts to contest American power are roundly denounced. Kunna sets out to separate the winners from the losers in the great saga of globalization, while periodically alerting the reader to the threat posed by Chinese bearing gifts to the Latins. Nonetheless, it is only in this region that Kunna foresees the rise of an independent Second World, in contrast to the Old World where second-tier states can only hope to tip the balance between empires. Who will be the leader of this emerging bloc? NAFTA has tied Mexico too closely to the US, and in any event, its economy is sinking under Chinese competition. Of course Bolivarian Venezuela, with its explicit goal of organizing such an alliance, is disqualified. Kunna's lurid descriptions of Caracas, heaving with misery and discontent, take on a certain unintentionally comic quality when he tries to explain why Chavez has been repeatedly re-elected. Charming and irresponsible, Chavez manipulated these poor masses who don't demand accountability in either governance or oil revenue because they don't realize that the state and its resources ultimately belong to them. He goes on to explain that unlike in Kazakhstan where property rights have been spread widely and oil wealth used to spur private enterprise, Venezuela's oil money has been squandered on welfare checks to the poor and ignorant. In what might take the prize for the most illiterate historical analogy of the year, he concludes this chapter by suggesting that Venezuela now resembles Iran prior to the overthrow of the Shah: oil wealth, inequality, and disenfranchisement, a classic pre-revolutionary situation. Fleeing this hellhole, Kunna arrives in Colombia, whose brave leader inspires him to the fulsome misstatement that Uribe's re-election in 2006 made him the only Andean leader to win a second term since the days of Bolívar. The raging chaos of landlord-backed death squads and US aerial defoliation of coca elds is summed up in the pat conclusion that here building a state and winning the war on drugs go hand in hand. At least, he. Review observes, the streets are safer in Bogotá than in Caracas, although perhaps not for journalists or union organizers. Echoing the collective wisdom of Western officialdom, Kunna enthusiastically nominates neoliberal Brazil over Bolivarian Venezuela for Latin American regional leadership. With its responsible macroeconomic policies, It can act as a credible leader in the GHT against Western protectionism. The number of corruption scandals involving the Workers' Party are undeniably cause for widespread concern, leading many of the Brazilians he met to joke, "Chavez learned it all from Lula." The Second World is laced with this brand of humor. Not one to break ranks with the custodians of Western national interests, Cunha dismisses the Argentines as an arrogant, declining people who have forfeited the right to be taken seriously through their decision to default on their debts. Chile is, of course, the economic model for the continent, although the fact that its GDP per capita is roughly the same as Argentina's passes unnoticed. After this brief detour through the Western Hemisphere, the journey swerves back to the Old World heartlands of geopolitics. Thus the Middle East is presently the site of an epic showdown between a new Arabism of luxury tourism and world-class shopping malls, on the one hand, and Islamic fundamentalism on the other. Although the region's regimes live in fear of an Algerian-style meltdown, Cunha predicts that as the tides of globalization come in, various forms of Islamism will either sink, or learn to swim. On the Gulf periphery of the Arabian Peninsula, Anglo-American arms permit Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, and Bahrain to experiment with a freewheeling offshore capitalism, by protecting their dynasties and local tribes from the threat of both Saudi Arabia and Iran. Abu Dhabi and Dubai are the capitals of an Arab Renaissance that bears comparison to the glories of the Abbasids, although perhaps it is also true that they are gilded and fragile dystopias supported by an apartheid regime of super-exploited Asian workers. With his keen eye for success, Cunha has almost nothing but praise for the globalization-savvy Saudi kingdom, governed by the wise maxim: modernity is a phase, while faith is eternal. The rulers of this land, not so long ago pronounced moribund, are spared the usual dire warnings that they must either adapt or die. Cunha has little patience for America's childlike silent treatment of Iran, and advises the West to accept the Islamic Republic's inevitable, if inconvenient, nuclear program, for globalization will eventually put paid to this regime. Outside of the petrol zone, Cunha seems willing to write off or dress down many of the region's rulers. Egypt is a social time bomb, poised to explode. Israel, a nation founded on terrorism and now constantly threatened and provoked by it, will simply die if it does not adapt. Syria turns out to be more like Uzbekistan than a chamber of freedom. Beirut's nightlife appears as the Mashrek's only bright spot, the domestic and international standoff. 152 NLR 51. Review. Unfolding there seems to have escaped his attention. Cunha's worldview may have been hardened by what he saw as an advisor to American Special Operations Forces in Iraq. His disappointment with the occupiers occasions the lofty conclusion: America abdicated its ethical responsibility to understand the country it was occupying, both for its sake and for the sake of those it occupied. But the carnage and mayhem that these misguided liberators have left in their wake evokes no remorse. For after all, Iraq should probably never have existed. The null settlement of the Eastern Ottoman question will not be complete until the death of Iraq, which also solves the question of the Kurds. Despite its failure to get to know the people, America performed the world historical task of liquidating this artificial entity, admittedly once a heartland of nationalist and left-wing movements. One can only hope that Cunha turns out to be wrong with regard to the Eastern Ottoman question, and that the people of this occupied and enslaved land manage to send the last international understudy scurrying off by helicopter. Cunha's world tour now approaches its conclusion as he takes reconnaissance of what he sees as a vast, emerging Sino-Pacific world system. A great geopolitical reversal is unfolding, as an older American-centered alliance system, based on controlling the Eurasian hinterland from outposts on the Pacific Rim, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Australia, is slowly returning to an ancient pattern whereby the polities of this outer fringe pay tribute to an imperial Chinese center. Nuclear India, the poor man's democracy, land of rural squalor and shining it, former champion of non-alignment, is dispatched in 2 pages as a country that can either opt for strategic partnership with America, or become a subsystem of the new China-centered co-prosperity sphere. Another 2 pages are spent on sub-Saharan Africa, or rather on the encroachments of the new Chinese colonialists into Zimbabwe and Sudan. Malaysia's feisty Mahathir is praised as a pioneering second world leader, every bit the equal of Singapore's Dr. Lee, and another great Muslim modernizer. Sprawling Indonesia is improbably described as tottering before the onslaught of a vast Islamic menace, a force elsewhere dismissed as politically inconsequential. As an AIDS-infested pariah, Burma is a paradigmatic Chinese client state. Thailand too offers no resistance to the Chinese, for it has long since been racially infiltrated by the Han. Disputes between China and Vietnam over the Spratly and Parasil Islands will sharpen, but probably not come to blows. After a quarter century of explosive growth, China is inexorably resuming its position as the natural center of a Pasik Grossraum. What can the US do to contain such a force of nature, Kun Na wonders, without triggering off another Pearl Harbor? Despite the fact that Kun Na claims Yanxi in Hindi, French, Spanish, and German, the bibliography of the Second World consists, without a single exception, of books and articles in English. With a few concessions to the classics, its intellectual range by and large stays within the narrow gamut of American policy studies literature. Perhaps indicative of the cultural horizons of the cosmopolitan layer that nests in today's international schools and policy sinecures, cruelly dubbed Eurotrash by the Americans, Kun Na's prose style is a non-stop O of clichés, national stereotypes, PowerPoint banalities and lifeless anecdotes. The fruit of the author's journey through 40 countries, the Second World is a monument to the futility of travel. If the thesis of the work is not readily apparent, its classification of countries into 3 worlds is incoherent. Geopolitically, the First World embraces China, although, economically China already is Second World, but is climbing up from the Third. By Kun Na's definition, Japan, economically First World, Russia, Second World, and India plain old Third, all belong to the Second World. As one might imagine, this allows for certain liberties of classification. The slippages involved are only barely concealed by the nearly complete absence of statistics on GDP, rates of growth or population. In fact, estimations of the size of the Chinese economy vary widely. The claim that it is the second largest in the world is based on recently introduced measures of purchasing power parity, and can be countered by other statistics which show it to have a GDP somewhat larger than France's. The gap between these methods has resulted in, and wreaks, an enormous uncertainty about the future prospects of both the world economy, and the coming distribution of world political power. In a work ostensibly on geopolitics, the author provides no estimation of the military capacities of states, nor of the proliferation of the kind of weapons that limit Western options for intervention, amongst other things. The entire odyssey through the Second World unfolds as a succession of impressions of people, all of whom speak in the universal language of scripted commonplaces, and what goes for the micro, holds for the macro, for countries are people too. Is America up to the epic challenges that lie before it? In the concluding chapters, the author unleashes a torrent of anti-American caricatures to warm the hearts of all cosmopolitans: SUVs, no medical care, obesity, guns, the Patriot Act, and precisely the sort of cultural illiteracy foreseen by Tocqueville and Nietzsche. The sheer vulgarity of the Americans probably makes them unfit for the task of keeping the wheels of world history from turning too rapidly to the east. But who else could shoulder the burden? Winning over the Second World will be the key, and to do this the US must invest in transformational diplomacy of the kind that will employ a whole new generation of international school graduates. 154 New Left Review 51 May-June 2008. Review Jonathan Zittrain, The Future of the Internet and How to Stop It. Allen Lane, London 2008, £20, hardback 342 pp. 978 1846 14014 3. Sterilizing Cyberspace. Daniel Miller. When theorists and artists RST started exploring the Internet in the early 90s, one of the most popular metaphors deployed was that of the rhizome, drawing an analogy between the web's proliferating pathways and the underground root system of plants. More recently, the allegory of choice has shifted one stage along, and the rhizome has been supplanted by the gur of the feed. With the Internet's increasing commercialization, web content has come to be aggregated and distributed in the form of RSS, video and HTML embedded feeds. The lateral spread of vegetable life has given way to the means of digesting it, and in place of the hackers and cyberpunks who once dominated the public imaginary, there are now user-consumers chewing digital cud. The utopian future that the early net seemed to promise, meanwhile, has been thoroughly broken down by its passage through the system. Jonathan Zitrain's lucid new book traces this movement and puts it in context. Zitrain is astonishingly the professor of Internet governance and regulation at Oxford, one of a burgeoning number of legal scholars who have recently trained their attention on cyberspace. The future of the Internet opens by contrasting two different tendencies that run through the history of information technology. In the red corner, there is the tinkerer hobbyist model, best represented by Exable, reprogrammable personal computers like the 1977 Apple II. In the blue, there is the new leading edge of consumerist, technological development, embodied by the same company's iPhone, launched in 2007. The Apple II was quintessentially generative technology, Zitrain stresses, while the iPhone is the opposite. It is sterile. Rather than a platform that invites innovation, the iPhone comes pre-programmed. You are not allowed to tinker with the all-in-one device. Review that Steve Jobs sells you. According to Zitrain, the post-1970 phase of the history of computing produced a double victory for generativity. Firstly, the spread of the hobbyist's personal computer into the mainstream in the mid-80s, which effectively destroyed the previously existing IBM business model of powerful general-purpose machines, maintained exclusively by the vendor. Windows PCs, like their Mac OS and Linux counterparts, were designed to run code from any source. Even Bill Gates, as Zitrain points out, did not aim at a world in which PCs only ran Microsoft software, but one in which all ran it. Secondly, the revolutionary expansion of the Internet from the mid-90s, after the development of dial-up software. WinSock was coded by an employee of the Tasmanian University Psychology Department in 1994, and bundled by Microsoft in Windows 95. Sidelined proprietary, centrally controlled networks like CompuServe and AOL in favor of the college-born World Wide Web, with its absence of paying subscribers or private capital. This double triumph opened the way to a surge of creative endeavor, in which the grid's generativity was a boon not only to code writing but to a much wider range of artistic and cultural ventures, including those that benefit from the ability of near strangers to encounter each other on the basis of mutual interest, form groups, and then collaborate smoothly enough that actual works can be generated. Zitrain's prose occasionally wreaks his geek at law school formation. Hotmail took off in 1996, Google was incorporated in 1998, Wikipedia launched in 2001. In the early 2000s, collective tinkering played a key role in generating the social network applications of Web 2.0 platforms, MySpace in 2003, Facebook in 2004, video sharing. YouTube was launched by three ex-PayPal employees in 2005, and experimental mashups, integrating data from different sources, notably the reworking of Google Maps. The great virtue of PCs and the Internet to date, Zitrain suggests, has been their capacity to produce unanticipated change by dint of unaltered contributions from broad and varied audiences, an input that far exceeds that of the best-funded R&D department. But this fragile ecology is now under threat as the proprietary model, once championed by IBM, stages a Thermidorian comeback. The central argument of the future of the Internet is that the open, generative technology upon which the Internet was built has left it fatally vulnerable to invasion by the free market's evil twin, organized crime. By 2006, 80% of the world's total emails were spam, with nearly half of this originating in the US. Hostile software code is used to capture networked PCs, creating botnets of zombie computers which can be turned into automated password-cracking fish farms, virus incubators, or spam servers, spewing out millions of messages unbeknown to their users. to email addresses gleaned from the Internet or from the invaded PCs themselves. The earliest viruses were limited in their effects by transient dial-up connections, more. 156 NLR 51. Review. Importantly, they were mainly motivated by mischief or curiosity rather than prod. The RST is said to be a program sent out by a Cornell graduate student in 1988 to count how many computers were using the Internet. It turned out to be buggy and temporarily took over the PCs it was supposed to count, before their users united to stop it. But from around 1997, according to statistics compiled by the Antivirus Center CERT/CC, there has been a geometric increase in the number of security incidents. By 2003, they had become too numerous to count. With the expansion of the net and the advent of permanent broadband connections, viral invasion was developed as a business model. Even if only 0.001% of email recipients take up the offer of fake watches, cheap software, designer replicas, antidepressants, penile enlargement or university diplomas, dollars will be made. These commercial viruses are not destructive. Those who hack for prod have no interest in destroying their hosts or drawing attention to themselves, but they are increasing exponentially, their numbers doubling each year since 2003. The going rate for good spam code is now around $50,000. The scale is dizzying. A 2007 report estimated that the number of PCs belonging to botnets ranged from 100 to 150 million, or a quarter of all the computers on the Internet. Around 1 million new bots were emerging each month. Spyware can be installed along with free downloads on unwitting users' PCs. Skype internet telephony software generates network traffic even when it is not being used. If it were to be reverse engineered by hostile software code, it could create the biggest botnet ever. A single advertisement, contaminated with bad code and ashed from, say, the NYT website by a third-party advertiser, can instantly be circulated to the browsing tens of thousands, and thence to many more. It is a myth, Zitrain argues, that Macs and Linux, or Firefox and Opera browsers, are intrinsically better protected than Microsoft products. The scale of attacks only wreaks Microsoft's market share, and switching will simply make the other platforms more attractive as targets. It is this low-level but high-volume exploitation of generativity that is rendering the status quo unsustainable, Zitrain argues. Though he conjures the specter of an electronic apocalypse, a worm spreading throughout the Internet that eventually instructs infected machines to erase their own hard drives at the stroke of midnight, he thinks the greater likelihood is a gathering stampede of frustrated users away from generative platforms and into the arms of a revamped IBM model, a network based on lockdown appliances, which incorporates some of the web's most powerful features while limiting innovative capacity and heightening regulatability. The PC will lose its place at the center of the information technology ecosystem as people turn instead to the seemingly more secure patterns of access provided by sterile appliances and restrictive computing environments, such review as those found in libraries and schools. Zitrain's fear is that a lockdown on PCs and a corresponding rise of tethered appliances will eliminate what today we take for granted, a world where mainstream technology can be enhanced, even revolutionized, out of left field. The trend away from generativity has been powerfully reinforced by the latest generation of non-modiable appliances, such as the iPhone, elegant, multifunctional but, in Zitrain's terms, totally sterile. Other crucial devices here are the TiVo digital video recorder, the BlackBerry wireless handheld device, the Amazon Kindle, aka Swindle, ebook device, and Microsoft's Xbox 360 games console. Although each of these systems is predicated on the advances of generative computing power, the TiVo, for instance, is run on the open-source Linux operating system. Each of them also denies its users the possibility of additional generativity. In the case of the iPhone itself, a device which consumers technically do not own, but lease, Apple has clamped down on users who modify their machines by transmitting electronic kill signals direct from Apple HQ, turning their phones into non-functioning iBricks. The Kindle is arguably still more restrictive, Not only does it lock users into dependence on Amazon's own system for distributing ebooks, it also proposes to end the archaic custom of lending books to others. Those who purchase Kindle ebooks are contractually prohibited from sharing them or transferring them to another device. But as Zittrain warns, on the internet, channels of communication are also channels of control, and tethered appliances can more easily be turned to purposes beyond the purely commercial. Already GPS-SAT NAV systems can be remotely programmed to eavesdrop on their users, and mobile phones turned into roving microphones or radar transmission devices. TiVo knows what TV channel you are watching. A networked PC's microphone and video camera can be activated remotely, and it's less searched and shared. In Zittrain's view, the growing trend towards sterile, proprietary devices only widens the scope for such surveillance, laying the foundations for the lockdown of internet space. Clearly, this is more than a merely technological issue. It raises the question of how the changing nature of the internet is transforming the way in which the world itself may be enhanced. The theme of convergence arguably provides a better focus for tracing the history of computing than Zittrain's opposition between generativity and sterility. In its conventional usage, convergence refers to the merging of different streams of media into a single, integrated system. In the living room, for example, the internet, telephone, digital video recording and television are blending into a single interface, accessed by a single controller. There are implications here for the still further colonization of leisure time. As Gates was happy to admit with regard to the Xbox, it was about strategically being in the living room. 158 NLR 51. Review. Yet there is another sense to the term, namely, the increasing convergence between digital media and everyday life, as computing and networking power have accelerated into the social and commercial mainstream, dissolving earlier boundaries. Zittrain adverts to this in his discussion of surveillance, drawing a distinction between the post-Watergate model of privacy and what he calls Privacy 2.0. The former turned on the dangers of centralized entities and their plain-clothed agents amassing data and abusing it. By contrast, in the age of Privacy 2.0, the advent of cheap processors, networks, and sensors means that governments or corporations may not be the agents of surveillance. Peer-to-peer technologies can eliminate points of control and gatekeeping from the transfer of personal data and information just as they can for movies and music. Hence civil rights questions about, for example, police monitoring of public demonstrations are blindsided when armies of amateur cameramen can assemble all the information law enforcement professionals need, and then place it on Flickr for easy mobile browsing. Zittrain cites a 2006 pilot program in Texas, where the state authorities set up 8 webcams along the Mexican border whose feeds were published on a website which invited the public to alert the police if they thought they saw suspicious activity. Similarly, with image recognition technology mashups, photos taken as people enter abortion clinics or participate in protests can be instantly cross-referenced with their names. One can easily pair this type of data with Google Maps to provide any-grained satellite imagery of the homes and neighborhoods of these individuals, similar to the subversive books maps created by computer consultant and tinkerer Tom Oed, tracking wish lists on Amazon. As Zittrain himself appreciates, these developments stem from the consequences of generativity, rather than the effects of tethered sterility. In his view, the general problem posed here is that, whether deployed by the state, corporations, or private groups of activists, peer-leveraging technologies are overstepping the boundaries that laws and norms have deemed as public and private, even as they are also facilitating beneficial innovation. The future of the Internet approaches its topic from a classically liberal perspective, and Zittrain's principal suggestion is that Madison's mechanisms of due process and separation of powers, to help substitute the rule of law for plain virtue, need to be translated into a compact for online communities. In the idiom of political philosophy, Zittrain's opposition between generativity and sterility appears to be a reformulation of that between liberty and security. Yet since Locke, liberalism has depended on the assertion of a clear separation between public and private spheres that here, it seems, is dissolving under the digital onslaught. How liberalism itself attempts to resolve this contradiction remains to be seen. Miller, Internet 159. Review. The main concern of the future of the Internet, however, is to safeguard the generative creativity of PCs and the Internet, both from the torrent of spam and viruses that threatens to render the web unusable within the next few years and from the neutering effects of sterile appliances and the IBM model. Blanket regulatory intervention is both too crude, preventing experimentation, and ineffective. Spammers will remain in hiding. Instead, Zittrain outlines a series of measures which he hopes may plug the breach before it becomes critical. A multi-tiered digital health program, designed to make generative ecology safe for ordinary computer users. Wikipedia's consensus-based, self-governing procedure and communitarian ethos supply the normative model. The ultimate aim is to mobilize the wiki process of user participation not just at the content level, but at that of code. The PC, Internet security space needs to explore ways of pooling the power of its millions of users to empower rank-and-file users, rather than imposing security models. Above all, we need to develop tools and practices that will enable people to help secure the net themselves, instead of waiting for someone else to do it. One step towards this is an information clearinghouse to provide reliable, objective information about downloadable applications in order to help consumers to make better choices about what they download onto their computers. Zittrain has already launched such a project, the unattractively named StopBadware.org, run in partnership with Google. The main weapon in this task is a piece of software called THIRD-WORLDISM, the verdict of the herd, which assembles signs like the number of pop-up windows or crashes per hour, and makes the information available to other users for collective evaluation. PCs themselves might also be made more secure if the Wikipedia content recovery safety nets could be applied at the level of code to create system restore features in case of crashes. A PC could be split into two virtual computers. Its green PC would house reliable software and important data, tax returns, term papers, business documents, while the red PC could be used for experimentation. PCs could also be built to provide better information on data going in and out, on the model of a speedometer or fuel gauge. Zittrain proposes a series of modest legal reforms to increase protection against corporate overreach. Discussing the issue of data storage on tethered products such as iPhones, he invites us to imagine cameras that effectively made personal photos property of Kodak, usable only in certain ways that the company dictated from one moment to the next. Zittrain argues that users' rights to data portability need to be coded, to ensure that material is readily extractable in a standardized form should the user wish to change appliances, a move that would help to keep traffic open between generative and sterile technologies. Similarly, in instances where Internet services such as Google Maps and Facebook encourage users to add their own customized 160 NLR 51 review inlays and gizmos to the standard site template, adding value to the commercial enterprise by increasing participation. Zittrain contends that those who attempt to harness the generative cycle ought to remain application neutral after their efforts have succeeded, so all those who have built on top of their interfaces can continue to do so on equal terms. Much more controversially, Zittrain proposes to encourage Internet service providers to detect and quarantine zombie PCs on their networks, instituting filters and gateways on the web. Such a move would fly in the face of the end-to-end neutrality principle on which the Internet has always been based. Zittrain endorses it somewhat sheepishly, arguing that it would buy time in which to develop a more educated user community, and permit generative technologies to remain sufficiently central within the digital ecosystem so as to be able to produce the next round of innovations. Does it matter? Arguably, hobbyists will continue to tinker regardless of what gadgets go on sale, and the Gateses and Jobses will continue to harvest and exploit their inventions. Most PC and Internet users are blithely unaware of the generative powers beneath their fingertips. But Zittrain provides a useful model for thinking about the relations between the Internet's social and technological functions. He describes a series of layers, RST, a physical layer, the wires or airwaves over which the information is sent, a protocol layer, establishing the addresses and codes through which the data can an applications layer, at which tasks are performed, a content layer, and a social layer, comprising the interactions of Internet users. Zittrain explains that tinkerers can experiment on one layer without having to understand much about the others, and there need not be any coordination between those working on one layer and those on another. Thus, someone can write an application without knowing whether its users will be connected by modem or broadband. New vistas can be opened up at the level of content without regard for the platforms from which it will be accessed. At the same time, each layer is open to further development. It seems inarguable that the collectively generated innovations of the Internet, however compromised, contaminated, and spied upon, have expanded the space for the free exchange of ideas and information, independent of today's ruling powers and interests, and that further collective innovations are likely to do so again. In that sense, however modest his reforms, Zittrain is signaling a real problem.